Chapter 1551. Not long past. A skinny wizard dressed in a pale white robe, his face solemn, gazed at the area. How is this possible? He just disappeared all of a sudden? Could he be a primordial soul expert? He was a fifth circle nomadic wizard of this region, having reached the peak of fifth circle perfection. It seems that this dragon bone gathering will inevitably lead to a fierce battle. Dragonfall Valley. Long ago, a true pure-blooded dragon had fallen here, hence the name. Beams of light from wizards of the fifth circle and above flew into the valley. At the entrance, two presences of fifth circle perfection stood guard. The Dragon Bone Gathering was hosted by a well-known primordial soul wizard from the Dragon Bone Mountain Range, aimed at exchanging resources and knowledge. Due to the presence of the host god fruit, a heavenly material and earthly treasure, this gathering was much busier than in previous years. This market, with the nature of a black market, required no identity verification, and everyone used various means to conceal themselves. Levi, wearing a faceless mask, entered incognito dressed as an ordinary grey-robe wizard. Although it was a black market, there was a basic order, as the host was none other than Scary Bone Wizard Cotter, a famed and respected figure in the Dragon Bone Mountain Range and an independent practitioner with 6th ring senior cultivation. Many high-level wizard organizations from the School of Death had invited him, all being declined. In the center of the valley, there was a giant dragon skull that was 100 meters tall and emitted an astonishing aura. Levi was startled. Just the skull alone is 100 meters, its wingspan must be thousands of meters. The owner of this skull, in life, might not have been inferior to the immortal Banyan Dragon Lady. It's just a pity that it has been too long, the bones have decayed and turned to fossil, all extraordinary traits lost, or else I might consider stealing it. At the top of the skull, a wizard dressed in a white robe, looking kind and gentle, smiled at the bustling crowd. My fellows, the rules of this Dragon Bone Gathering remain as usual. Inside the valley, no fighting is allowed. Once outside the valley, life and death are disregarded. After speaking, he let out his 6th ring senior prowess. Within a 20-mile radius, dense death energy gathered forming dark clouds, ghosts howled, and spirits danced. This display made the gathering attendees gasp in shock. Is this what a 6th circle wizard is like? Terribly frightening. More than that? This is a 6th ring senior. It's said that Scary Bone has been alive for 1300 years, and had reached the 6th circle 400 years ago. Levi, hidden among the crowd, compared this person's aura with 100 Flowers. Although 100 Flowers has just advanced to 6th ring senior, he seems not much less than this man. Perhaps, this is the difference between a favored child of heaven and an ordinary genius. In the crowd, a young wizard with a pale face chuckled lightly. With Lord Cotter presiding over this gathering, we, the Blood Demon Wizards, are relieved. Upon hearing the title Blood Demon Wizard, the other 5th Circle Wizards were once again astonished. Clearly, this person also held a formidable reputation in the region. Alas, the host god fruit won't come cheap now that the Deputy Tower Master of Demon Ghost Tower has arrived. No chance now, just here to make up the numbers, might as well buy something and go home. Levi asked a skinny elder brother next to him and learned that Demon Ghost Tower was a renowned high-level wizard organization from near and far. Both the Tower Master and the Deputy Tower Master were long-time famous 6th Circle ordinary wizards. Suddenly, a dark cloud hovered overhead, from which a black-robed burly man emerged. His physique was robust, bare-chested, covered in irregular black patterns, and astonishingly, he was a rare 6th Circle refining body wizard. Oh, Blood Demon, you're here too. I really liked that piece of 6th level Black Death ore you gave me last time, he he he. The crowd stirred. Black Striped Wizard has arrived. The host god fruit really is a hot commodity, attracting so many primordial soul wizards. The Blood Demon Wizard sneered. Shameless, turning robbery into something so noble. Let's settle our 100-year-old grievances after the gathering today. The Black Striped Wizard, uncaring, sat casually to the side, waiting for the auction to begin. The Scary Bone Wizard laughed. Lord Black Striped, you also wish to refine a body separation. The Black Striped grinned. Us old body refining relics not keeping up with the times also need to work a bit on the magic path. It was clear that he was set on acquiring the host god fruit. Levi's heart sank. Aside from the Scary Bone Wizard, the organizer, 2 primordial souls are already here. However, it was not over yet. Another primordial soul aura suddenly descended. This person had blue-black skin, a curvaceous body clad in a white scholar uniform, magnificent legs wrapped in black stockings, wearing a monocle. Upon her appearance, countless evil spirits revolved around her, emitting painful wails that made one feel as if falling into hell. Even the scary bone wizard's expression changed upon seeing her. Painful Banshee Amira, your excellency isn't in the howling wilderness, what brings you to our Dragon Bone Mountain range? Levi's mind stirred. This blue-skinned, sexy witch was none other than the famous Lich, the teacher of Mistress Cruel. Her power seemed not inferior to that of the scary bone wizard, even if not a sixth ring senior, she was close. The painful Banshee smiled. I just happened to pass by. Don't worry, I'll abide by the rules, the host god fruit is a must-have for me. Levi thought to himself that this was bad news, and the other fifth circle wizards looked visibly troubled. Many had come for the host god fruit, but with primordial souls present, the ultimate winner was bound to be among them. At the moment, the painful Banshee seemed most likely to succeed. This old witch, being an immortal of the longevity species, had lived for 3,000 years, and her arsenal of techniques and knowledge was second to none among the ordinary sixth circle. Chapter 1552. In general, the power of liches exceeds their displayed realm by a margin. This is because the conversion rate of liches is low, and there are numerous restrictive conditions. Otherwise, the wizard world could have been renamed the Witch Demon World. Finally, before the auction started, another powerful presence descended. This person was also a local wizard from the Dragon Bone Mountain range, a sixth circle ordinary cultivator named the Deceitful Poison Wizard, who specialized in poisonous spells. 4 usually elusive primordial soul powerhouses gathered here, their mighty aura causing many fifth circle wizards to retreat in dismay. If it weren't for having the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant and the Wind Disaster Pearl as his trump cards, Levi wouldn't have wanted to stay here, as the pressure was simply too overwhelming. The auction began. Levi had more than 400 million ether stones on him. To secure the host god fruit, he didn't participate in the bidding for the earlier items. Even if they were useful to him, he temporarily let them go. He took the opportunity to stroll outside the valley while the host god fruit was yet to be auctioned, and then silently returned. Finally, the highlight of the event made its appearance amidst great anticipation. The scary bone wizard said, "This item was entrusted to me by a friend for auction. Ether stones and soul stones can both be used in the bidding. If anyone has a Morning Star level artifact suitable for the Death Sect, they can come to me directly." The venue fell completely silent. Clearly, nobody had a Morning Star level artifact from the Death Sect. Even if someone did, they were highly unlikely to trade it for the host god fruit. An artifact is the true hard currency, and the value of a Morning Star artifact is only higher than that of the host god fruit, not lower. The host god fruit was needed only by Levi and a select few who needed to refine duplications. As for the soul stones, Levi had previously obtained fragments of this item. Among the primordial soul wizard community, soul stones are equivalent exchange items. Refining a complete soul stone directly into one's soul could strengthen the spiritual force by about 5 points, saving a lot of painstaking cultivation. A soul stone, in the current market, could be exchanged for around 5 million ether stones. However, generally, no primordial soul wizard would exchange a soul stone for ether stones, as they are scarcely enough for cultivation. Only a fool would consider such a trade. The scary bone wizard continued. Since no one has such artifacts, let's proceed with the bidding. The starting price is 50 million ether stones, and each increment must be at least 1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the painful Banshee shouted, 100 million ether stones. At these words, everyone below the level of a primordial soul looked despairing. Even those with fifth circle perfection could hardly come up with 10 million in cash, much less 100 million. Most of the fifth circle wizards wouldn't be able to save that much in their entire lives without eating or drinking. The disparity in the world. Sigh, let's just join in the fun and witness the world of the powerful. Shortly after, the blood demon wizard raised the bid. 110 million. The black-striped wizard shouted. 130 million. The deceitful poison wizard eerily called. 133 million. The primordial soul wizards were raising the bids by hundreds of millions at a time, leaving the fifth circle wizards dumbfounded. Levi didn't rush to make a bid. From the looks of it, it seemed impossible to obtain the host god fruit for less than 200 million. Soon, the painful Banshee had already raised the bid to 200 million. The blood demon wizard looked uncertainly grim, apparently unable to compete financially anymore. With a cold huff, he left the valley outright. Watching the blood demon depart, the black-striped wizard squinted his eyes thoughtfully and called out. 210 million. The deceitful poison wizard smiled and said. I have urgent use for this item. If you both would concede it to me, I'm willing to repay both of you with 2 potions of level 6 rare poisonous medicine. The painful banshee said nonchalantly. 230 million. She had made clear her stance. As a lich who had lived a long life, her foundation was naturally solid. If not for her habit of lavish spending on her research, she would have directly bid 300 million and settled the matter. The black-striped wizard and the deceitful poison wizard exchanged glances and left, shaking their heads. The wizards lamented. Truly worthy of being a lich, truly from the spirit catcher steeple. Her financial power cannot be compared with ordinary wizards. Just when everyone thought the painful banshee had secured the item, a calm voice came from the corner. 250 million. At this statement, everyone looked towards the corner. There sat a nondescript grey-robed wizard. Who is this person, able to produce so many ether stones? He looks to be just a 5th circle perfection. Right, daring to compete with a lich, has he gone mad? This person was naturally Levi, who finally made his move. The scary bone wizard looked towards Levi and said. You must know the consequences of making frivolous bids in the wizard world, right? Levi replied. I am well aware. The scary bone wizard smiled and nodded, saying. Admirable courage. Which top wizard organization's genius are you? Levi shook his head and said. Just a person of no significance, not worth mentioning. The painful banshee, observing Levi with interest, shouted. 280 million ether stones. Her psychological threshold was 300 million. Exceeding that amount wasn't worthwhile since she could always wait, given her long lifespan. She did have more money, but it was all allocated for research, and she couldn't afford to waste it all on the host god fruit. Levi pondered for a moment and said. 300 million ether stones, plus 1 earth-grade death artifact. Elder Scary Bone, I assume your friend also needs death artifacts, right? Among the 30 unrefined earth-grade artifacts he possessed, one was suitable for the death sect. Since reaching a state of perfection in spiritual power was definitely not an issue now, why not use it as leverage and force the painful banshee to back down earlier? Chapter 1553. Although the death artifact had limited significance for a primordial soul, it could possibly enhance spiritual force. With luck, it might even produce a special spiritual creature. If the owner of the host god fruit wanted to gamble, they would surely choose their own conditions. Hearing Levi's conditions, the painful banshee clapped her hands and laughed. Good junior, today I will not contend with you. Having said that, surrounded by endless undead, she left the valley. At the auction, there was silence, as still as death. My heavens! 300 million ether stones, 2 death artifacts? Who exactly is this person? Could he be the illegitimate child of some lord? It's terrifying. Even a primordial soul wizard can't compare to him. He definitely isn't a nomadic wizard, he must be a core disciple of a top family. At that moment, countless people were guessing Levi's identity, his performance being far too astonishing. Even the scary bone wizard, a 6th ring senior, was shocked. 300 million ether stones, even I can't produce that much cash. This dragon bone gathering has indeed opened my eyes as a primordial soul. Eventually, Levi successfully obtained the host god fruit, which was an unremarkable black fruit, akin to a ginseng fruit. The scary bone wizard said meaningfully. You had better be careful next. Some people, they have not left. Levi smiled and said. Thank you for the reminder, senior. The scary bone wizard's well-meaning advice did indeed leave a good impression on Levi. His body flashed with void energy and he appeared outside the valley. In an instant, a flesh and ghost claw, enveloped in boundless death energy, locked down the void, reaching out to grab Levi. Just as expected, these guys want something for nothing. Levi had been prepared, the light from the wind disaster pearl inside him shone brightly. In a moment, endless wind disaster power surged out, encircling him. Wind spirit shelter. It was enough to resist a hit from a 6th ring senior wizard. The blood demon wizard's ghost claw did not penetrate the wind armor on Levi's body. Instead, the endless wind disaster blew towards him, its terrifying strength blowing him away hundreds of miles. His defensive field shattered, leaving the blood demon wizard terrified. A 6th level treasure. And one of the top quality ones at that. Excellent, I'm even more interested in you now. His figure flickered, and he chased forward once again. Elsewhere, the black-striped wizard and deceitful poison wizard, who were waiting in another direction, also felt the disturbance and followed up on the blood demon wizard. The void lockdown was torn apart by the wind disaster, and Levi, by blink teleportation, made it to a spot 1,000 feet underground. A proud heavenly horse, head inserted into the rock wall, had been waiting for a long time. Just now, he had arranged the heavenly Pegasus star soul during a lull in the auction. Levi sat on the silver war chariot. Let's head back home. The heavenly Pegasus star soul whinnied and dived into the void, disappearing from sight. Before long, the blood demon wizard appeared, his temper flaring. Damn it, I was outdone by a junior. He went in a direction, flickering away, but ultimately, he couldn't find Levi. Not much later, the deceitful poison wizard and black-striped wizard also arrived. The black-striped snorted coldly. Blood demon, hand over the host god fruit, you are no match for me. The blood demon wizard said. Believe it or not, I didn't get it. That kid had a rare 6th level treasure and possessed incredibly powerful void travel techniques. The deceitful poison wizard said dubiously. I saw from afar you clashing with him. As a primordial soul, you couldn't overcome a 5th circle wizard. Unhappy, the blood demon didn't bother explaining and simply left. Leaving the black-striped and deceitful poison, their expressions ugly. Still hopeful, they searched around the valley in the earth realm, ultimately finding nothing and leaving disgruntled. Inside the valley, the scary bone wizard watched the horizon. Above it, endless clouds were blown away by the great hurricane, the earth covered in furrows plowed by wild winds. A group of 6 rings, not catching a single 5th ring, really is an odd and rare sight, haha, quite interesting. 3,000 miles away. Levi emerged from the void, his brow slightly furrowed, still sensing danger. He didn't hesitate, the Crimson Temple appeared, trembling the void, and then it disappeared. 2,000 miles later. Levi used various void travel treasures and transported another 3,000 miles. Only after he was 8,000 miles away from the valley did the sensation of danger finally vanish. The one who almost caught up with me must have been that painful banshee. Lich tactics are indeed unfathomably mystical. He summoned a Biao, and the white tiger roared proudly, carrying Levi. They rushed into the wind disaster stratum and quickly left. 6,000 miles behind Levi, the painful banshee stood still with a strange expression, doubting her life. These 3,000 years, I might as well have lived on a dog. Oh well, I should go back and continue exploring the nightmare world. This host god fruit, I shall wait. Chapter 1554. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1241. The month of grass. It had been 2 months since the Dragon Bone Gathering. Emperor's Palace. Levi's figure appeared. To ensure no one was tracking him, he first returned to the Endless Sea from the realm of Hell. He wandered aimlessly across the Endless Sea for 2 months, making a detour to the Floral Knight's house, before finally returning to the human realm. He noted the blood demon wizards and others in his notebook. As soon as he reached level 6, those scores would naturally be settled. However, thinking of that painful banshee, his expression turned grave. As a 6th circle wizard, this lich's power is indeed more terrifying. That's the advantage of living long, although becoming a lich means losing the possibility of further advancement and the chance of reincarnation. But with time, liches can acquire more knowledge, spells, skills, and wizard tools horizontally, which naturally makes them formidable. Moreover, the wind disaster pearl is indeed very handy, similar to a very low-grade banana fan. It instantly blew the enemies away hundreds of miles, and both its control and attack effects are pretty good. There's nothing to say about the defense either, the only drawback is that it takes too long to recharge. He returned to the ancient Banyan fairyland and entered the wind disaster stratum, where the white bead flew in and started to slowly absorb the wind disaster power to recharge. I won't be reckless until the wind disaster pearl is fully charged. This time in battle, Levi did not use the heaven crystal dragon ant. Even if the dragon ants could defeat the blood demon wizard, they couldn't kill them in a short time. And at the time, with fully 5 primordial souls present, any delay could have plunged him into an irredeemable situation. Levi looked at the sleeping Queen Banyan, looking forward to the earlier awakening of Senior Mana. There is no time to waste, now let's start refining the Shadow Avatar. The 3 Essentials of Shadow Avatar. Shadow Demon Crystal Core, host god fruit, host container. There's not much to say about the container, it serves as the body of the avatar. Levi planned to try using a body tempering clone as a container first. If that did not work, then he would find a body refinement body with excellent talent to usurp. The host god fruit is used to split a thread of Levi's divine consciousness and nurture the brain and soul for the avatar. The shadow demon crystal core serves as the bridge and bond connecting Levi and the avatar. Levi, following the secret technique, started his busy work of refinement. At the same time, the Holy Infant was also busy. Although the 3 arts of wizardry were already perfected and he didn't need to condense his soul to the maximum, he found himself never having a moment to breathe. It was indeed strange. Before Levi entered retreat, he, the Dawn Tower Master, still had to coordinate and manage the operations of the ancient Saint Plane. In his spare time, the Holy Infant also re-refined all the wizard tools on him. After all, with so many rare materials inside Roman's ring, it would be a waste not to use them. Now, the Extreme Fire Wheel, the Crimson Dragon Ring, and the Purgatory 9 Dragons Mountain were all top-grade wizard tools and among the very best of those. In the weapon refinement room, Phoenix performed a vigorous self-immolation. An amethyst red secret sword was forming and floating within. It was a secret sword formed by adding level 5 peak purple crystal, level 5 red blood iron, and many fire element metals to the original amethyst secret sword. Normally, Holy Infant only used Fire Dragon Tribulation in battles, but he actually mastered other innate spells of the original body. However, due to factional mismatches, the power was much reduced, so he rarely used them. But this flying secret sword cult, even with the power reduction, was still formidable. Over the years, as the original body was busy in retreat, Holy Infant had to enhance his power in every way possible to ensure the safety of the ancient Saint Plane. Finally, a secret sword emitting a crimson treasure light was formed. The sword exuded a scorching aura, and inside, a ferocious red-scaled python phantom could be seen moving around. This red python was the artifact spirit of a 5th circle top-grade wizard tool inside Roman's ring and appeared to have dragon clan lineage in its life. To augment this secret sword's power, Holy Infant, relying on his sophisticated weapon-making skill, separated this artifact spirit from the wizard tool and integrated it into his own. Muttering to himself, he waved his hand, and the crimson secret sword turned into a red light, cutting through the sky. As it flew, the fire elemental power around it surged into the top-grade wizard tool, which impressively could also manipulate the power of heaven and earth elements. With a look of regret, Holy Infant murmured. This red python spirit in its life might have been a 6th-level sub-dragon species. It's a pity, God knows which idiotic weapon craftsman refined it into a 5th circle top-grade wizard tool, truly a waste. Such an artifact spirit should have been made into a 6th ring magical artifact and a soul artifact, which would have been the correct solution. Regardless, now that I possess this artifact spirit, this red infant sword is not inferior to the main body's amethyst light sword. With this secret sword, I have one more powerful technique. Although the quality of the swords was comparable, the amethyst light sword had sword spirit flare as a perfect partner, an advantage the red infant sword could not match. Several days later, Holy Infant went to the Endless Sea. A few days ago, Mia had taken over a large wizard market in the Inner Sea region and planned to open a weapon-making shop under the name of Master Fire Dragon. It would sell Holy Infant's weapon refinements and offer high-end custom services. There was no helping it. Even though the ancient tower had been closed for 10 years, many people were still waiting for Master Fire Dragon's works, begging Holy Infant to refine for them. After purchasing the host god fruit, the original body's finances significantly decreased, leaving only a mere 1 billion in cash flow. This left the original body feeling insecure. Hence, he planned to scoop up another fortune through Holy Infant's fame and weapon-making skills. Chapter 1555. I originally planned to go to the more bustling Star Sea region. But there were too many high-level wizard organizations there, with complex and intertwined powers. It would be inevitable to offend someone. After some thought, I chose the Inner Ring District 1, as the busiest area of the Inner Sea region. There are 3 high-level wizard organizations in Zone 1, namely the Matic family, the Schubert family, and the Meadrin family. All 3 families have primordial soul wizards in residence. However, the Sacred Infant had already inquired about it in advance. The industry of the Matic family is pharmacy, claiming to be a millennia-old family of potion heritage. The Schubert family specializes in arrays, and the clan leader is a well-known 6th circle array wizard from the Endless Sea. The arrays he makes have monopolized the market of Zone 1 and are sold throughout various districts of the Endless Sea. The Meadrin family is a vassal family of the Seven Waters Steeple, responsible for undertaking the low-end component manufacturing for the shipbuilding industry of the steeple. Overall, these three powerful wizard families which control the dialogue in this area, are not involved in weapon making. Therefore, there would be no conflict with the sacred infant opening a weapon-making shop and no easy offense to the primordial soul wizards. After all, my main body has not yet broken through to level 6. It's best to avoid provoking powerful primordial soul practitioners whenever possible. The three big families are not involved in weapon making because there are relatively more artifact shops in Zone 1, with fierce competition and low profit margins. However, products from Master Fire Dragon are always top quality, and relying on the reputation and connections he has accumulated within the tower, he should be able to establish himself in Zone 1. Zone 1. The Azer continent. This is the largest island in the Inner Sea region, which in terms of area, is not much inferior to the Yellow Earth continent in the Outer Sea region. The continent is populated by numerous mortals and is also the main source of wizard seedlings for Zone 1. Wizard markets of various sizes are scattered throughout the area. In addition, there are over 100 intermediate wizard organizations spread across the land. The three big families also have many branches here, operating their own industries. In the eastern coastal area of the continent lies the largest wizard market in Zone 1. Number 1. Which city? The city is filled with strong individuals. There are many 4th circle and 5th circle wizards, and even the possibility of a primordial soul wizard lying low among the common shops. On both sides of the Sea Avenue in the center of which city, various shops are lined up, weapon shops, potion shops, witch amusement establishments. You name it. From time to time, you can hear people shouting at the entrance, trying to survive in this tough place. In front of a shop with the best location, two 5th circle witches confront each other with weapons drawn. One of them is Mia, who has just finished hanging up the signboard for the Fire Dragon Hut, ready to celebrate its opening ceremony, only to encounter some trouble. The witch opposite her looks ferocious with a meaty face and is also a weapon craftsman with a shop right across from the Fire Dragon Hut, named Suman Artifact House. Upon hearing that Master Fire Dragon would settle here, some weapon craftsmen with ulterior motives, worried about the impact on their own business, sought trouble time and again. The others, with average cultivation, were all rebuffed by Mia. But this fierce witch has the strength of 5th circle perfection. In this witch city, she is a first-rate power. With the top-grade wizard tools and trump cards on Mia, defeating this person would not be difficult in the wild, but fighting is forbidden within witch city. As the confrontation continued, more and more onlookers swarmed to the scene. Mia said indifferently, "This place is legally rented by me. If you continue to make trouble and disrupt the opening ceremony, don't blame me for being unkind." Witch Suman sneered without a word, her 5th circle perfection aura spreading out, intimidating everyone present. Behind her were several other 5th circle wizards who also owned wizard tool shops. Now they were gathered together, jointly resisting the Fire Dragon Hut. This was a case of bad money driving out good, because they were afraid their own businesses would suffer, so they united to resist an excellent vendor. In Levi's past life, this was a common occurrence. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not repress the local snake. These people have been rooted in Number 1 Witch City for a long time, and even the city enforcers have connections and networks. Moreover, with the strength of their numbers, they did not have much offer the never-seen Master Fire Dragon. Seeing Suman ignoring her, Mia's annoyance turned to anger, her temper mild but now unavoidably nurturing a sense of murderous intent. But this is the wizard world, not the dark ancient tower. Although since the war between dark and righteous wizards, the order has greatly collapsed, randomly killing on the street is definitely out of the question. Witch Suman laughed coldly. "What, you want to kill me? Even if Master Fire Dragon himself came here, would he dare to kill me? So many people are watching. I think such a prized individual as Master Fire Dragon, who despises even the Congress's reward of millions of ether stones, should not compete with us at the bottom here. It is not giving us a way to live. Everyone, isn't this the case? Right, if you are a genius, you should go to the Star Sea. Why linger here?" Exactly. With these people working behind the scenes, Mia had become the target of public criticism. Out of extreme indignation, she said with a laugh, "Why not call over the Lord of City Number 1 to weigh in on this matter?" Confidently backed, Suman said, "It's up to you. I haven't done anything wrong, just speaking up for some ordinary weapon craftsman in the city. At that moment, a handsome red-haired male wizard descended from the sky, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful young witch in a floral witch skirt, none other than the Sacred Infant and Elena. Elena was there because Sacred Infant had Levi arrange for her to attend the opening ceremony to support the event. Levi had anticipated this would happen and notified Bai in advance. A small favor like this was readily agreed upon by Bai. Bai casually released the aura of a primordial soul, enveloping the entire witch city. Chapter 1556. She said with a confident smile. Lord Ace, your shop's location is truly excellent, business is bound to thrive here. With the presence of a primordial soul wizard dominating the nether capital, Mia's face lit up with surprise, and Man along with the other fifth circle wizards' faces turned pale. Mia had not expected that Master Fire Dragon could actually invite the Flower Witch, rumored to be a good friend of Sir Levi. The name of a primordial soul wizard resounded across the endless sea, not to mention a rising star like Elena, who frequently appeared in the headlines of major newspapers. The Flower Witch's reputation was well known, many present had already heard of her. Man's face turned green, and she was sweating cold beads on her back. If it had only been Master Fire Dragon who had come, although she knew she was no match for him, she wouldn't be afraid. Under broad daylight, a fire dragon wouldn't dare to kill her. But with a high-profile figure like Elena, who also held an important position at the Star Tower, she could find any excuse to have her thrown in jail or simply make her disappear from the human realm, all legally and reasonably. Even if the Congress were to figure it out, what could they do? Between a talented primordial soul and an ordinary fifth circle perfection, the importance of each was clear at a glance. One could say that even with laws in place, primordial soul wizards still absolutely dominated over them. There was no so-called equality. Most importantly, she knew in her heart that she was in the wrong, merely making an unreasonable fuss. The Holy Infant asked. Mia, what's going on? What do these people want to do? At this moment, Mia was feeling triumphant. She cast a cold glance at Man and said. Lord, today is our grand opening ceremony, and this woman and those people deliberately caused trouble. Man's face turned ashen as she defended herself. I didn't. Lord, you misunderstand. I merely wanted to visit Master Fire Dragon's shop. The others chimed in. That's right, Miss Mia, don't overthink it. The renown of the Master is comparable to that of a primordial soul wizard, celebrated far and wide. How could we, mere small fries, dare to provoke the Master? Indeed, I came today to bring a congratulatory gift for the Master's grand opening. That's right, I'm here to deliver a congratulatory gift too. In a moment, these people all changed their tune. Mia sneered inwardly. These people truly had no spine. Just a moment ago they were not afraid of the Fire Dragon Wizard, but now their faces were simply nauseating. The Holy Infant's gaze swept over them, and these people didn't dare to meet his eyes. After a long silence, he chuckled. Since all of you have come to present congratulatory gifts, then please leave them behind. The troublemakers, as if granted amnesty, left their gifts and hastily departed. Man, looking at the Master, was filled with resentment inside, but she still had to greet him with a smiling face and left unwillingly. The Holy Infant watched her retreating figure with a calm gaze. Elena smiled and said. Master, I must admit I didn't bring a gift. The Holy Infant chuckled. Having an elder like yourself attend the small shop's opening ceremony already brings us great honor. The crowd of onlookers dispersed, looking at Master Fire Dragon with envy. This is what a top-level genius looks like. Even the Flower Witch, a primordial soul witch, is actively seeking to make his acquaintance. Isn't that so? It looks like Master Fire Dragon is going to monopolize the weapon-making industry in number 1 witch city from now on. When the opening ceremony came to an end, a weathered-looking white-robe wizard approached the doorstep of the shop. The Holy Infant felt a twinge in his heart. It turned out to be a primordial soul wizard. Indeed, the behind-the-scenes masters of Nether Capital were at level 6 upper level. The white-robe wizard said with a bitter smile. I am the city lord here. I've been in seclusion and was unaware that Master Fire Dragon had come to our small town to set up a business. If the Master had informed me earlier, today's farce would certainly not have happened. I have already taken back the shops from Man and those troublemakers, and disbanded them. These people truly have no respect for the law, brazen as they are. The Holy Infant thought to himself. This old fool played the turtle during the ruckus, definitely having taken bribes from Man and her group. Otherwise, how would they have dared to be so arrogant? Elena's expression remained calm as she casually inquired. May I ask the esteemed name of Lord? She only recognized those on a similar level to her and couldn't be bothered with ordinary primordial souls. Without taking offense, the city lord chuckled. Abbot Ryan, just call me the Surging Wave Wizard. Elena pondered for a moment then smiled. Are you from the Ryan family that used to be in the 3rd district? The city lord chuckled. Ah, those days are gone. Now I'm just a lonely soul, unfit to be compared with a heavenly favored maiden who's rising to prominence like yourself, Elena. Elena said. You need not be so modest, Lord. To have achieved primordial soul status, you are already a rare talent among people. I am here today merely to attend a friend's ceremony. As he develops his presence here, I hope you will look after him. Abbot chuckled. Of course, having a talent like Master Fire Dragon establish himself in our witch city is an honor for us. Ha ha ha, if the Master encounters any issues in the future, feel free to seek me out. The Holy Infant smiled. I won't bother you with such matters, Elder. I only hope for a fair and stable business environment. After leaving his contact information, the city lord bid farewell and left. As the ceremony concluded, Elena looked at the Holy Infant and said. Here are 10 million ether stones, consider it my congratulatory gift. The Holy Infant hurriedly tried to refuse. Elder, this is too valuable. If Levi knows I've accepted such a gift, he will surely blame me. Elena laughed. My money is none of his concern. What are you afraid of? The Holy Infant replied. Since you are his friend, I have already troubled you. To accept the gift wouldn't be appropriate. How about this? I'll accept these 10 million as an investment. In the future, 1/10 of the shop's profits will belong to you, Elder. Chapter 1557. Elena was ice smart, and she joked. Your little schemes are jangling like a bell, one could hear them all the way in the endless sea. Oh well, let's just say I'm buying into this. From now on, I'm also a shop owner of this little store. If any major trouble arises, I'll take care of it within my power. The Holy Infant chuckled sheepishly. He, of course, wanted to tie Elena to his venture. That way, the store's future operations would be more secure. Elena was happy to oblige, since it wasn't a loss for her. With Master Fire Dragon's reputation and strength, she was sure to get a significant cut of the profits in the future. After the ceremony ended, Elena left first. The Holy Infant gave Mia some precautions and hurried away as well. Seeing Lord Ace easily handle everything, Mia couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Soon, the news of Fire Dragon Shop's opening spread throughout City Number 1. That same day, people came to buy wizard tools. These tools were practice pieces made by the Holy Infant during his cultivation experience, and now they were being put to good use. At the same time, some reclusive Fifth Circle wizards in the city began to seek custom services. Despite Levi and the Holy Infant being fully equipped with top-grade items, in reality, ordinary Fifth Circle wizards might not even own Fifth Circle wizard tools. For them, the allure of Master Fire Dragon, rumored to produce only top-quality items, was immense. Time flew, and a year passed. The Fire Dragon shop had already established a firm foothold in Number 1 Witch City. Its success, of course, couldn't have been achieved without the city lord's favor. The Holy Infant also made sure to send gifts to the city lord from time to time through Mia, sustaining their good relationship. In the wizard world, it was tough to get things done without connections. Some were overjoyed, others lamented. As Fire Dragon Shop grew and its reputation soared, it naturally touched the interests of some people. However, upon hearing that the Flower Witch was a shareholder of Fire Dragon Shop, who would dare act recklessly? And that female weapon craftsman named Suman never returned to the Nether capital again, her whereabouts were unknown. In a certain sea area of Zone 1, a magnificent seaward Nether capital floated, the Schubert family's stronghold. The nominal clan leader was a Fifth Circle perfection wizard. He looked at the report brought by a servant. In just 1 year, it has become one of the most famous wizard tool shops on the Azer continent. This Master Fire Dragon indeed has some skills. At this rate, it might become the 4th family to monopolize the wizard tool industry in Zone 1. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1243, Month of Flowing Fire. Relying on the Fire Dragon shop, the Holy Infant took on some business orders. In his spare time from cultivation, he would refine weapons to earn money to subsidize himself. In fact, after 2 years in operation, Fire Dragon Shop's turnover was close to 10 million, primarily from selling off inventory in the early stage. After that, the revenue decreased, not because of market saturation or other reasons. It was simply because the store now only accepted custom orders for 4th circle and above wizard tools, and with the Holy Infant alone, time was limited. Those who came to the shop to buy wizard tools were confident in Master Fire Dragon's brand. If someone else did the refining, they lacked competitiveness. Moreover, expanding too quickly could draw the hostility of the other 3 major families. So every step that Fire Dragon Shop took was extremely cautious and careful. To slightly increase production and efficiency, Levi contacted the Midland Squad to recruit a batch of Dwarf Kingdom wizards and send them to the Tower of Dawn for training. The dwarfs in the weapon-making industry were renowned, with many top wizard organizations employing dwarf weapon craftsmen. Future plans included leveraging Master Fire Dragon's brand effect to gradually promote the works of other masters in the shop, relying on weapon making to feed back into Levi's cultivation. The dark wizards of today are all cunning, and extracting money from them is no easy task. Now, Levi's strength and status are no longer what they used to be. In the future, he intended to make full use of the 3 arts of wizardry and start his money-making business. At this time, those alter egos that had made quite the name for themselves in the ancient tower would come in handy. The Holy Infant was obviously the weapon refinement master persona, that needed no explanation. As for Gandalf, Levi planned to create the persona of a body refinement and master of potions, using the reputation of Light of the Nomadic Wizards to make medicines for profit, then letting the body tempering clone impersonate Gandalf. Victor was to be the persona for Array and Flying Secret Sword Flow. Thus, he envisaged turning the 3 alter egos into industry giants of the 3 arts of wizardry, which sounded quite fun. Of course, these were just preliminary ideas, and many challenges would need to be overcome in the future. Ancient Saint Plain. Within Fairyland. Levi was busy at work, with the body tempering clone sitting in front of him, flanked by the host god fruit and the shadow demon crystal core. In 2 years' time, Levi successfully planted his divine thought seed in the host god fruit, which consumed a significant portion of his spiritual origin. This sliver of divine thought seed had been nurturing in the host god fruit, a heavenly material and earthly treasure, for 2 years and was now gradually developing spirituality. The black ginseng fruit, looking like an infant embryo, would occasionally twitch its fingers, which Levi found amazing. In a certain sense, this fruit had now become a human embryo. And the consciousness of this human, a copy of Levi but entirely independent, seemed like a clone that could be controlled by Levi. After 2 years of refinement, Levi's understanding of duplication grew even more profound. He had an intuition that this body-tempering clone, unlike the Holy Infant clone, was a truly independent life form that could probably advance to the primordial soul on its own. This realization prompted him to consider that if the Holy Infant clone wanted to advance, it might also need the host god fruit. Over these 2 years, Levi had expended many precious materials to transform the body-tempering clone, aiming to create the most perfect body-tempering shell. Chapter 1558. However, refining the shadow avatar took even longer than he had anticipated. And just like that, 4 years flew by, slipping through his fingers. Within the fairyland, Levi had been sitting in meditation for 6 years, refining his shadow avatar. He rehearsed each step numerous times in advance before attempting it, ensuring success on the first try. To Levi, 6 years were merely a closed-door cultivation session. But to the 4 major organizations of the ancient Saint Plain, 6 years were enough to change a great deal. Among the 18 Twilight Cavalry, the Blood Knight and Ash Knight had already entered the late stage of level 4. The Divine Light Knight, having lingered in the mid-stage, was gradually approaching the late stage. It was just a matter of time. From the middle generation, the Silver Dragon Knight took the lead in reaching level 4, birthing the Bloodline Dharma Idol Mountain Silver Dragon. This was a phantom image of a silver mountain dragon wrapped in electric light, allowing the Silver Dragon Knight's combat techniques to carry a strong electrical effect. Simultaneously, under the stimulation of the electric current, the endurance and burst strength of the Silver Dragon were greatly enhanced. As for the newer generation, the Halberd and Snapping Turtle Knight each entered the 3rd level realm, forging their divine weapons, the sky-supporting halberd and mystic turtle armor respectively. One excelled in opening and closing attacks, unrivaled in offense, while the other layered his defenses to the extreme. The Snow Dragon Knight, Feather Knight and Pheasant Knight were also in the late stage of level 2, indicating a future where all members of the 18 Twilight Cavalry would be at least level 3. At the conclusion of the 147th Round Table meeting and the 14th Dawn Conference, everyone reported on the achievements of the past years, and the overall trend in the ancient Saint Plane was stable and improving. Setting aside the 18 Twilight Cavalry, there were now as many as 430 knights above level 1 within the Dusk Holy Temple. Among them were 30 level 2 knights. Many had issued challenges to the newer generation of the 18 Cavalry. Of course, all ended in defeat. Unless another freak like the Fire Dragon Knight emerged, or unless members of the cavalry fell, their status would be difficult to shake. On the other hand, after more than a decade of development, the Tower of Dawn now had nearly 100 teachers and students combined. Of course, most were high-level pharmacy apprentices, but many with superior talents had successfully been promoted to official wizards. The Ancient Dragon Empire. The Snake Demon Ancient Saint successfully advanced to rank 5 and was conferred the title of King of Snakes by the Emperor. Moreover, there were 60 level 4 Ancient Saints and nearly 400 level 3 Lizardmen, with the battle group continually expanding. Levi kept an eye on the special talents that he was concerned about, and they all made progress. Aya, who had just turned 45, successfully advanced to a second circle wizard, and her cultivation progress faced no obstacles. This allowed the young generation just starting out at the Tower of Dawn to experience the inequalities of the world for the first time. In the year 1248 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of Germinal. Before Levi knew it, he had been refining his body-tempering clone for a full 7 years. On this day, the host god fruit and the shadow demon crystal core shone brightly, pouring into the mind and heart of the body-tempering clone. Levi immediately recited the secret technique mantra as required, his spiritual force flowing out like water while he consumed medicine to maintain his strength. An hour later, the fusion was completely finished. A white-haired wizard with flesh and blood, emitting spiritual force fluctuations, and with a figure almost identical to Gondopha's emerged before Levi's eyes. Levi's consciousness entered Gondopha's mind, where in the center of the spiritual sea there was an iridescent spiritual force crystal, but no divine ring tower. Within the crystal, there were none of Levi's oddity phantoms or the multitude of spells. There was only the body-tempering technique that the body-tempering clone had mastered. Besides that, Gondopha's mind was empty, devoid of any wizard tools or treasures. It doesn't matter about the rest, as long as it's a copy of my iridescent crystal. With it, Gondoph can practice the body-tempering technique of any school. It hasn't been easy, after 7 years and thousands of days and nights of honing, the hardships have finally turned into sweetness. Wake up, my Gondoph! Levi called out. The white-haired wizard opened his kind and benevolent eyes, looking at Levi in confusion. Who am I? Levi said. You are me, and you are Gondoph. Gondopha's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he stood up, feeling his sturdy physique. Ah, I am Gondoph, Levi's clone. Levi said. Gondoph, show me your strength. Gondoph nodded, his fists clenched and veins bulging, with ancient bronze-colored body-refining runes flickering on his body. Boom! He exploded a small mountain with a punch and cracked the earth with a stomp, like a dragon abomination. Rock Demon! In an instant, Gondopha's body turned into black like a gargoyle. Water Ghost! He burst open, disintegrating into a mist of particles that raged across the sky and earth. After flying thousands, 2,000, 3,000 miles, Gondoph did not collapse. The independent body-tempering clone no longer had to be restricted by the original in terms of movement range. Levi murmured to himself. It must be a success. Now we'll see if Gondoph can practice the body-tempering technique on his own. 3 days later. While Levi was recovering his energy and spirit and preparing to resume refining oddities, a panel notification chimed in his mind. Copper Elephant Body Refining Technique Proficiency plus 134. Seeing this, Levi laughed heartily. Indeed, it is possible. From now on, the way of body refining will be left to Gondoph. In that moment, Levi felt a sense of liberation. The 3 arts and supreme divine talisman to the Holy Infant, body refinement to Gondoph, his own study tasks greatly reduced. Moreover, after using it, he discovered. Chapter 1559. Compared to the Holy Infant, Gondopha's independent thinking capability was much stronger and did not occupy too much of Levi's CPU. Essentially, Gondoph could be regarded as a completely independent life form. In the future, he would probably be able to promote himself to level 6 and become a body-refining soul wizard. The path of the body refining wizard was different from that of the conventional spell wizards, it was especially simple and pure. One only needed to continuously solidify body refining runes and body tempering techniques on their body, both of which were included in various body tempering techniques. Therefore, Gandalf did not need to wait for Levi himself to achieve perfection in 9 talents, as long as Gandalf could elevate his cultivation in body tempering technique to 5th circle perfection, he could begin preparing his primordial soul. However, before that, Levi needed Gandalf to learn several new body tempering techniques. Among these, there was one technique known for its extremely high difficulty in legend, the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique, the absolute skill and body refinement of the Ocean Abyss Alliance. After handing over the numerous body tempering techniques to Gandalf, Levi continued to refine oddities. This time, he planned to refine all 29 Earth-grade oddities at once. Gandalf arrived at Dreamy Cloud Swamp, a domain of water elements, suitable for cultivating the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique. In Gui Chancellor's mansion, Ratty was particularly curious upon seeing a newcomer. Gandalf smiled and said, "I am Gandalf, your future neighbor, and also a friend of Dragon King Li." Ratty nodded repetitively like a pecking chick, thinking to herself, "This old master looks quite kind." Ratty continued her cultivation, inhaling and exhaling the elemental power. After examining the body tempering technique, Gandalf pondered. To be called one of the ancient 4 body refining techniques, it indeed is extraordinary. The 8-armed demon god body tempering technique consists of 9 levels, each representing the 9 realms from a 0-ring apprentice to an 8th circle wizard. The core of this body tempering technique is to solidify demon god runes on the body. Possessing 1 demon god rune is considered an entry level, able to be called an apprentice. Demon god runes significantly enhance the apprentice's physical fitness. And possessing 10 runes allows the combination of the simplest body tempering spells. As the levels increase, the requirement for the number of demon god runes also becomes higher. For those like Mengong who cultivated to the 5th level, they have already mastered at least 100,000 demon god runes, able to combine complex 5th circle body tempering spells and thereby simulate the formidable power of the 8-armed demon god. The 8-armed demon god is not a demon, but an emperor of the Sea clan from ancient times, reputed to have level 8 peak strength. And to become an 8th circle wizard, one needs to solidify at least 100 million demon god runes. Thus, the difficulty of cultivating this technique far surpasses others. Of course, though it is difficult, its power is substantial. Generally speaking, the strength of conventional body refining wizards is weaker than that of spell wizards. However, if one could master the 8-armed demon god technique, they would be comparable to the top-tier geniuses among spell wizards. Let's begin. With my current state in body tempering realm, cultivating in reverse with this technique should not be so difficult. Having prepared the materials needed for cultivating this body tempering technique, Gandalf began his cultivation. About 7 days later, he spread open his palm, where a black rune, fine as scales, faintly appeared. Is this the demon god rune? It seems not so difficult. Wasn't it said to be difficult to get started? Gandalf doubted his life choices, wondering if he had cultivated wrongly or if the body tempering technique was simply this straightforward. Levi, who was refining oddities, glanced at the proficiency panel and was shocked. Levi. 8-armed demon god body tempering technique, level 1, 1/1000, special effect, demon god body, level 1. Demon god body, enhances physical fitness in all aspects, significantly transforms the human body, and initially converts the physique into the body of the 8-armed demon god. What's going on? Just 7 days into understanding, and I am already at the entry level. The description of demon god body, though unadorned and simple, but with phrases like in all aspects and significantly, it demonstrates its understated, luxurious, and powerful nature. Levi suppressed his excitement and continued his secluded cultivation. He thought it must be because the first few levels were too simple for Gandalf of the 5th circle that it seemed so fast, but it would definitely slow down later. 3 months later. Dreamy Cloud Swamp. Gandalf, looking at the dramatically increased number of demon god runes in his palm, muttered to himself. The second layer, it seems just like that. I'll push forward in one go and see where my limits are. So far, the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique had not felt too challenging for him, as the number of body refining runes required in the early stages wasn't high. 2 years flew by. In the year 1250 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of grass. That year, Levi turned 260 years old. He had refined one-third of those Earth-grade oddities, increasing his spiritual force cap by 40 points and narrowing the gap to 1,620 by just 70 points. Levi's spiritual force had also surged by 46 points, reaching 1,353 points now. Feeling that he could still continue refining with his current mental state, he began a new round of closed-door cultivation. At this time, he opened the proficiency panel and was surprised to find that Gandalf had unknowingly cultivated the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique to the mid-stage of the second layer. Gandalf's body refining talent is even stronger than I imagined, otherwise, despite high expectations, the breakthrough speed couldn't be so fast. I don't believe you can maintain this pace after the third layer. Elsewhere. Weapon craftsman. A purple scale armor floated in front of the Holy Infant, emitting a strange glow. It was crafted for Gandalf using the top-grade wizard tool demon scale armor from Mengong as a base, fused with level 5 peak purple crystals and several other rare materials, and was now named purple scale armor. Generally, the wizard tools for body refining wizards don't need to be too complex, stacked armors would suffice. Furthermore, during these 2 years, he had also refined the top-grade wizard tools Black Sun Compass from the Black Moon Wizard and the Golden Mirror from the Golden Light Wizard, serving as life-protecting wizard tools for Gandalf's future ventures. As for his main body, with devices such as the Thunder God's Hammer and the Circle of Ouroboros for void travel, he was well equipped. Now, Levi had also found a solution for the Holy Infant's trouble with condensing the soul to the maximum. However, he still needed a host god fruit to implement it. In the following days, he had Mia and others listening out for information on the host god fruit across all major wizard schools, closely monitoring all high-end wizard gatherings and auctions. At the same time, he began to further declutter, selling off some better wizard tools to prepare auction funds. Along with the profits from the Fire Dragon shop over the years, Levi's Etherstone reserves had silently reached 200 million. Time flew swiftly. 5 years slipped quietly away. In the year 1255 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of Wheatfield, Dragon King Li turned 265 years old. By then, 24 years had passed since the closure of the ancient tower. Over these years, incidents of graduates from various schools being killed and robbed had occurred occasionally. But Lei had stayed at home without incident. Dreamy Cloud Swamp. Gandalf opened his eyes, his right arm tightly clenched. Thousands of demon god runes on his arm gleamed with an ancient aura, shimmering brilliantly like fine scales under the sunlight. With this punch from the Kylan arm, who could withstand it? His 8-armed demon god body tempering technique had reached the third layer. After the third layer, the difficulty of cultivation steeply increased, and another breakthrough might take a long while. The other side. Small stone pond. Lei opened his eyes, the iridescent crystals in his mind brimming with the visages of various oddities. Feeling his expanded spiritual force, he placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 1511/1700. Spell power, 151,000. In 5 years, the remaining oddities, adding up to an increase of 150 points in spiritual force cap, allowed Levi to exceed his goal. He breathed a sigh of relief. Now, blocking his path to the infinite primordial soul were only the 9th innate spell and the achievement of perfection in 81 maximum souls. Chapter 1560. Small Stone Pond. Levi sat cross-legged, introspecting within his mind. The 5-story Divine Ring Tower had become more solid as if it were real. Jin, Abiao, Fleur, and other accompanying spiritual creatures had also shown noticeable growth compared to before. The iridescent crystal had grown much larger than before, even seeming to tremble, which made Levi's expression turn grave. Refining dozens of oddities in one go expanded my spiritual force too much, too quickly. My mental state and willpower haven't caught up, causing the crystal structure to become unstable. For the next few years, I definitely shouldn't cultivate too fiercely, but first stabilize the iridescent crystal. And the best way to polish spiritual force was by condensing the soul to the maximum. Other than enhancing spiritual force and its upper limit, these oddities were of common importance to Levi, as they were only Earth-grade oddities. Yet, their cumulative effect significantly enhanced the power of Levi's Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water spells from the 4 major factions. Levi estimated that his power had increased by about 1/5 compared to before. The gap between him and the primordial soul was gradually narrowing. His main elemental spells had also been optimized to varying degrees, a modest but not insignificant improvement. In addition, he had acquired 2 Earth-grade special talents. One was the earth element tailored special talent Heart of Dust and the other was the fire element tailored special talent Time of First Fire. Now, after embodying the ether meditation art, Levi's array of special talent entries had grown densely accumulated. If the quality wasn't sufficient, then he'd compensate with quantity. The emergence of these special talents made his future cultivation increasingly smoother. It's worth mentioning that one unknown metal faction oddity had birthed Levi's seventh accompanying special spiritual creature. He named it Swallowing Gold Treasure Toad, called Agu. Similar to Long, Agu could devour any metal ores of level 5 and below, then excrete refined, impurity-free metal directly usable in weapon making and forging. Levi had already dispatched it to the Holy Infant for assisting in weapon refinement. Agu's arrival finally gave Phoenix a chance to catch its breath, preventing the fire phoenix from being squeezed into the tragic fate of becoming a fire turkey. The efficiency and quality of Agu's purification far exceeded that of Phoenix, likened to an automatic steel-making blast furnace. As Levi's power enhanced, the grade of metal ores Agu purified could also be elevated accordingly. The above was the outcome of refining all the earth-grade oddities. Another part of the gains didn't significantly assist his current power and weren't worth mentioning. Now, Levi had only 4 oddities left unrefined. These were 3 previously refined earth-grade oddities and 1 sky-grade oddity Cry of the Cicada. Levi didn't plan to exchange those 3 earth-grade oddities, he could reward them to wizards who made significant contributions to the organization in the future. Thunderworm Chrysalis had a chance to evolve into Dance of the Thunder Butterfly, but the required time was too long and not worth delaying its utilization. This intermittent retreat, spanning over a dozen years, has amounted to 30 soul crystals. It hasn't been easy, Levi mused. Because most of the time was dedicated to intensely refining oddities. His progress in combat techniques, rune language, and other aspects of cultivation had significantly slowed compared to before. Levi also needed to catch up on these. He opened the proficiency panel, and the progress in the golden snake breathing technique had greatly increased compared to before, nearly approaching half completed. Calculating it, his night realm had also advanced into the middle stage of level 5, and he expected to attempt breaking through to level 6 around his age of 300. The nightmare dragon breathing technique was not far from level 5, it wouldn't take long before breaking through. At that time, his whole team would uniformly reach level 5, and Levi's Nightmare Lord level would also advance. The Bloodline Dharma body path was already at the 8th rank peak, breaking through would happen in the next couple of years. It was uncertain whether the 6 heavenly gods could evolve into a new form then. On body refinement, under Gondifa's efforts, the copper elephant body refining technique had shown solid progress, and the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique was now in the 3rd layer mid-stage. The body tempering didn't need Levi's concern. Among Levi's 4 arts, the 3 arts of wizardry had already reached perfection, and the talisman making was at 4th rank peak. The Holy Infant was tackling the last hurdles, with a breakthrough to level 5 being imminent. At that time, hundreds of 5th-order fire dragon tribulation talismans exploding consecutively, he wondered if they could shake the primordial soul? Closing the panel, Levi suddenly realized that the 9-leaf bloodthura seeds he had once planted around the small stone pond had unknowingly sprouted. He was delighted. Once you grow up, I should be almost at level 6, and then I can go to the land of darkness to lure and capture black beasts. Graveyard of Death. Since the last blossoming and fruiting, the dead soul date tree had grown taller, and he estimated that the next round of blossoming could slightly increase the yield. On the training ground of the graveyard, swordsman Jerry was training a group of unevenly skilled undead creatures in combat techniques. These undead creatures had varying levels of strength, mostly captured by Levi from the Dragonbone Mountain range. Over the past years, quite a few undead creatures had surprisingly made breakthroughs. It seemed that his graveyard of death was more suitable for the growth of undead creatures than the realm of hell. After breaking through to level 6, Levi planned to personally visit the realm of hell. Chapter 1561. One reason was to find materials for the Book of the Undead to elevate to a 6th circle magical artifact. The second reason was to capture a large batch of level 4 and above undead and cultivate them in the fairyland, thus possessing a considerable army of elite undead. These guys might not be very useful in combat against experts, but for large-scale wizard warfare, they were absolutely the best cannon fodder. After one battle, even if most were injured or killed, it didn't matter, he could just restock from hell. One of the essences of the School of Death was the Undead Calamity explosive soldier strategy. Under the ancient banyan tree, the fusion work of Mana and Martha had been going on for over a decade and seemed to be far from over. The heaven crystal dragon ant quietly guarded one side, waiting for the next shedding. Inside the golden light cave. During non-war times, the sword of victory constantly absorbed the power of metal elements here, nurturing the truth oddity. Levi occasionally fed it some low-level elemental metals or scrapped materials from magical artifacts. It had been 30 years since the Sword of Victory began nurturing the Sword of Dust People oddity. Perhaps Levi's contributions had an effect, as now in the Holy Sword Tomb, within the scabbard, a semi-illusory bronze sword floated up and down, its truth runes flickering in and out of existence. It has already been nurtured halfway. Normally, a Sword of Dust People would emerge every 100 years, and it would take 50 years to nurture it halfway. The fact that 30 years had completed the 50-year progress indicated that Levi's method was effective. If only there were lots of golden leaves. They could aid mine and mana's cultivation and significantly hasten the nurturing of the oddity. Levi thought of the golden sacred realm, definitely his second even if previously unacquainted homeland, brimming with wandering oddities. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Flaming Mountain. The iron tree stood now 2.5 meters tall. This thing really grew slowly. Without fertilizer, it would grow a meter every 100 years, waiting for the iron tree to bloom would be enough to bore a legendary wizard to death. On the other hand, the ash dragon egg's life force became more vigorous each year, yet it always failed to hatch. However, Levi understood that even Raja's dragon eggs took over a decade to hatch, let alone this pure-blooded dragon clan. It had just undergone a process from death to life, and now it was gathering momentum, waiting for the right moment. When the dense life force broke the eggshell's constraint, it would ascend to the skies. Thunder Dragon Mountain. The Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon had advanced to the late stage of level 5, it was initially at the middle stage of level 5. Having met a wise master, it could now cultivate peacefully in this blessed place, free from worries of food and clothing, naturally progressing swiftly. Whenever it thought of this, the Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon felt grateful, considering Lord Dragon King as its reborn parents, whose generosity far surpassed even its biological father. Quicksand Sea. The three brothers of the Earthquake Dragon were all at the middle stage of level 5 and felt exhilarated, relishing their high spirits. When Levi arrived at the dreamy cloud swamp, his face brightened with delight. As far as he could see, the first batch of Holy Daughter fruit garden previously planted was now fully blossoming and fruiting, the green fruits emitting a tart aroma, invigorating the senses. It wasn't easy, but I'm about to achieve Saint Fruit freedom. In the swamp, Gandalf, lost in deep cultivation and unable to extricate himself, saw Levi and transformed into a beam of light, flying over. Dragon Turtle Ratty also opened his eyes in the water mansion. Lord Dragon King, long time no see. Levi chuckled and said. Long time no see. To train everyone's combat skills, I plan to hold a world's first dragon tournament. All members of the Dragon Palace can participate, and those with outstanding performance can receive rewards from the Dragon King. Ratty, go inform the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and the major dragon clans to encourage everyone to enthusiastically register. Upon hearing this, Ratty exclaimed joyfully. Ha ha ha, this is going to be fun, the Dragon Palace is about to liven up. For a long time, the various dragon clans of the Dragon Palace primarily focused on peaceful cultivation. Levi also wanted to use this opportunity to test everyone's cultivation results, increase the competitiveness and promote progress. Several days later, on the Great Prairie, Levi used an array to create a huge arena. The members of the Dragon Palace, all of rank 3 and above, led by the cheerleading team of Shell Demon Clan beauties, came striding confidently. The spectating Shell Demons let out overwhelming cheers. Among them, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the Black Lotus Beast. After decades of disciplined self-cultivation, it felt itself ever closer to level 6, needing just one more breakthrough to begin its advancement. After chatting with the Black Lotus Beast, Levi also learned that such sub-dragon species needed to overcome corresponding tribulations to advance to level 6. Levi estimated that his own knight promotion to level 6 would likely be similar. If the Black Lotus Beast could promote to level 6 before him, he indeed wanted to take the opportunity to observe, hoping it might inspire his own knight promotion. When all the contestants had entered the arena, the hostess, the Shell Demon Mistress, said, "Dear friends of the Dragon Palace, on this refreshingly cool autumn day." After a brief warm-up, the world's first dragon tournament officially kicked off. Next, various dragons' roars were incessant. Earth, fire, wind, and water, various dragon breaths, spell-like abilities, went on a bombing spree. Delighting in the combat, the physically strong dragons began bare-knuckle brawls. Levi, who had cultivated for over a decade, rarely took a break to enjoy the spectacle. Ultimately, the Black Lotus beast indisputably took first place, claiming the title of champion of the world's first dragon tournament. The blood-sucking demon dragon followed closely behind, placing second. Chapter 1562. The Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon, which had advanced to the late stage level 5, secured third place. Fourth, fifth, and sixth places were swept by the trio of Earthquake Dragons. In addition, elders like the giant green crab, Peppa shrimp, and dragon turtle had all made it into the top 10. The faceless infant dragon, unable to participate due to being in the nightmare world, would have likely taken fourth place with her strength. Of course, creatures like the crimson-horned fire python, Raja, Nightfang, and Gustav from the level 4 dragon clan also received a Progress Award, which emphasized participation. As for the prizes, there were fate coins, as well as various rare items suitable for their growth. Naturally, a free physical examination card from Lord Dragon King was indispensable. In the end, the inaugural Dragon Deo conference concluded successfully, and subsequent conferences were to be held every 10 years. Ancient Saint Plain. Levi listened to reports from Blood Knights and others. During his years of seclusion, the Ancient Saint Plain had faced several attacks, not only from cave wizards but also from creatures from alternate planes drawn by the Dark Wave revival. Additionally, based on spy intelligence, traces of the Sea Clan had been detected in the human realm sea territories. Levi had anticipated this. The Sea Clan Earl Bah had mentioned that the Sea Clan had always been trying to resist the Wizard Council. Being from the Sea Clan, they should not be allowed through teleportation portals. There was only one possibility then: the Sea Clan had discovered a natural subdimensional portal, allowing them to travel back and forth to the human realm. Levi was not overly worried, as the strength of the Sea Clan, compared to that of the cave wizards, was limited. In front of the Wizard Council, they stood no chance. Either the Black Dragon Mountain Empire or the Sea Clan Empire, in the eyes of the Council, were merely playing house. To some extent, their role resembled those of the indigenous civilizations inside the Dark Ancient Tower. Their existence continued because the Council saw value in it. The day they were deemed useless, they would be erased directly. After a period of explosive growth, the birth rate of level 1 knights at the Dusk Holy Temple had noticeably slowed down in recent years. Now totaling just over 460, while resources could temporarily boost a group's advancement, the base of the Knights group was still not strong enough to support continuous explosive growth. Recently, the recruitment department of the Tower of Dawn in the Human Realms Constellation Empire had admitted a water element child named Kalina Na Padiya. This girl was a descendant of a fallen noble family, sold into a brothel, and later discovered by a wizard who visited the brothel to gather inspiration. Quite a fortuitous encounter. Now, she was apprenticing under Marlene, practicing the deep-sea meditation art, and also working part-time as a pharmacist apprentice. Being a water element child, she had naturally become part of Levi's special watch list. Such a talent might one day become a pillar of strength for the Tower of Dawn. In the Ancient Dragon Empire, the Blackstone Ancient Saint had recently advanced to level 5 and was granted the title Rock King, Feather King, Wing King, Lord King, and Snake King. These 5 comprised the Empire's top-tier level 5 experts, each leading a lizardman battle group, defending the 8 Heavenly Dragon prison alongside God Nick. Levi naturally extended the realm of an Ancient Saint as the Ancient King level. If a lizardman were to advance to level 6 in the future, that would be known as the Ancient Emperor level. To date, the Lizardman battle group remained the main force of the Ancient Saint Plain, far surpassing the strength of the Dusk Holy Temple, including the Fur Clan Knights. After reviewing the 4 major organizations, Levi joined Gandalf at the dwelling of the Holy Infant. A golden toad the size of a house, perched on a mountain of ore, feasting away Agu. With a wave of the Holy Infant's hand, wizard tools rotated around him. These included the Black Sun Compass, purple scale armor, golden mirror, and a purple staff named the Purple Dragon Staff. These were all the wizard tools the Holy Infant had prepared for Gandalf, all re-refined and safe to use boldly. The first 3 need no further mention, all improvements on their original bases. The 4th item, crafted from peak level 5 purple crystal alongside many rare materials, was a caster's staff, a replica of the ancient tower scepter. It too was classified as a top-grade 5th circle wizard tool. Carved on the staff of the purple dragon staff was a fierce purple divine dragon, with its head holding a dragon ball. This would be Gandalf's main weapon going forward. The purple Propender roar massage, cannot handle non-punctuation HTML. Dragon staff weighed 25,000 pounds, serving 4 functions. 1. It enhanced the caster's spell power. 2. The dragon's mouth could release a breath attack of perfected 5th circle level, formidable in power, compensating for Gandalf's weakness in long-range tactics. 3. The dragon's body could emit a powerful purple dragon prison defensive field, covering a considerable area. The Holy Infant designed this by mimicking his own Ice Dragon Prison spell, trapping all within the domain under the suppressive amethyst light, while slightly enhancing Gandalf's own attributes. 4. The purple crystal wand was extremely sturdy. The Holy Infant once tested it, even if clashing with a 6th level treasure, it could hold its own for a while. Used to bludgeon, it was hard for any non-6th circle wizard to withstand. With these provisions, following the Holy Infant 5 treasures, Gandalf's 4 treasures came into existence naturally. Compared to these top-grade wizard tools, gathering dust with the original, letting the duplication put them to proper use was the right choice. With these 4 treasures, Gandalf's power was enough to dominate beneath the primordial soul. Gandalf thanked the Holy Infant. "Thank you, Lord." The Holy Infant responded with a smile. "You're welcome, we're all family here." Levi silently watched the 2 duplications converse. Chapter 1563. Gandalf chanted the mantra, and the 4 great wizard tools turned into beams of light that surged into his mind. Levi addressed the Holy Infant. "There's nothing much for me on this side now, so focus on developing the level 5 divine talismans." The Holy Infant nodded. "All right." Levi then left with Gandalf. Entrance to the ancient Saint Plain. In the Inferno Hell, Phoenix was napping, completely liberated, and Levi did not disturb him. He told Gandalf, "Refine the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique to a 5th circle level and fuse it with the bronze statue body tempering technique. Before the fusion, do not use the 8-armed demon god to avoid revealing your cultivation technique to others." Gandalf nodded. "I understand." Levi continued. "Next, you will head to the Midland continent. I need you to do several things, remember them well. First, secretly assist the Midland team including the Black Knight to avert potential disasters. Second, get along with the dwarfs, elves and other humanoid races of the Midland continent, as well as the nomadic wizards. Fight for justice and spread your good name. Third, I will arrange a pharmacist certificate for you. You will set up a small pharmacist shop in the Midland continent, responsible for undertaking high-end medicine refining tasks, as well as selling the medicines refined by our organization. The specific refining work will be done by the Holy Infant." Gandalf replied. "I have understood." Levi waved his hand and smiled. "Farewell, Lord Gandalf." Gandalf laughed heartily. "Goodbye." Thus, the 2 parted ways. Levi headed to the Endless Sea to meet Triss. Gandalf went to the Midland continent, and at the dojo of the Earth School of Thought, he began his own legendary chapter. Endless Sea. Nether Capital. Outside a witch shop. "Senior, long time no see," Celia said with a smile. "Celia, your cultivation has improved again." Celia pouted. "Stop joking, Senior. When compared to your progress, mine is nothing." Levi asked. "Any news of an auction recently?" Celia nodded. "Here is a list of auctions that are coming up in the next 10 years. Look, some information about the auction items has been leaked." Levi gratefully said. "Thank you, miss." Taking the slate, he instantly appeared in the square of the witch's family. The immortal Banyan dragon lady was again asleep. Levi had come to the witch's family so many times, and the number of times she was awake could be counted on one hand. "Ah, being a salted fish seems quite good too," Levi thought to himself. He went to the witch shop, routinely checked the list of goods, and bought some useful items. Upon leaving, he saw Anya walking in with a beaming face. From what Levi knew of him, it seemed he had recently made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Anya exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, Levi, I didn't expect to see you here." Levi responded. "Yes, I'm picking up some supplies." Anya said. "Me too." He appeared calm on the surface, but internally he was comparing. Some time ago, he and Sierra had jointly explored a mid-sized shadow realm. There, he had gained a great deal, and his powers had significantly risen. Now, his spiritual force had reached over 600 points, and he had successfully mastered the 7th innate spell, Black Copper King's Sword Realm, a rare domain-type spell. After deploying the force field, within a certain range, everything would turn into Anya's sword realm. As long as the domain was indestructible, there would be a continuous flow of elemental sword energy, dealing devastating strikes to his enemies. With this domain's creation, even Sierra, who had advanced before him and was now a 5th Circle senior, could only tie with him in battle, and even the old butler, who was at 5th Circle perfection, praised his sword realm. Of course, Madame Triss just casually remarked, "Well done, keep it up." Now, seeing Levi, Anya's competitive spirit flared. After this recent consolidation, his power should not be much weaker than Levi's. Or so he hoped. After the comparison, Anya found that Levi's spiritual force was still somewhat higher than his own, which puzzled him slightly. He felt that no matter what opportunities he seized or breakthroughs he achieved, Levi's cultivation always seemed to be just a notch above his own. Anya gathered his courage and said, "Levi, I would like to have a sparring match with you, if that's okay. I know you generally dislike sparring, but just this once." Levi looked at Anya somewhat surprised, thought for a moment, and then said, "Okay." Anya's eyes lit up, intensely gazing at Levi. "Shall we do it now?" Levi nodded. He immediately pulled Levi to the training ground of the witch's family. At the moment, other witches were practicing their spells, including the Snow Lotus Witch. Since coming out of the ancient tower and receiving generous organizational rewards, together with her top-level talent, she had already reached the 5th Circle senior realm and mastered the 8th talent. Now, seeing Anya and Levi about to spar, she too looked over curiously. Levi suggested, "Let's just touch and stop." Anya nodded. "Be careful." With a flick of his finger, a golden holy sword descended resplendently, striking towards Levi. 6th talent Golden Copper King's Holy Sword. The Snow Lotus Witch nodded slightly, even she would need to be cautious against Anya's move. She wondered how this external wizard would respond. Levi raised his hand and a water dragon roared, the abundant vapor enveloping the training ground. The water dragon swept up the holy sword, shredding it. With his current realm, the power of Water Dragon's Song, a 3rd Circle talent, was far stronger than Anya's 5th Circle talent. This was despite him deliberately holding back. Chapter 1564. Anya's heart jolted in surprise. Indeed, Levi was still the same Levi, effortlessly cracking her second strongest move. She immediately got serious. As she soared into the air, her spell power surged like towering waves. Within the surrounding area, a dark defensive field enveloped Levi. "Levi, watch out!" With a wave of her hand, tens of thousands of 3-foot-long elemental sword energies emerged within the dark sword realm, crisscrossing in every direction. Levi let out a laugh of admiration. Not a bad spell. In his hand, an unremarkable black staff appeared. His arm's veins bulged as strength spilled out, flowing into it. The staff spun into a full moon, and the forceful wind deflected and crushed all the elemental sword energies. The sound of crackle and pop was incessant. Anya struggled to maintain the sword realm, yet she saw Levi, like a giant dragon, tearing through her domain. In an instant, he stood before her. "You've lost, Anya. It's very dangerous to let a body-refining wizard get so close." Levi patted Anya on the shoulder, turned around gracefully, and walked away, while she stood there, still in a daze. A moment later, Anya gathered her spirits and quietly left the training ground. "No wonder my mother is always stingy with her praise for my achievements. With Levi's stupendous abilities before me, my progress hardly seems worth mentioning." The Snow Lotus Witch gazed at Levi's retreating figure, her heart and mind deeply shaken. So strong. Not only in body refinement, but his spells are exceptional. She wasn't the sort of person to constantly boast about her own genius, but as a top-level prodigy, she certainly had her pride. But compared with him, she couldn't help feeling a strange sense of insignificance. In the small cottage, Triss wore a loose homely garment and her wavy hair draped over her scented shoulders, revealing her pale collarbones, as she looked at Levi in front of her and joked. "Gandalf, you're bullying my son again." Levi said. "Madam, please don't joke. I'm here to submit my homework from the previous assignment." The lady took Levi's research results and scrutinized them carefully, nodding occasionally. After reading, she teased with a playful smile. "Well done, truly worthy of being Gandalf." Levi's face was filled with dark lines. This joke wasn't going to die, was it? Seeing Levi's awkwardness, Triss ceased her jesting and said seriously. The reason I've called you here is to introduce you to a very important figure. Levi's interest was piqued and he asked. Who might this important figure be? Triss replied. The president of the Endless Sea Pharmacist Association, a Ninth Circle Grand Wizard who also practices as a pharmacist, Aaron Blavens. His title is Black Abyss Walker. Levi couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock, saying. A Grand Wizard? Madam, you're not joking, are you? This was a figure second only to the 11 legendary wizards, a being standing at the pinnacle of civilization. Triss said. No, oh, I forgot to tell you, the Black Abyss Walker is also my mentor. I'm the second to last student he took on. It seems I'm also the weakest among his existing students. She covered her forehead, slightly embarrassed. Levi pondered for a moment. A powerful figure like a Grand Wizard had means beyond his imagination. He feared that if he revealed any clues, the Grand Wizard might expose the Dragon Abomination's disguise, a consequence unthinkable. Seeing Levi's hesitation, Triss comforted him. In fact, it wasn't my idea to bring you to him, he has already taken notice of you. If you are worried about his character, you need not. I'll say one thing, he is a student of the Deep Blue Sage. The character of the Deep Blue Sage is acknowledged by all, would his discernment be poor? Levi hesitated for a moment before saying. Madam, please allow me to consider it. Meeting such a prestigious person, I can't help but feel nervous. Triss replied. That's understandable. I was much like you when I first met my mentor. However, I can introduce you to the new student he has recently taken on, who is also my junior. She's a 7-circle wizard, much stronger than me. After some thought, Levi said. Okay. Getting to know about this impressive person's student might be insightful, a sideways investigation into his character. Actually, Levi knew that having been noticed by the Black Abyss Walker, it made no difference whether he met him or not. He simply wasn't at the same level as the Black Abyss Walker. Any planning or caution had lost its significance. We should not delay any further. Let's set off. Triss took hold of Levi, leading him onto her pink airship, which turned into a beam of light and vanished from the witch's family home. On the airship, Levi asked. Madam, how should I address your junior sister? Triss answered. Her name is Lucy, her title is Fish of the North Sea. She's a wizard who has risen to prominence in recent years, said to be a survivor of the Great Expedition. Levi murmured. Lucy. By the way, madam, is it true that the Deep Blue Sage has fallen? Despite the methods of a legendary wizard, couldn't he change his fate? Triss sighed and said. Even gods fall, let alone mortals. According to the testimonies of the survivors of the Great Expedition, in the Land of Darkness, they encountered a terrifying alien race known as the Dark Insects. To protect them, and to save the wizard world, the Deep Blue Sage ventured alone into the abyssal plane. They hid within the Deep Blue demi-plane until it collapsed, and then, out of nowhere, they appeared inside the ancient tower. All of this must have been the aftermath of the Deep Blue Sage's final moments. It was evident that the wizards of the Endless Sea held the Deep Blue Sage in extraordinary respect. Levi was deeply shaken. To think that such a horrifying alien race exists, powerful enough to cause the downfall of a legendary wizard. Chapter 1565. Triss said. The wizard civilization is indeed powerful, but with the vast and boundless multidimensional plane, Sauron has always said that we must always maintain off of the darkness, which is a warning to us not to become complacent due to our current strength. Just the explored Sauron plane alone contains so many powerful planes, not to mention those uncharted territories. Levi remembered the golden aberration insect that he had sealed. He had already purified this creature, but with his focus on cultivation, he hadn't had time to research its uses yet. He wondered what relationship those terror bugs that destroyed the Atharian Empire had with the so-called dark insects. Not wanting to worry about these unfounded concerns, Levi took this opportunity to tentatively ask. Madam, in the future, when I attempt to break through to the primordial soul, I will need a breakthrough potion. I want to prepare in advance. Could I ask you to refine it for me? I am willing to pay the price. Triss said playfully. So, Gandalf sir, what price are you willing to pay? Levi said. It depends on what the lady requires. Triss rested her chin in her hand and looked at Levi. I'm just kidding, don't take everything so seriously. Don't forget, I owe you a favor. I agree to this. Do you have a potion formula? Levi helplessly shook his head. Triss snapped her fingers, and a slate appeared in front of Levi, saying, "This is the formula for a sixth circle potion, known as the Heartstealer's Pure Fairy Tale, the strongest breakthrough potion formula I control. It can enhance the success rate of the primordial soul by 23%. This is my private treasure, better than any potion at the witch's family. Prepare the ingredients following the formula, and make sure not to divulge it to others." Levi sincerely thanked. "Thank you, madam. I shall repay your great kindness in the future." With this, he could freeload not only the lady's labor but even the priceless potion formula. Despite his usual stoicism, he was deeply moved and nearly teary-eyed. Triss smiled meaningfully. "I hope you remember today's promise. I have a strong dislike for men who do not keep their word." Back in his room, Levi opened the potion formula and glanced through it. 6th level Heartstealer's Brain, 7 days Soul Returning Grass, level 5 or higher Shadow Demon Crystal Core, Yin Soul Wood, Nether Heart Fruit, Death Soul Date. There was a dense list of materials, and after looking through it, Levi wore a pleased expression. 90% of these materials are already in my possession. 20 years ago, he had planted a 4-leaf clover in the Wind Disaster Secret Realm. Based on Levi's estimates, with proper fertilizer, it could grow into 7-leaf grass in about 50 years or so. Shadow Demon Crystal Core, Death Soul Date, needless to say, he had them. As for Nether Heart Fruit and other medicinal herbs, he had obtained them from the rings of the Blood Banquet Dharma King and Roman. Without the Dark Ancient Tower, gathering so many rare items would have been as difficult as ascending to heaven for someone of Levi's status. For him, the only challenging item to find was the main ingredient, the 6th level Heartstealer's Brain. "I'll start by searching at the auction. If that doesn't work out, I'll have no choice but to shamelessly ask Ms. Triss for help. She's bound to have a solution. And if all else fails, I still have Guillermo, my spy." Levi felt at ease. This heart-stealing demon potion, with a success rate as high as 23%, was extraordinary among primordial soul breakthrough potions. You must understand, having a 10% or more success rate is already quite excellent. Not long after, the airship stopped, and Levi was surprised to find that they had arrived at Swordflower Tower. Levi was puzzled. "Madam, isn't this Irina's house?" Triss replied. "I'm taking little sister Elena with us. You're not the only young one who has attracted the attention of Black Abyss walkers." Even before advancing to the primordial soul, Elena had already caught the eye of our teacher. Levi suddenly understood. No wonder Flower Knight could act so high profile in the Endless Sea and remain unscathed. It turned out that not only did she have the backup of the Witch's family, a top wizard organization, but also the support of a living Grand Wizard. Who would dare provoke her? In that moment, Levi, who had laid low for over 200 years, finally realized the world the geniuses inhabited. "Aren't you getting off?" Triss asked. Levi shook his head. "I'll stay on the ship." Swordflower Tower was too noisy. From afar, the chatter was incessant to his ears, almost as if he had entered Silk Cave. It wasn't long. Elena came and, upon seeing Levi, smiled knowingly. "I thought you wouldn't come," she said. Levi replied with a smile. "With you and Madame Triss here, I'm not afraid." The Star Sea. North Sea Secret Realm. This was Lucy's dojo, a large secret realm belonging to Nora. Its vastness rivaled that of ordinary medium-sized plains. An endless sea with thousands of sea beasts roamed within. Aboard the airship, Levi looked around curiously, feeling the incredibly dense water elemental power, and was shocked in his heart. "This is even better than my ancient Banyan fairyland. Is this the world of the strong?" It wasn't long before the airship landed on a small island. On the shore stood a blue-haired witch who looked whimsically spirited, with hands behind her back and profound eyes. She said with a smile, "Welcome to the North Sea Secret Realm." Triss and Elena both spoke respectfully. "We are honored to be here, Ms. Lucy." Lucy said. "It's no trouble at all, it's quite lonely to cultivate here by myself." Her gaze unabashedly observed Levi, as if she wanted to see right through him. Levi greeted. "Junior Levi, it's a pleasure to meet you, Elder Lucy." Lucy smiled and said, "Just call me Ms. Lucy." Levi nodded obediently. He had seen level 7 beings before. The Supreme Archmage was also level 7, and at the Witch's family, he occasionally saw passing 7 circle wizards. But for some reason, they didn't leave as strong an impression on Levi as the blue-haired girl before him. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Lucy held a small tea party for her guests, where everyone munched on pastries and chatted. Even though Lucy was a big shot, she was very gentle and made everyone feel at ease. Levi listened quietly, learning a lot about the Black Abyss Walkers. Triss and Elena also spoke highly of Levi in front of Lucy, which warmed his heart. It seemed they genuinely wanted to recommend him to a prominent figure. After the tea party, Lucy presented 3 adorable gift boxes, saying, "These are some small gifts I've prepared for you as your senior." The 3 of them accepted with trepidation, saying in unison, "Thank you, Ms. Lucy." After bidding farewell to Lucy, the airship disappeared into the North Sea secret realm. Lucy looked thoughtfully into the distance. A deep blue sphere emerged in front of Lucy, projecting the image of a middle-aged wizard in a black robe, with stern features and thick eyebrows and eyes. He asked, "Teacher, what do you think of him?" Lucy replied, "He's very good. But Aaron, from now on, just call me Lucy. You are my teacher now, don't forget." This black-robed wizard was none other than the Grand Wizard, a Black Abyss Walker. Aaron said with a wry smile, "I'm used to it." Lucy said, "Keep an eye on him from now on. Until I step back into legend, I'm counting on you. By the way, you're at the peak of the 9th circle now, when can you ascend to legendary status?" "The Ocean School only has Survivor of the Vast Sea, it's hard to stand alone." Aaron responded, "My path to becoming a legend still requires me to hunt down 7 more Abyss Lords and forge the legendary artifact 7 Sins Proof. The great confluence of planes is getting more intense. The day of the peak battle with the Abyss will also be the day I achieve legendary status." Chapter 1566. Endless Sea. Star Sea Region. Deserted Island. Levi looked at the gift. "Senior Lucy is quite kind, even sending gifts to juniors," he said. After finishing his remark, Levi had an alchemical creature take the gift and he himself withdrew 100 miles away from the island. "Open it and see what it is," he commanded. The alchemical creature opened the exquisitely wrapped small gift box. Inside was a book. The Illustrated Guide of Strange Items. Seeing the book, Levi was somewhat bewildered. What does Senior Lucy mean by this? I'll find a chance to ask Madame Triss and Elena later, to see what their gifts are. Since it was a book, and he confirmed there were no issues, Levi didn't dwell on it too much. He casually flipped through it, his attitude shifting from indifference to being profoundly shaken. The content of this illustrated guide of strange items is so comprehensive and wide-ranging, it's almost terrifying. Indeed, it is very useful to me. How did Senior Lucy know I needed this? Indeed, the student of a Grand Wizard was very powerful. Madame Triss said, those who receive a gift from Lucy have gained her recognition. Now it seems, have I also earned her appreciation. Within this unassuming illustrated guide of strange items, there were not only records of those earth and sky-grade oddities commonly known in the market, but also the morning star, bright moon, sunlet, and even legendary artifacts. For instance, there was a legendary artifact named Mortal Circle that apparently involved something as elusive as the truth of causal cycles. Another item called the Evolution Stone, once refined, could grant endless knowledge and touch the door to evolution. Such heaven-defying oddities were plentiful and just hearing their names implied great treasures. Compared to them, the Morning Star-level oddities Levi had obtained were hardly worth mentioning. All legendary artifacts possessed absolute uniqueness. From ancient times to the present, across the infinite multidimensional plane, only one of each could ever emerge. And to ascend to be a legendary wizard, one must choose at least one legendary artifact as the foundation of their legendary path. Unlike other oddities, after a legendary wizard fell, the legendary artifact would recondense somewhere in the multidimensional plane, in perhaps a moment or perhaps after 10,000 years. To have access to knowledge of such a level. Am I qualified? I'm getting ahead of myself, not even having a primordial soul yet, and already looking into how to become legendary, Levi murmured. Levi repressed his excitement, copied the entire content of the book onto a slate, and treasured it away. Senior Lucy has given me a generous gift. How should I repay her? Every gift from Destiny already had its price secretly marked. He wondered what deep meaning there was behind Senior Lucy's gift this time. Let it be, what will be a blessing cannot turn into a disaster, and a disaster cannot be avoided, he comforted himself. Levi reassured himself and flew toward the human realm. On the way, passing through the inner sea region, Levi saw from afar 100-meter-long white snake, floating listlessly on the sea surface. Levi's expression changed. "Isn't that Horman?" he asked. After making sure there was no one around, he descended swiftly. He spread his palm and placed it on Horman's forehead. The flame of vitality from the Death Ember Dragon blazed fiercely, pouring into Horman's body. Soon after, the wounds on the body of Horman visibly began to heal. When it opened its eyes, it saw a familiar figure from its memory. "Levi?" Horman's voice echoed inside Levi's mind. Levi inquired. "You're level 4 in strength now, how did you come to be so gravely injured in the inner sea region?" Horman suddenly recalled something, its eyes filled with a pleading look. It said, "Levi, please save my master." Levi asked, "Has something happened to Grand Wizard Salmon?" Horman nodded, and shared the story with Levi in a mixture of long and short sentences. In short, before the ancient tower opened, Salmon had luck on his side and obtained an ancient tower key. He entered it without notifying the Ocean Abyss Alliance and gained quite a lot. Before entering the ancient tower, he had already broken through to the Fifth Circle realm, and after exiting the tower, his strength had even reached that of a Fifth Circle senior. He was very cautious, spending more than 60 years in the ancient tower without engaging in combat with anyone else. Thus, the organization simply thought he had gone on a long trip and did not discover his unauthorized entry. But unfortunately, when he teleported back, he was unintentionally discovered by a fellow organization wizard. Some time ago, Salmon took Horman to explore a lost secret realm to help Horman advance to level 4. In the secret realm, they encountered an ambush by that wizard. That wizard had long been a senior level spell wizard, and his strength was nearing 5th circle perfection. Salmon was no match. He drew the enemy away while Horman was grievously injured, on the brink of death, and happened to be found by Levi, who was passing by. Levi said, "Then do you know where Grand Wizard Salmon might be?" Since Salmon was the Tower Master's teacher, it was feasible to intervene. Levi also had a good impression of that old man. Horman said, "He should still be in the secret realm, I can show you the way." Lost secret realm. Salmon's complexion was pale, his burly body covered in scars. Behind him, a blue gleam pursued him relentlessly. Mobit said leisurely, "You can't escape. Body-refining wizards inherently have less combat strength than spell wizards, and you're not in the same realm as me. Do you think you practice the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique? Surrender now, hand over what you acquired in the ancient tower, otherwise, I'll report this to the organization, and there will be no place for you in this endless sea." Chapter 1567. Salmon said, "My fortunes are those I fought desperately for. I have decided to leave the organization and become a nomadic wizard." Mobit sneered. "Do you think you can come and go from a top organization as you please?" Salmon fell silent. Indeed, before joining the Ocean Abyss Alliance, he had already sworn an oath. If he chose to leave the organization actively or to switch allegiances, he would need to pay a substantial penalty. Moreover, breaking an oath would lead to backlash against his spiritual force, minor damage to his cultivation at best, and a life-threatening crisis at worst. Joining a top wizard organization had its benefits, but there were inevitably corresponding prices to pay. Now, it seemed, unless he killed this man, staying in the organization meant certain death. But with the strength he had just attained as a 5th circle senior, he was indeed no match for Mobit. The only plan now is to pass through the dimensional rift in that secret realm and step into that unknown world opposite, Salmon resolved. He was determined to leave the wizard world and make a bold gamble. He had stumbled upon this lost secret realm, where he found an unstable dimensional rift leading to a world he had never heard of before. That world was very likely, like the Abyss world, not part of the known Sauron plane. It had only formed a dimensional passageway in the Nora plane for some reason. He speculated that this might have something to do with the unprecedented grand convergence of planes. That world was teeming with transcendent beasts and strong alien races. Horman's fortune was acquired from the remains of a giant snake at the entrance to the plane. With this thought, he drew out his furious whale staff and was devoured by the giant whale, turning into a blue light and vanishing between heaven and earth. Mobit also used a wizard tool to chase after him. Not long after, the two arrived above a big lake within the secret realm. Salmon didn't hesitate to dive into it, and after a moment's hesitation, Mobit followed suit. Time was lost in the depths, but eventually, Salmon's figure emerged in an abyss a myriad of fathoms deep. An extremely unstable spatial rift flickered, and the space around it continuously shattered and was devoured. Not just for Salmon, even a primordial soul wizard taking such a risky passage through the rift could face great danger. It could be said that making it through safely depended entirely on luck. Mobit looked somberly into the distance and coldly said, "You're insane. You'd rather kill yourself than hand over what you've found, hey?" This spatial rift was not an ordinary subdimensional portal. It was clearly a conduit to a place extremely far from the wizard world, something akin to a wormhole. From the power emanating from the rift, the world on the other side was certainly not ordinary, it must be a large plane. Salmon had no choice but to light up the defensive field around him and, his muscles bulging under the shelter of his Dharma artifact, stepped towards the rift. A necklace flew from Mobit, turning into a blue chain and striking at Salmon. This was his top-grade wizard tool, the blue life and death chain, immensely powerful and his reliance for overpowering Salmon. Salmon's figure dodged, just barely avoiding Mobit's attack. The blue chain missed its target and was swept into the dimensional rift. In an instant, a pull came through, changing Mobit's expression. The dimensional rift was sucking away his top-grade wizard tool. Without understanding the situation, he had no desire to hastily step into unknown new worlds. Firstly, with his power, there was a possibility of being torn apart by the dimensional rift. Secondly, each time uncharted large planes were opened up, the Wizard Council needed to deploy an expeditionary army to commence the war of exploration, always led by at least a Grand Wizard. Going alone, unless one was incredibly lucky, the likelihood of dying in an other world was high. Mobit reacted swiftly, letting go of his treasured top-grade wizard tool as if it were the apple of his eye. The blue necklace was then swept into the rift and disappeared from sight. Salmon laughed out loud. "Now you've lost your top-grade wizard tool." Mobit's face turned ugly. "I'll have you dead." He unleashed a storm of attacks towards Salmon. Although Salmon was still no match for Mobit, he calmly waited for a chance to turn the tables. He no longer wanted to step into that world. Having returned successfully once before by sheer luck didn't guarantee the same outcome every time. As they fiercely battled, a white-robed figure suddenly appeared by the dimensional rift, his face reflecting deep thought. It was Levi. Interesting, a dimensional rift in the process of formation. I wonder which world it leads to. The era of the grand convergence of planes. Dimensional rifts weren't exactly a novelty. Many such rifts had appeared around the human realm, and numerous alien races and transcendent creatures had emerged from them. However, those rifts typically led to small or medium-sized planes. This rift felt different to Levi, who sensed an oddly familiar aura. The appearance of Levi naturally caught the attention of both Mobit and Salmon. Shock filled their hearts. This white-robe wizard had arrived here unnoticed. Such strength! Even a fifth circle perfection wizard might struggle to achieve that, right? Levi flicked his sleeve, and from it a small white snake flew out, growing in the wind into a 100-meter-long serpent. "It's Levi." The white snake pointed its tail at Mobit and complained. Levi didn't bother with pleasantries, he snapped his fingers and a rousing tune began to echo throughout the abyss. It was the transcendent version of a former world's electronic music piece, Victory. The beat electrified his brain, and his strength received a notable boost. Chapter 1568. His right fist clenched tight, like a lion pouncing on an elephant, he hurled it forward. A simple, unadorned punch, the fist wind compressed the abyss, forming a vacuum passageway that instantaneously extended before Mobit. Mobit's defensive field shone brightly, and he employed both fifth circle wizard tools to their fullest. The passageway was irresistible, shattering the wizard tools and twisting the defensive field. Inside Mobit, all his internal organs were scattered, and his eyeballs popped out. Boom! Mobit exploded. The blood fog was swept away by the passageway, vanishing on the spot. The aftermath caused large waves to rise on the lake surface, crashing towards both banks. Levi looked on at the power of this punch with satisfaction. "With my BGM, no one can defeat me." Just now, he even felt an urge to duke it out with the primordial soul. It seemed that being too hot-blooded could also be a bad thing. The Ewer snake's mouth was agape in shock, frozen on the spot. Levi. After parting from Levi, it knew that Levi had improved rapidly and was no longer the same as before. But it could never have imagined that Levi had grown strong enough to kill a fifth circle senior wizard with a single punch. Salmon watched as Mobit disappeared, and after recovering, he murmured to himself. I still remember the time we fought the Ice Phoenix together, escaping in a pathetic state. Over 100 years later, he has become an existence beyond our reach. He had always felt this person was extraordinary and worth befriending. Now, it seemed his judgment was quite good. Herman had indeed cultivated an exceptional student. Seeing that the white snake was unharmed, Salmon breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for your assistance." Levi replied, "Don't mention it, it was but a small effort. Do you happen to know what world lies beyond this fissure?" Salmon hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm not sure where it is either. I've been in once but didn't dare go deep. I only know that this world is inhabited by many powerful alien races who do not practice spell casting. They possess immense bodily strength, able to move mountains and command giant beasts, adept at using various weapons and combat techniques. They give me the feeling of the barbarian tribes indigenous to the dark ancient tower." Levi's expression remained calm, but his heart stirred with waves of thought. According to the Law Enforcer's Manual, the worlds where the barbarian tribes resided were not part of the Sauron Plain. It was a large plain, recorded in the manual as the Heavenly World. The strength of the barbarian civilization was not on par with the wizard civilization, but it was slightly stronger than major civilizations like the Purple Crystal Empire, seemingly housing more than one level 10 existence. The range of this planar convergence is unprecedented, even involving realms beyond the Pan Plane. What follows will be a true era of grand contention. Suddenly, Levi had an epiphany. Could it be that Sauron, having set up these civilizations within the ancient tower, had already foreseen such a transitional upheaval in later generations, thus preparing wizards in advance to be familiar with their adversaries, making ready for this eventuality? If that were the case, the strength of the ancestor of wizards was truly beyond imagination. He thought of the fallen winged tiger barbarian king. His lifelong quest was to return to his homeland. Now, the ancestral land the barbarian king yearned for lay just beyond the fissure. After hesitating for a moment, Levi still lacked the courage to step through. Levi asked, "Salmon, what are your plans going forward?" Salmon replied, "I am returning to the Ocean Abyss Alliance with the intent to leave the organization and thereafter become a nomadic wizard, free from all encumbrances." Hundreds of years ago, he joined the major organization he had dreamt of, but over time, his mindset had changed. Levi smiled and said, "Then I wish you success in gaining your freedom. If you ever seek a place to settle down and establish yourself, feel free to contact me." The Tower of Dawn was currently in need of talent. If he could recruit this former tower master, it would indeed be a good thing. Salmon said, "Thank you. I have an unseemly request. There might be some risks for you to continue following me. Could you possibly take him to Herman? I've heard that he's now a 5 rings power and currently holds a position in a rather fine organization." Levi laughed heartily. "No problem at all." The two parted ways thereafter. "Let's go, I'll take you to a good place." Ancient Saint Plain. At the entrance. 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison, Dead Sea Hell. Undersea Sanctuary. All around the Coral Witch. A blue crystal spun and danced before finally surging into her mind. Her aura was now that of a genuine 5th circle expert. Today, she had successfully advanced to the 5th circle, and from now on, her lifespan would be 1,000 years. Blood vampires, red eyes, and others did not deceive me. Guarding the gate truly does mean less deeters. I am grateful to my master for repairing my spiritual force injury and even granting me a breakthrough potion. Now, at last, I have reached the coveted 5th circle. With my talent as a child of the elements, if I diligently guard this gate, perhaps in a few hundred years, I might glimpse the realm of the primordial soul. At this moment, all her past hardships seemed insignificant. Good, you have finally advanced. Next, you shall teach at the Tower of Dawn, no need to keep watch here any longer. Levi's voice reached her, electrifying the Coral Witch, and she bowed deeply in thanks. I will never forget the kindness of my master. Levi flicked a blue ring, which flew toward the Coral Witch and rested in her hand. This is the Sea Dragon Ring, its effects for trapping foes and attacking are quite good. Take it for your protection. These were early artifacts generated from Herman's weapon-making experiences, some of which Levi had kept to reward his followers. The Coral Witch felt a warm tide of gratitude. After respectfully bowing 3 times, she went back to solidify her realm. This woman has decent talent and has been tempered by various hardships. It might be worthwhile to cultivate her further. Chapter 1569. As for the blood vampires and the red eye lineage, reaching the perfection level of the 4th circle would be satisfactory. Advancing to the 5th circle would depend on their own fortunes. With their strength, guarding the gates was no longer sufficient. Thus, Levi simply had them go to the Tower of Dawn to teach and nurture others. This place had the ancient holy war group and god Nick, which was enough. After returning to the Tower of Dawn, Levi went to Herman's office. When Herman saw the white snake, he asked, "Herman, weren't you with my teacher?" Levi said, "I encountered Sir Salmon, and he asked Herman to follow you." Herman, stroking the white snake's skull, laughed and said, "Following me won't lead you anywhere good, you should stay with Levi." He knew Levi liked to collect transcendent creatures. Herman looked at Levi, his eyes pitiful. "Then you can follow me." After returning to the Emperor's palace, Levi sent Herman into the ancient Banyan fairyland to formally join the Dragon Palace organization. Herman took up residence on Little Cold Mountain, a place with a dense concentration of frost elements, which would aid in his growth. According to Salmon, Herman also possessed an incredible opportunity, which essentially ensured his advancement to the 5th circle wouldn't hinder Levi. After resolving these varied and sundry issues, Levi began another period of seclusion. A year later. Charm-making room. Holy Infant's forehead was covered in sweat. He was fully focused on drafting a supreme divine talisman on the skin of the Red Rat King. Pfft! Accompanied by the sound of self-ignition, a precious piece of 5th level skin turned to ashes. However, Holy Infant was not discouraged. Instead, he felt unusually excited. "So that's where the mistake was, let's do it again." He took a medicine, meditated and rested, then quickly started a new round of attempts. 21 days later. With the final stroke completed, Holy Infant murmured incantations, waves of spell power surging into it. A brilliant red light shone brightly, a level 5 divine talisman shimmering with a magical glow, quietly hovered there. "Finally, it's done, the art of talisman making at level 5, thus all my 4 arts have reached rank 5. Meanwhile, Levi, who had just condensed 31 souls of maximum, was delighted. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Crafting talismans, level 5, 1/30,000, special effect, Runeheart Clarity. Runeheart Clarity, the power of the rune, seek from oneself, can improve the success rate and quality of talisman crafting. Seeing this, Levi felt elated. "I hadn't realized, after reaching the 5th level in talisman craftsmanship, there would be such benefits. No wonder my progress in the path of talismans has been so swift, and my success rate so much higher than the archmages, because I draw strength from myself." Now the panel has confirmed it. Level 5 divine talismans, they all use the skins of 5th level black beasts. A fire dragon tribulation talisman, specifically requires the skin of a fire element black beast. If the success rate were too low, aiming to win by quantity would be a joke. Because there simply aren't that many suitable black beast skins. With this special effect, it is even more convenient now. He instructed Holy Infant to swiftly refine hundreds of divine talismans as a reserve. Meanwhile, he continued his seclusion, planning to further his bloodline Dharma body before heading to the realm of life for field research, preparing for the 9th talent, and participating in a large-scale auction. According to intelligence, that auction would feature a 6th level water element sub-dragon bloodline crystal for sale. This item, he was resolved to obtain. Suddenly, another year had passed. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1257, Month of Flowing Fire. Midland Continent. Southern border area. Along the lushly grassed banks of the Dalagon River stood chimney-like structures. These were the residences of halflings. Accustomed to living underground, only the roofs of the buildings were visible from outside. In the center of this settlement, there was also a wizard tower. Owing to the attributes of the Earth School of Thought, the Midland Continent was perhaps the wizard world's most inclusive place. Here, dwarfs, halflings, elves, and even the alien races like beastmen and giants, that mortals always talk about, mixed together like a melting pot. As far as Levi knew, the homeland of mountain giant Bogang was here. Due to the influential power of the wizard civilization, these races generally embarked on the path of a wizard. But they had always found it difficult to fully integrate into the wizard world. In most wizards' eyes, these alien races were merely vassals of civilization. In fact, owing to the distinct characteristics of each race, they often excelled in certain crafts. Dwarfs were adept in forging and weapon making, halflings and elves in medicine and botany, etc. Beastmen appeared to lack skill in any specific area, but they had a reproductive ability not weaker than humans and were usually strong, often even born with elemental affinity talents, making them excellent and inexpensive labor for wizards. One day, a halfling returned to his homeland. Seeing his return, a group of halfling children, only 2 feet tall, peeked out curiously, some with wary eyes. Huffman's expression was wistful. Ah, they don't recognize me anymore. Having been away from his homeland for too long, though his local accent was unchanged, his hair had grayed, and many old friends had passed away. In the wizard tower, a second circle halfling wizard's eyes sparkled with excitement. Huffman, brother. Huffman smiled and said. Long time no see, Tiffman. I didn't expect you've also made it to the second circle. With his brother's introduction, the villagers finally lowered their guard. Everyone laid out a feast, listening to Huffman's tales of his adventures abroad, feeling that the outside world was truly wonderful. Late at night, the village remained brightly lit. Tiffman asked. Brother, don't you plan to stay here? Huffman said. Staying here, comfortably nestled in our corner, is nice, but it wouldn't allow for improvement in strength. In the coming times of chaos, who will protect you? Chapter 1570. Tiffman was silent. Yes, his brother had reached the 4th circle, while he was still in the 2nd circle. That was the gap. Although halflings had longer lifespans compared to humans, with his current rate of cultivation, he would eventually grow old and die in the village. Without his protection, how would these villagers cope with the enemies from the wilderness? Over the past century, the seemingly safe southern border had become restless. An organization that worshipped the Hydra had quietly arisen, said to be made up of humans who practiced evil mage techniques. Huffman spoke gravely. Once I save enough money, I plan to buy a small private secret realm. I don't ask for much, just a place to keep you all safe and away from the troubles of the outside world. Tiffman said. Brother, don't overwork yourself. I'm almost at the 3rd circle, and we have a few apprentice wizards in the village who are about to advance. We can protect ourselves. When you're out adventuring, be careful, and may you reach the 5th circle soon. If you could reach the primordial soul, that would be even better. Our halfling tribe could then truly stand proud. Huffman nodded in relief, and the 2 brothers stared blankly at the sky. 3 days later, Huffman, revisiting his old haunts, was preparing to return to Starfire Academy. Accompanied by a roar, a 100-meter-long dragon with wings, known as Black Scale, circled in the sky. Atop the dragon's head, a wizard clad in a black robe and wearing a hood was battling a 5th circle wizard in a beige robe. The black-robed wizard, with the Hydra's ghostly shadow faintly visible behind him and his muscles looking strong and refined, appeared to be a body-refining wizard. The 5th circle wizard, on the other hand, was an enforcer from the Soren Holy Tower. The Soren Holy Tower. It acted as a realm manager, similar to the Star Tower, responsible for handling various matters. Their battle was earth-shattering, and Huffman's expression changed. Quick, get everyone inside the houses. Hurriedly, he set up the array he had purchased to protect the villagers from the repercussions of the 5th circle battle. The intense battle did not last long, the black-robed wizard quickly gained the upper hand. As he fought, several snake-like heads burst from his body, eventually taking on a 4-headed snake form. What, you've achieved the 4-headed realm? The yellow-robed wizard's face changed color. He knew that the Hydra organization mostly consisted of dual practitioners who were generally far stronger than spell wizards of the same realm when they achieved 4 heads. Ha ha ha, long live Hydra! After assuming the 4-headed form, the black-robed wizard transformed into an ancient demon beast, spewing black breath of flames, his actions overwhelmingly powerful. Crack! The yellow-robed wizard was outmatched and severely injured, quickly counter-killed. Huffman's heart sank tremendously. The black-robed wizard looked down coldly and waved his hand, causing meteorites to fall from the sky. Huffman's array wobbled and shattered instantly. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling purple light burst forth, sucking in all the meteorites and grinding them to dust. A burly white-robed wizard, holding a purple scepter, made a stunning entrance. I smelled this evil aura from afar. So you are here, audacious demon, prepare to meet your death. Seeing this person, Huffman was deeply shocked. A white-robed wizard. Gandalf, it's actually him. After the ancient tower, even many primordial soul wizards paled in comparison to the name of Gandalf. Gandalf was also Huffman's idol, and Huffman knew they were safe today. Gandalf was known for upholding justice and despised bullying. In the sky, the black-robed wizard had obviously heard of Gandalf, but emboldened by the prowess of the nine-headed prison snake body tempering technique, he boldly declared. "Nosy old fool, meeting me today is your misfortune!" He shouted, "Long live Hydra!" And from his foreheads, the demon flame breath attacked again. Gandalf rolled up his sleeves, his rounded muscles bulging. With his bare hands, he shattered the incoming flame flow with a punch, then swung his arms, which elongated over a distance of 2 miles, reaching the black-robed wizard. The latter's face turned pale, and he immediately recognized that Gandalf was also a body-refining wizard, but which body-tempering technique allowed one's body to stretch like rubber. Boom! His spell force field shattered under the punch, he spat blood, groaned, and was sent flying backward. "I was defeated by Gandalf with one strike? Impossible!" He roared, as if possessed by a demon, his spiritual force and spell power burning, black gas swirling, and a grotesque fifth snake head sprouted from his neck, his powerful aura locking on Gandalf. Boom! In his 5-headed form, he blasted towards Gandalf. Gandalf held a 25,000-pound scepter that fell like a golden hoop. Boom! The formidable 5-headed snake was brutally smashed into the ground. This was the essence of strength could break all techniques. Gandalf fell like a cannonball, delivering a wizard's divine palm from the sky that shattered the black-robed wizard's internal organs. He lifted the wizard, who now looked like a dead dog, and said righteously, "All evil shall ultimately face justice." As countless punches rained down, the wizard turned into ash and dispersed between heaven and earth. Quietly, Gandalf took the ring and muttered to himself, "The 99th good deed is done." In his year away from his divine self, Gandalf had committed deeds of chivalry in the southern regions where the Midland Squad resided. He had once saved the dwarf kingdom from evil dragons, tore apart evil beastmen wizards in the elf forest, and covertly eliminated several enemies coveting the Midland Squad. Chapter 1571. On this day, as he was passing by, he heard that there was a halfling village here and wanted to take this opportunity to make his presence known. Feeling the presence of demonic aura, he followed the trail and awaited the right moment to make a heroic entrance. What he hadn't anticipated was running into a familiar face of his true self, Huffman. When Huffman came to, he said respectfully, "Thank you, Gandalf Sr., for lending a hand." Gandalf laughed heartily and said, "Don't mention it, it was my pleasure." Seeing his idol, Huffman quickly had his younger brother arrange a banquet to invite Gandalf for drinks and meat. Gandalf gladly accepted. During the banquet, both parties enjoyed a delightful conversation, but Gandalf sensed that both Huffman and Tiffman seemed to have something weighing on their minds. He asked, "Why so downcast? Is there some trouble?" Huffman shook his head and said, "No, there isn't." Tiffman kept his head low in silence. After the banquet, Gandalf gave his contact information to the Huffman brothers and said, "I, Gandalf, like making friends with different races. Let's keep in touch." After saying so, he picked up his jug of wine, sang loudly to the skies, and departed with elegance. The brothers sighed and said, "If only we had such strength, why would we ever worry about having no place in the world?" Back at the shelter, Gandalf stored away the loot from the black-robed wizards and found a book titled Nine-Headed Hell Snake Body Tempering Technique. Again with this artifact, the Hydra organization spreading such forbidden techniques, what are they aiming for? Gandalf had encountered this technique before. He had previously killed a member of the Hydra organization and was aware this was one of the so-called ancient four-body refining techniques. He wasn't certain if there was an issue with the nine-headed hell snake body tempering technique from ancient times, but it was clear that the version he held in his hands was definitely problematic. As such, the true self had constantly cautioned not to practice this technique and had already warned the members of the Midland Squad. Who exactly is behind all this planning? In the south, a desolate lost secret realm. The place was shrouded with demonic aura, as if the abyss itself had invaded. Deep within the demonic aura, Demon Lord Victor lounged upon his throne and, opening his eyes, said indifferently, "Another four-headed snake has fallen. Go investigate who's responsible. The attrition rate of our experimental subjects has been rather high lately." He, as you command." A peak level 5 shadow demon vanished into the shadow dimension amidst his strange laughter. Time flies swiftly. A year later, in the ancient Saint Plain, The Holy Infant had already created dozens of level 5 divine talismans, but it was far from enough. Nowadays, the Fire Dragon shop managed to bring nearly $1 million in annual income to the true self, turning a handsome profit. After liquidating some items, Levi's stash of ether stones had returned to 300 million. The remainder simply could not be sold, as they were essentials for him and his organization. As for the 6th level witch artifact wand, he decided to keep it on hand for unforeseen emergencies. 300 million ether stones should be enough to buy a level 6 bloodline crystal. On this day, within Fairyland, Levi's tightly shut eyes opened, and in the void, an intangible momentum swept across, causing the undead of the graveyard of death to shudder. He opened the panel. Levi. 6 Heavenly Gods, Level 9, 1/150,000. Levi murmured. The next breakthrough for the bloodline Dharma body requires a higher demand on spiritual force, only a primordial soul wizard would suffice. However, the current stage of the bloodline Dharma body is already powerful enough. With a thought, Levi's mind surged with over 1,500 points of spiritual force, and 150,000 spell power, all converging into a mighty Yangtze River, emerging from the Divine Ring Tower and spinning around Levi. But, this was not the end. Next, from within Levi's body, the blood chi of the strength derived from the 6 great breathing techniques crimson, golden, white, black, blood-colored and others merged into a convoluted yellow river, cascading downwards. The Yangtze River representing the path of the wizard and the Yellow River representing the path of knights. The ethereal spiritual force, and the tangible power of the body, completely intermingled like milk mixing seamlessly with water. Silver entwined with yellow, the great river, ceaselessly flowing. In the midst of the rivers, the small figure composed of Levi's soul power stood tall, unflinching. Eventually, around this small figure at the center, the Yangtze and the Yellow River condensed into a golden sphere. Merging divine and flesh, duality becoming unity, a new stage of the bloodline Dharma body, can be called primordial spirit. In that moment, Levi had an epiphany, seemingly understanding the principles behind the birth of the primordial soul wizard form. The primordial soul wizard form is based on the primordial soul, with the mind as form, forming a power projection of spiritual force in the outside world. And since he himself had not yet birthed a primordial soul, he could only rely on the skill of bloodline Dharma body, using the soul as a bond, to merge his body and spiritual force into a duality, forming his own power projection. Levi tried to mobilize this strength he called the primordial spirit, realizing it was still lacking an element. With the mind as form, to project the power of the primordial spirit into the outside world. So, what is my mind's form now? Levi pondered the image of 3 heads and 6 arms, then shook his head. The form according to Levi's mind will constantly change with changes in mindset and strength. 3 heads and 6 arms no longer suit me. Moreover, if I continue to use the 3-headed dragon god Dharma form in the wizard world, the possibility of exposing my identity becomes greater. It would be better to seize this opportunity to comprehend a new form according to Levi's mind and birth a brand new image. I had no choice in the ancient tower, but now, I want to be a good person. Inside Levi's mind, the sphere harboring the primordial spirit power floated quietly. The 6 divine palaces and the iridescent crystals along with the divine ring tower, all trembled together. Momentarily. It was as if Levi arrived in a chaotic, lightless world, spherical like an egg. Earth, fire, wind, and water rose, and 6 differently shaped giant dragons clashed and roared furiously within. The haughty crimson emperor dragon, the eerie and cunning scarlet dragon, the elegant and noble sky dragon. These powers, like untamed horses or raging apes, surged wildly, untamed and rebellious. Suddenly, the chaotic world was cleaved open by a beam of light. Within that light, Levi stood like a giant, dominating everything, like the sun, illuminating all directions. He controlled the elements, subduing the 6 giant dragons, and the world started to turn quietly and orderly. Whether it's the path of the wizard or the path of knights, my mind's form is myself. Levi opened his eyes, and the golden sphere in his mind exploded thunderously, a myriad of golden rays bursting forth. Both the spiritual power and the power of the body reflected outward, projecting onto the sky dome. 100-meter tall, golden emperor-like apparition that vaguely resembled Levi's face appeared. Beneath the emperor, 6 majestic dragon apparitions soared into the sky, circled by 6 extraordinarily diverse bloodline divine weapons. With a thought from Levi, The 6 dragons and divine weapons transformed into 6 differently colored pieces of Emperor's tools, armoring the Emperor's entire being. My primordial spirit shall be. Time riding 6 dragons. Chapter 1572. Time riding 6 dragons. It was a term from the Book of Changes in Levi's previous life. Here, it expressed Levi's simple desire to truly subdue the 6 dragons. The path of bloodline was a way to break the shackles. On this path, Levi integrated various techniques and created the so-called 6-dimensional breathing technique. Yet, the path of bloodline seemed always to be shadowed by the imprints of many primordial ancestors, an undeniable fact. Levi would never allow his efforts to become the stepping stone for someone else. Thus, he didn't aim to become the 6 dragons, he intended to rule over them. His current mindset was not to have 3 heads and 6 arms or to be a 3-headed dragon god but to control and dominate everything as himself. That emperor represented Levi's confidence and authority. The emperor's essence stood behind Levi, and at that moment, he seemed to be in a mystical realm where man and God merged as one. He felt the surging power brought by the primordial spirit, giving him the urge to compete with the primordial soul. Suppressing the impulse, Levi examined his own primordial spirit. The appearance of the primordial spirit was similar to his own, like the primordial soul wizard form, radiating fluctuations of spiritual force. Once armored with the 6 emperor's tools, the primordial spirit seemed to don a set of full-body armor. The overall design was like a cyberpunk version of a mechanical divine general, sharp and sleek, with a chilling gleam and a strong metallic sense. With every move of the primordial spirit, sounds of metal clashing emerged, deafening and causing the void to tremble. Levi flew into the primordial spirit and became part of it, the spirit soaring into the sky amid the clouds. It held the red emperor's sword, and within miles around, the tumultuous power of the fire element began to boil, all flowing into the emperor's sword. I can actually channel elemental power now. Levi was somewhat astonished, then shocked. Channeling elemental power had always been a signature ability of the primordial soul. Beyond this, only a few exceptionally gifted alien races, like the Bearman clan who practiced dense chi as mentioned by the Flower Knight, or those rare special spiritual creatures or treasures, could achieve this. Now, having birthed his primordial spirit, Levi could do it too. Who among my companions cannot channel the elemental forces of heaven and earth? Levi couldn't help but quip. Abiao, Sword Spirit, Nick, Thunder God all could do it. Now, it would be embarrassing for anyone who couldn't. The Red Emperor sword swept through the heavens, carrying a sky full of flames from the hand of the primordial spirit. The fire element sword chi from the spell and the physical sword chi formed by Levi's combat technique merged, forging an attack of ultimate power that could slash through any specter. The ancient Banyan fairyland was like an embryonic form of a plane, with much less stability than regular planes. At that moment, cracks spread around the sword chi, clearly on the verge of collapse. In a way, I guess I'm also sort of a novice at shattering the void. Levi exerted his full strength and found he could only manipulate the elemental powers within about 3 miles radius. This was still a significant gap compared to a 6th circle wizard, who could easily manipulate within 10 miles. At the moment, it's about the same range as the Thunder God illusion. Right, the Thunder God illusion is somewhat similar to a low-tier primordial soul wizard form's projection of spiritual force. I wonder if it could merge with this primordial spirit. An idea struck Levi. Thunder God. With a thought, a 100-meter-tall Thunder God illusion appeared. A supreme Thunder God, commanding lightning, divine presence overwhelming. An emperor's essence, gazing defiantly across the world, mastering the time-riding 6 dragons. The 2 colossal deities looked at each other and then took a step forward, overlapping with each other. Thunder and golden light collided, and then under Levi's powerful will, they began to merge. Eventually, a newly formed primordial spirit was born. At this moment, the primordial spirit was bathed in purple lightning, under which shone boundless golden light. The primordial spirit slashed again, and the power of the fire element and the thunder element within a 3-mile radius surged toward it simultaneously. In the end, a noble and majestic purple sword chi laced with thunder and fire was unleashed. Its strength was even greater than before. Ha ha ha, the Thunder God can also be used like this. Let's just call this form the time-riding 6 dragons Thunder Emperor. With a flick of the Thunder Emperor illusion's fingers, a purple lightning ball traveled 10 miles, exploding and evaporating the distant ocean's surface. So powerful! Since the Emperor's sword can manipulate elemental power, can the other 5 Emperor's tools do the same? Levi, controlling the Emperor's illusion, felt the surrounding elemental powers. Subsequently, the Emperor's armor, cloak, helmet, and other tools all burst into bright light. Golden Snake represented the elements earth and water, Crimson Emperor, Death Ember signified fire, Sky Dragon represented wind and thunder, Scarlet Dragon and Nightmare Dragon represented different kinds of dark energy. The elemental powers and dark energy of earth, fire, wind, water, and lightning from within a 3-mile radius, surged like rivers flowing into the sea. All these forces merged, as if reverting to the chaotic world before the creation of heaven and earth. The power of white chaos, akin to ether stone, strikingly took form. Isn't this the kind of power used by the Supreme Archmage? The shock Levi felt at that moment was indescribable. Chaos, the progenitor of earth, fire, wind, and water, these are the 4 foundational forces of creation. After that, frost, lightning, the power of metal element, and other energies like light and darkness emerged in succession. Levi knew that all wizards could only choose one of these forces to wield. Even in the dual cultivation faction, such as the water and fire faction, the focus was on individual aspects rather than fusion like Levi's, which integrated everything into one. The power of the Supreme Archmage he had witnessed enabled him to fight dozens of level 6 upper-level beings alone, where any attack was easily deflected. Chapter 1573. For the power of this world can never escape the category of chaos. In the aspect of elemental dominance, no sect can restrain chaos, on the contrary, chaos restrains all sects. Now, he had also mastered this power of chaos. This brought him many enlightenments. With the slashing of the white chaos sword energy, the forces of earth, fire, wind, and water surged forth. This strike caused even the heavens and earth to spawn the anomaly of creation. The sea level parted, creating a channel 5 miles long and 100 meters deep. The residual power of the sword chi lingered for a long time. The power of chaos transformed into frost, which froze and solidified the rolling waves on both sides. This is the correct use of the primordial spirit. This strike already had the essence of a strike from a primordial soul. Now that I possess a means similar to wizard forms, like the primordial spirit, and I can manipulate elemental powers on a small scale. There is no significant essential difference between me and a 6th circle wizard. The only thing is that, in terms of magnitude, I am far from a 6th circle wizard. But this is already a great progress. It means that I might be able to shake the might of the primordial soul with my own power. Of course, the primordial soul has many other incredible abilities, which Levi currently does not possess, but these were no big deal. With my current abilities, if I showed off in front of those who have never seen a primordial soul wizard, they would most likely mistake me for one. Levi tirelessly experimented with the abilities of the primordial spirit. With a grasp of his primordial spirit, the red lotus purgatory slowly formed in the sky, then vanished without a trace. With a casual wave, the crimson temple descended, carrying the primordial spirit into the void. With a flick of a finger, the /fire dragon tribulation roared and clawed, sweeping a heatwave through its path. Golden Snake Divine Palace, Nirvana Dragon, Golden Ray, Ice Dragon Prison. Until Levi felt his blood chi and spiritual force both exhaustedly depleted. Boom! The primordial spirit shattered, the lightning illusion dissipated, the golden light faded. Levi's face was pale, but his eyes revealed uncontrollable excitement. Under the primordial spirit form, there is no need to transform into various states anymore. I can now freely cast any divine palace, divine weapon, dharma idol, or blood source armor. Most importantly, I can also cast innate spells enhanced with the power of the heaven and earth elements. At that moment, Levi understood. If he wanted to merge the 6-dimensional breathing technique, or even combine the path of the knights with the path of the wizard, then this primordial spirit will undoubtedly play a key role in the future. I must continue on this path, until I forge a path that truly belongs to me. By the small stone pond, Levi soaked in the spring water, recovering his strength, calming his mind. After the birth of the primordial spirit, his strength had undergone a true qualitative transformation. He had a premonition that even without using rare treasures, he might now be able to injure an ordinary 6th circle wizard. Of course, to truly battle a primordial soul wizard was definitely still out of his reach, but he was no longer as feeble as before. While bathing, Levi suddenly had an epiphany. Primordial soul wizards cannot directly manipulate the power of chaos, they can only use a single type of elemental power or energy. If I use the might of the primordial spirit to fuse all the surrounding elemental powers into chaos, wouldn't the primordial soul wizard be unable to manipulate the elemental powers? By forming an elemental vacuum in this way, the might of their spells would be greatly diminished, and even if they were stronger than me, the gap wouldn't be immense. However, I can currently only interfere with the elemental powers within a 3-mile radius, while the primordial soul controls at least a 10-mile radius. So currently, this tactic might not be very effective. The following day, after Levi had mostly recovered, he went to the ancient banyan tree. Dragon ant, come, let's have a couple of exchanges above the sea. The heaven crystal dragon ant was a bit bewildered, its antennas forming question marks from the condensed frost. It wondered if it had heard wrong. This rank 5 creature wanted to exchange a few moves with itself, a level 6 upper level creature? But since it was the master's command, it could not resist. Thus, a man and a bug came to the open sea. Levi sent out his spiritual perception, finally determining that there were no transcendent creatures within 100 miles to prevent friendly casualties. Come on, use your defense mechanisms, let me try to see if I can break through. The dragon ant suddenly realized it was supposed to be a punching bag. But that seemed impossible, right? For rank 5 power to breach level 6 defense was utterly ridiculous. Only a level 6 could contend with a level 6. This has been the immutable recognition of countless civilizations in the multidimensional plane since time immemorial. The heaven crystal dragon ant lay prone in place. With a thought, the frost elemental power within a 10-mile radius condensed on its body surface, forming a solid ice armor. In addition to its naturally impregnable shell, these 2 layers of defense were such that even a 6th circle ordinary wizard could not break through in a short moment. I'm starting now. Primordial spirit time riding 6 dragons. Thunder Emperor form. In an instant. Around Levi, a majestic figure as dignified as God or an emperor coalesced. The Thunder Emperor, carrying the heaven's thunder, wielded the Red Emperor sword. Within a 3-mile radius, powers such as earth, fire, wind, and water surged into the sword. Levi operated the Heavenly Dragon Sword Codex, with its first form, Crimson Dragon in the sky. The white sword Chi, illuminating the darkness like a galaxy descending from the 9 heavens, charged towards the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant. The Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant danced its antennas, somewhat curious whether this attack could harm it. Judging by its might, it seemed to have the stature of level 6. Boom! The Chaos Sword energy struck the ice armor, releasing a torrent of terrifying energy, as the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant was sent flying. Accompanied by the deep cracking of the ice, the Dragon Ant was astonished to find. Chapter 1574. His own armor had actually developed multitude of fine, dense cracks. In the core zone of Sword Chi, the frost armor shattered, the supposedly impervious shell had developed deep cracks. These damages were naturally trivial as his body was strong and would quickly repair itself. But this meant that Levi's strike, at rank 5, now qualified to breach his defenses. This was a milestone event. The vast chasm between level 6 and level 5 had suddenly narrowed considerably. What Levi lacked was no longer a qualitative change, but a quantitative one. Seeing this scene, Levi couldn't help but sigh. It's still far from enough, but hope is already in sight. After all, the strength of the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant is not like that of an ordinary level 6, early stage. I wonder if a common 6th circle cave wizard can actually break through my defenses. Levi couldn't help but imagine. After all, regular cave wizards were definitely not as powerful as the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Even if it's truly possible to harm a 6th circle, I am taking a great risk myself. For me, this attack uses all my strength, but for a 6th circle, it's just a casual strike. That's the difference. Given Levi's character, even if he indeed faced a cave wizard, he would certainly still use the Wind Disaster Pearl and the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant. Safety first. Whether or not the body of the 5th circle can shake the primordial soul is not important, it's just a nominal reputation. Levi let the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant use its spell-like abilities. The frost power within a radius of 10 miles gathered to form a mountain of ice. He then took the opportunity to stir up the elemental power within a 3-mile radius with his primordial soul, transforming it into chaotic power. The Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant clearly felt that the power of its mountain of ice had weakened considerably compared to before. It shared this observation with Levi. Levi showed a look of realization. It's still effective. This technique, my second major killing move for my primordial soul, can be named Chaos Forbidden Ruins. Within the Forbidden Ruins, forbid the use of elements. This technique, once Levi reaches the sixth circle, could truly shine. It could strongly suppress wizards of the same realm. Thus, in the form of the primordial soul, he had two major trump cards, one is Chaos Sword Energy and the other is Chaos Forbidden Ruins. One for attack and one for control, yet lacking a critical ability, that is, defense. Levi studied for several days. Drawing on inspiration from God Nick, he combined all elemental powers into one, forming a barrier made of chaotic power. Levi's strongest defensive measure was thus born, which he named Chaos Barrier. After testing, when Nyx, Black Lotus Beast, and the blood-sucking demon dragon jointly attacked, it took them a long time to break through this defense. As for the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant, using just a third of its strength, it was able to shatter Levi's barrier. Levi was completely satisfied with this. In the following months, Levi immersed himself in the research of the primordial soul, gradually developing some interesting new tactics, waiting to be employed in real combat in the future. On the proficiency panel, he completely renamed the skill Bloodline Dharma Body to Primordial Spirit. After busying with this, he continued to condense the soul to the maximum, cultivating breathing techniques, and focusing on the auction. Cultivation knows no seasons. Unknowingly, 2 years quickly passed. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1260th year, month of beginning, almost 30 years since the ancient tower closure. Dragon King Li was also 270 years old. In his place of seclusion, Levi had condensed out the 33rd maximum soul. In the Divine Ring Tower, the iridescent crystals had steadied and stopped trembling. This meant that Levi's mental state had finally caught up with the surge in spiritual force, and most of the previous side effects had been eliminated. Levi could now continue upgrading his spiritual force step by step. However, he could only rely on meditation art next, and no longer on oddities. The 8 golden leaves would also have to wait for mana to awaken to be refined. In the Path of Nights, the golden snake had progressed significantly. That day, the 160th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights was convened, and Levi logged on early. He was busy with his seclusion and seldom met with the knights except for routine meetings. Even the Flower Knight, perhaps he hadn't contacted her for a long time. Today, all the 18 riders were present. It's worth mentioning that the Flower Knight did not come as a projection but in person, saying she came to visit him, the commander. But Levi thought that she wouldn't visit without a reason. During the meeting, Levi noticed the Blood Knight had reached the peak of level 4, and it seemed that he would soon advance to level 5. After planting seeds for many years and investing so much resources and effort, the knights were finally about to bear fruit. Level 5 was a watershed. While level 6 was powerful, they were also rare and mostly did not enter the fray. If they maintained a low profile, level 5 was sufficient to navigate freely in the human realm. To Levi, after reaching level 5, the knights could follow him on some perilous missions. Apart from the Blood Knight, the other older generation knights had all made progress. When it was the Flower Knight's turn to discuss recent matters, she looked at Levi, and smiled. In a moment, a giant green tree's phantom appeared. On the tree trunk, a mysterious and elegant phantom of an immortal banyan dragon wrapped around it. For a moment, Levi felt as if he had returned to the witch's family. The Flower Knight said with a smile. "Commander, I've also reached level 4. My Dharma idol is named World Ring Dragon. Wherever the immortal banyan dragon wraps around, a protective barrier can be created." Levi realized that the Flower Knight's life was intertwined with trees now. Chapter 1575. The primordial soul wizard form is 100 flowers and 1,000 trees, and the bloodline Dharma body is wind nestling 1,000 trees, while the current bloodline Dharma idol involves dragons encircling the world tree. Levi mused to himself. She must have been a tree in her past life. Divine Light and the Goddess Night couldn't help but exclaim. What a beautiful Dharma idol! However, the male knights were more concerned with practicality. A large-scale barrier for defense is extremely useful on the battlefield. It can provide powerful protection for teammates. Levi praised. Truly worthy of being the Flower Knight. The Flower Knight looked at Levi with a meaningful smile and said. Compared to the commander's Dharma idol, mine is nothing. She vividly remembered that Dharma idols of the three-headed dragon abomination. As someone who could lead the path of knights, there must be something special about him, otherwise, he wouldn't qualify as a leader. Levi felt a wave of emotion. The glittering legends, those who had made a name for themselves in the end of magic old era. Given the current revival of the dark wave, it comes as no surprise that they would shine brightly. Levi wasn't astonished in the least. It's just a pity that Lionheart, Golden, and the Snowflake Knight have fallen. The Thousand-Faced Knight was ended by his own hand. Levi's wish to collect all 7 Golden Legend Divine cards was doomed to go unfulfilled. However, he believed that the 18 Twilight Cavalry he led would not fall short. After more than 100 years of cultivation, the new generation of knights had finally stepped into the 3rd-level realm. This pace, when compared to the wizard world, still fell far short of the talents nurtured by the top wizard organizations. But for the knights, whose start was late, reaching this point today far exceeded Levi's expectations. After reaching level 3, the new generation of knights couldn't wait to forge their own bloodline divine weapons. These divine weapons fully utilized their strengths, and their designs were as diverse as their powers were varied. Take for example the Snow Dragon Knight's Snow Iron Dragon Sword, the Pheasant Knight's Black Pheasant Claw, and the Feather Knight's Dragon Hawk Halberd. With this, the 18 Twilight Cavalry finally reached level 3 across the board. Paired with their respective divine weapons and the knight skills modified from the barbarian battle techniques, as well as their talent brands, they were fully capable of contending with the normal wizards of the same realm. Of course, compared to wizard prodigies, there was still a notable gap. At the very least, they'd have to wait until they reached level 4 and birthed Dharma idols or advanced to rank 5 and developed the blood source armor before they could truly compete. At the meeting, Levi listened to reports from the various knights. Today, the 7 kingdoms of the human realm had all transitioned from the traditional form of explicit royal power and implicit divine authority to the state of divine power governance like the Holy Brilliance Kingdom. With the Dark Wave revival progressing to this point, it was impossible to hide the truth any longer, and the arguments of the churches had also changed from what they were during the initial appearance of evil spirits. The 7 major churches were all spreading the transcendent path of faith within their own realms to subjugate the many outer realm demons. Even mortals, if they were devout enough in faith, could be absorbed by the church and after baptism by the gods, become the honored holy priest. This was something that had never happened before in the previous Dark Wave revivals. Typically, the churches were particularly averse to ordinary people possessing extraordinary powers, for fear it would endanger their rule. This action indicated that they were truly at their wits' end. They could only expand the base by turning more people into guardians of the church, employing universal conscription to confront the armies of the Black Dragon Empire and the various life forms from alternate planes. In the past, whenever there was a dire crisis, the gods of the astral world would always come to the rescue and save the churches. This time, what most living beings including Levi didn't know was that above the astral world, the gods too were facing their own struggles to survive. The great war between the astral world and the dark insects was intensifying, with the flames of war spreading from the margins of the astral world to many divine kingdoms. One by one, the high and mighty gods fell, some dying utterly and dissolving into nothingness. Some used divine methods to fall into the multidimensional plane, downgrading to saints and becoming the rulers of some planes. Others preserved their memories through secret techniques and chose to reincarnate, taking the opportunity to break free from the seemingly beautiful prison of the astral world, to cultivate anew and seek eternal life through other means. The grand convergence of planes and the turmoil in the astral world, these 2 momentous events that could stir up immense waves throughout the multidimensional plane, were going to profoundly change the future landscape for tens of thousands, if not millions of years to come. However, aside from the few real powerhouses of the multidimensional plane, the majority of people were still in the dark. Somewhat rapidly, both the Round Table meeting and the Tower of Dawn conference came to an end. Thanks to years of effort, the Tower of Dawn had seen some improvement in its talent dilemma, but much work still remained. Levi sending Gondif to the Midland continent to proactively reach out to halflings, dwarves, and elves, was a move with a specific purpose. These minority races, in the wizard world, were more or less discriminated against, even though they often possessed more excellent talents. It's simply the nature of humans to behave this way. What Gondif needed to do was to continuously foster good relations with these races so that, when the time was ripe, they might migrate to the ancient Saint Plane. Although the ancient Saint Plane was just as strict, it had resources to ensure that all who worked hard could receive proportional rewards. Under Levi's deliberate guidance, whether it was the Knights or the Tower of Dawn, the Lizardmen, commonly regarded as the lowest race in the standard wizard perspective, could generally get along peacefully. Once halflings and dwarves joined, there naturally was no significant discrimination. Of course, complete avoidance was impossible. Chapter 1576. A year later. In the year 1261 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowers, 70 years remained until the next opening of the ancient tower for Levi. The realm of life. The vibrant city, Yurtle City. Levi, in his white robe, stood amidst the incessant flow of people. As expected of the realm of life, it's filled with a vibrant and upward thriving energy. If shadows, bloodlines, death, poison, and nightmare are considered dark energy or negative energy, then light and life represent the other extremity, positive energy. That's why most people feel very comfortable living here. In the major cities of the realm of life, there resides a large number of mortals. Furthermore, Levi noticed that the mortals of the realm of life seemed to generally have stronger and healthier bodies than those from other places. All this was thanks to the official organization, Rowling's Lab. Every mortal born here could obtain a vial of the life potion developed by Rowling's Lab for the price of 1 fate coin. The potion could prolong life, strengthen the body, quite similar to Levi's Spring of Immortality. However, after purchasing one, he found that its effect could only be considered a light version of the Spring of Immortality. Leveraging this approach, the realm of life had attracted even more wizards and mortals to settle here over the years, becoming increasingly powerful. And Lady Rowling herself had long reached the peak of a 9-ring great wizard. She was considered the most likely candidate to complete the 12 legendary seats. According to the illustrated guide of strange items that Levi obtained, Lady Rowling might be waiting for the right legendary artifact to forge her foundation. In fact, through the illustrated guide of strange items, Levi knew that to ascend to legendary status, aside from refining those naturally occurring legendary oddities, there was another method involving artificial legendary objects. After all, legendary artifacts were unpredictable and highly sought after not only by wizards but also by powerful individuals from alien races who wished to break through level 10 and required such items. Oddities like the Immortal Circle or Evolution Stone, which were innately formed legendary objects, required an incredibly long time to gestate, and their locations were fixed. These oddities were often occupied by some extremely powerful alien entities and naturally couldn't meet the demands of the wizard civilization. In light of this, Soren, with his great wisdom, blazed a new trail and created a method for the creation of artificial legendary objects, known as Soren's Heavenly Seizing Technique. The Heavenly Seizing Technique wasn't a specific spell, but rather a comprehensive analysis and systematic methodology for studying legendary artifacts. This method could only be approached by 9th Circle wizards because the knowledge involved was so profound that those below this realm would harm themselves if they rashly engaged with it. According to the Congressional Act, any 9th Circle wizard from the wizard world could go to the Central Realm to obtain this method for free, and it was strictly forbidden to be shared. Many future legendary wizards would use this method to create their legendary artifact and take their first step on the path of legend. There's no distinction between such crafted oddity and an innate artifact. They may not be as good initially, but they have strong growth potential and, being custom-made, often have better effects. As the knowledge of legendary wizards grew richer and their strength and horizon expanded, their artifact could also continue improving, all the way to the end of their legendary path. Upon death, these artifacts could be disassembled and benefit later generations. Levi estimated that among the 11 legendary members of the Congress today, most probably ascended to legend with an artificially created artifact. Even, he suspected that the higher UPS in the Congress might use this method to create some non-legendary artifacts to nurture their organization or descendants. But due to its extremely high threshold and significant cost, this method couldn't be widespread, causing a severe shortage of truth oddities in the wizard world. Soren's Heavenly Seizing Technique, and Levi's initial guess about the origin of oddities were serendipitously similar. Because the Heavenly Seizing here refers to plundering from the outside. The targets could be strong alien races, plain sovereigns, or even heavenly fathers. Otherwise, oddities couldn't simply emerge out of nowhere. Compared to other schools, the Life School lacked some legendary background, so it definitely wouldn't be easy for Lady Rowling to become legendary. Several days later. The Mushroom Witch City. The naming of the many cities in the realm of life was related to the famous artificial monsters that accompanied Lady Rowling. In the past, Levi had seen entries in the common folk's green diary where people glimpsed the lady amidst incredible creatures of odd shapes and forms. The realm of life wasn't large, almost every industry here was infiltrated by the Rowling's Lab led by Lady Rowling. The auction Levi was attending was organized by a branch of Rowling's Lab. Being a regular auction, security wasn't a concern. Soon, the auction began. Before securing the 6th level bloodline crystal, he dared not spend a single coin. Amidst Levi's eager anticipation, a beautiful witch appeared on stage holding a glass vial with a fist-sized crimson crystal. At this moment, all eyes were focused here. The host said, "Here we have the 6th level bloodline crystal of the sub-dragon, the black water dragon turtle, obtained by a primordial soul wizard during a plane journey. This material is an invaluable resource for weapon making, pharmacy, and bloodline modification. The starting price for this item is 50 million ether stones, and each bid increment must be no less than 1 million. Don't miss out on this rare opportunity." Levi breathed a sigh of relief. From the look of things, the price of this bloodline crystal probably wouldn't exceed that of the host god fruit. With his financial resources, it was a sure thing. He scanned the crowd and saw only 2 individuals who appeared to be 6th circle wizards. And they were likely not here for the bloodline crystal. The highlight of this auction was a 6th level treasure, the Flash Greatsword. Chapter 1577. The host had just finished speaking when some 5th circle perfection wizards in need of the item began to increase the bid by 1 million ether stones. Seeing this, Levi directly bid 60 million ether stones, suppressing all the 5th circle wizards. 70 million. In a corner, a burly man spoke out. He exuded an aura of a 6th circle wizard, practically shouting, "Strangers keep out." Levi looked over. The man's face was aged, his body covered in dragon scales, with wings on his back and 4 fearsome dragon claws on the side. It seemed he was a 6th circle wizard who had chosen the path of bloodline modification, and all the organs he had installed were from 6th level sub-dragon species. Noticing Levi's gaze, the burly man grinned and said, "Kid, I happen to need this bloodline crystal. Why don't you show some respect for your elder and let me have it?" Levi responded with a smile, neither servile nor overbearing. The senior must be joking. "I also need this item, perhaps the senior could give this junior an opportunity." The burly man laughed. "So, there's no room for discussion." Levi directly raised the bid to 80 million. At the auction, a 6th circle veteran wizard from Rowling's lab spoke out coldly. "Six-armed Gedwin, do not disrupt the normal order of the auction. It's only fair that the highest bidder wins." The burly man sneered and continued to bid 80 million. Levi continued to raise the bid. Only after reaching 100 million ether stones did the man finally back down. He hadn't expected that he would actually lose to a junior. How can this guy be so rich? He closed his eyes to wait for the upcoming 6th level treasure. That was the item he was determined to obtain. As for the bloodline crystal, he would temporarily let the junior have it. Levi was in good spirits, having managed to smoothly secure the 6th level bloodline crystal for 100 million ether stones. Through his danger perception, he had sensed the hostility from the burly man. So after acquiring the crystal, he quickly paid and left, uninterested in the subsequent items however good they might be. The burly man watched Levi's retreating figure, sneering inwardly. "At least you know what's good for you." On the other side, Levi, having changed his appearance, left Mushroom City in a hurry. "Now that I've got the bloodline crystal, I'll have a look around the realm of life next, purchasing some life school spells from the market for research." Levi, having tested with a new Rowling crystal, confirmed that the black water dragon turtle contained the pure-blooded lineage of the turtle-backed dragon. The turtle-backed dragon is a water element legendary creature known for its defense, ranked among the sturdiest of level 9 creatures. In terms of defense alone, even the nightmare black dragon and goldenhorn beast in his body were no match for this dragon. This was an unexpected joy. All he needed was one more 6th level bloodline crystal focused on defense, and he could evolve his golden snake breathing technique. After the next evolution, its quality should be second only to the Crimson Emperor Dragon, surpassing other 4-dimensional breathing techniques. Time flew, and 3 months passed. The small realm of life was quickly explored by Levi. There weren't many markets here, and everything was dominated by Rowling's lab. Levi had collected plenty of knowledge from the life schools, costing a total of 2 million, for those below 5th circle. As for the more advanced knowledge, it was kept secret, beyond his means to purchase. Though he still had 200 million ether stones, he needed to buy both the Heartstealer brain and the host god fruit. However, during these 3 months, the sense of danger Levi felt never went away. He knew that the burly man was definitely coveting the bloodline crystal he possessed. However, he had changed his appearance and was constantly on the move. This burly man had not been able to find him yet. Month of Wheatfield. Levi, who had returned with a full load, left the realm of life. During his months of field exploration, he had exchanged hands with some wizards from the life school of thought, gaining a preliminary understanding of this mysterious school. He now had some clues for his 9th talent as well. Half a year later. Year 1262 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of grass. Levi, now 272 years old, was hard at work mastering the nightmare dragon breathing technique. He had become more at ease compared to before. He had offloaded the work of the 4 arts and body tempering technique. All he needed to do was to practice his breathing technique, meditation art, innate spells, the rune language, combat techniques, and his primordial spirit. In terms of the Warlord catalog, he had already perfected Thunder Half Moon at the 5th level. Next, he was about to grasp the most difficult move before advancing to level 6, the 6th level Rising Sunday. Lion King battle technique had reached the threshold of the 6th level Lion King struggle, a combat technique that could only be completely mastered after achieving level 6, at the 7th level to develop the Lion King battle body. This was a special acquired physique, similar to the Flame Dragon's true forma that Levi had developed from his breathing technique. His progress in the Eagle Divine Scripture was about the same as in the Warlord catalog. The most challenging Moon Rune had reached level 4, increasing his lifespan augmentation to 30%. His lifespan was now at least starting from 1,500 years. Thus, even though Levi was nearly reaching 300 years old, he was actually no more than an 18-year-old in mortal terms, forever at his peak. On this day, Levi was quietly cultivating at home when his danger perception alerted him to a warning. Could it be that the burly man has come looking for me? This kind of danger must mean that a figure of level 6 had arrived. Recently, he had offended no one else but that man, yet he was certain he had shaken him off. It's also possible that the Black Dragon army has launched an attack. Regardless, I need to go check it out. Riding on a Biao, Levi quickly arrived at the 8 Heavenly Dragon prison. He asked, "Feather King, have any enemies attacked?" Feather King looked puzzled and shook his head. "Lord, we have been on guard here all along and have never seen an enemy." Levi surveyed the area with his perception but saw no enemies. "It seems the enemy may not have arrived yet, just that my danger perception has warned me in advance." There was also the possibility that the enemy had an exceptionally strong stealth ability, seamlessly passing through Levi's 2 layers of arrays undetected by him. However, Levi thought this was unlikely. With his current level of skill in arrays, even a 6th circle wizard should not be able to do all this. With this thought, Levi instructed the 5 kings. Notify all battle groups to enter a state of combat readiness and conduct full-scale patrols of the plain. He went to the outer layer of the array, the Ice Hell, and released the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant. "Dragon Ant, hide in this place. There may be level 6 enemies coming, be ready to fight." The Dragon Ant's antennae nodded. Its body surface began to ice over, quickly turning into an ice mountain, inconspicuous in the Ice Hell. In the center of the array, Godnik sat cross-legged, his divine eyes watching over the 8 Heavenly Dragon prison. Levi himself flashed with the Hermit Rune, hiding in the Lightning Hell. The miniature of his primordial spirit in his mind was ready to project into the outside world at any moment. He even chose a very fitting piece from the music fungus, 10 Sides Ambush, and calmly said, "Come on." Uncharged PS, the introduction of Illustrated Guide of Strange Items is just a basic setting mentioned in passing from the protagonist's perspective that wizards need legendary artifacts for advancement. Due to space limitations, it wasn't elaborated on. But actually, in the ending of chapter 368 through the conversation between Lucy and Aaron, it was hinted very clearly that the artifact needed by the Black Abyss Walker was one that had to be forged by oneself. Some readers might have skipped over or not read carefully and chose to ignore this, saying it's just another one-person, one-slot thing. Old Field feels quite helpless. Chapter 1578. On the sea surface. A figure in a black dragon witch robe emerged quietly from the void. He was none other than the commander of the 17th Legion of the Black Dragon Empire. Cassio Domo. Known as the Bone Erosion Wizard, he was a true 6th Circle ordinary wizard from the Poisonous School. The Bone Eroding Wizard looked towards the sea ahead, and from the information reported by his subordinates, this place was the entrance to the secret realm. So far, primordial soul wizards rarely took action themselves. To avoid alerting the enemy and causing unnecessary trouble, he came alone this time and did not lead an army. To easily obliterate one of my elite battle groups, the master of this secret realm could well be a primordial soul strong like me. To be cautious, I'll first probe the reality before making plans. If there is a sixth circle guarding this place, then I'll report to the general and let a seventh circle take action. If not, I'll make this place my secret base, he thought. He knew that times had changed, and their strength as older beings was far inferior to that of modern wizards. Prudence was best in all matters. With that thought, the bone-eroding wizard spread his palm open, and a pool of black poisonous substance took shape, transforming into a tiny snake. The snake traveled through the void toward the front. 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison. In the void, the snake appeared, its forehead displaying the eyes of the bone erosion wizard. His eyes glancing around, his spiritual perception attached and sensing the surroundings. These traps are not bad. But they should still be within the category of a fifth circle array. Given my strength, I can easily break it with force, he murmured. When sensing an external invasion, a fire dragon emerged in the inferno hell, engulfing the little snake. With an explosion, the little snake vanished. Levi's heart stirred. An enemy has arrived, quite cautious, using spells to scout the way first. The good news is the enemy has just arrived and has not infiltrated the ancient Saint Plain, he noted. Levi held his position as he had the advantage of the array, naturally unwilling to venture out to fight. If the enemy decided to retreat, knowing the difficulty, it'd be better if they left on their own, otherwise, an unavoidable fierce battle loomed today. Outside. After scoping out the area, the bone-eroding wizard muttered. A fire array, hey! He flicked his fingers, sending one stream after another of black substance flying out, transforming into snakes, spiders, scorpions, toads, and centipedes, beasts of poison. All these poisonous insects dove into the void, blinking into the range of the array. He wanted to see if he could directly traverse the array through the method of void travel, sneaking into the secret realm silently and unnoticed. After a moment, his expression brightened. It actually works, as expected. A mere fifth circle array could hardly trouble me. It seems I was overthinking. If the master of the secret realm were a primordial soul wizard, they would have already sought revenge against the Black Dragon army, instead of staying silent after being bullied, he reasoned. Black negative energy surged from the bone-eroding wizard, eroding a gap in the void before him. He transformed into a pool of poisonous sludge and slipped into it. 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison. Sensing a strong danger, Levi transmitted. The enemy has arrived, Dragon Ant, stop him. Ice Hell. The ice mountain exploded thunderously. A mountain giant ant burst forth with immense force, its antennae shooting out blue energy like waves. This energy formed a tempest, sweeping through the entire array instantly. In the void, a figure tumbled out awkwardly. What? A level 6 entity. The bone-eroding wizard's complexion changed dramatically, he had not detected any level 6 presence earlier. His strength was already far inferior to the dragon ants, compounded by the array's influence and his misperception, he hadn't noticed the dragon ant's presence. Cold winds howled, sweeping across heaven and earth. Under the influence of the heaven crystal dragon ant, ice hell expanded infinitely, trapping the bone-eroding wizard within. The dragon ant's body was massive, and its speed was incredibly fast. Its jaws snapped shut like scissors. A streak of icy brilliance shattered the void, charging towards the bone-eroding wizard. The bone-eroding wizard had no intention of fighting, he only wanted to escape. He waved his hand, and thousands of poison insects transformed from poisonous substances charged towards the dragon ant. Clad in frost armor, the dragon ant let the insects gnaw and bite at it. Its body shook slightly, dispersing cold air that froze and shattered the swarm of insects. Its scissor-like jaws moved to clamp down on the bone-eroding wizard. If he were caught solidly, he would either be seriously injured or killed. The bone-eroding wizard's body exploded, scattering into countless insects, covering the interior of the array. These insects, extremely permeating, crazily gnawed at the array, seemingly trying to forcefully break out. Wind coming. In the heavens and on earth, 100-meter-tall golden emperor phantom appeared on a sword, bringing with it thousands of tons of thunder. A wind disaster pearl spun in front of him, unleashing an endless force of wind disaster power, forming a vortex that gathered all the poison creatures gnawing on the array into a black tornado. In the wind, the insects congealed into the ghastly face of the bone-eroding wizard. A primordial soul wizard form, another sixth circle wizard? No. You are not a primordial soul, you merely rely on the power of a rare treasure, he said. The bone-eroding wizard calmed down, in the storm, he softly spoke. Primordial soul wizard form thousand-legged poison god. The ethereal projection of the primordial soul rose to heaven and earth, the burgeoning spell power and the dark energy around merging rapidly to forge a 200-meter-tall black behemoth. Spider eyes, scorpion tail, snake scales, centipede legs, and toad body comprised a nameless and indescribable creature exuding an evil aura. The thousand-legged poison god protected the bone-eroding wizard within its body, resisting Levi's power of wind disaster. Seeing this, Levi immediately withdrew the wind disaster pearl, switched from offense to defense, and the wind spirit shelter surrounded him, never ceasing. Chapter 1579. The heaven crystal dragon ants did not have a primordial soul wizard form, their strength lay entirely within their own bodies. They charged like raging bulls, aiming to slay the poison god. The tail of the poison god lashed out, colliding with the dragon ants. Boom! After one collision, the poison god was unstable, retreating several steps before stabilizing. Clearly, even after summoning its primordial soul wizard form, the bone-eroding wizard was no match for the dragon ants in a head-on clash. Seeing this, Levi felt greatly relieved. He skirted the edges, in the Thunder Emperor form, releasing bolts of lightning as his attacks. Against the dark energy faction, lightning and fire attacks were most effective. A storm of a black dark energy force field swirled around the poison god, swallowing all of Levi's attacks completely. At the same time, the body of the poison god also thinned slightly. Enough to prove that Levi's attacks were indeed effective. The dragon ants kept charging wildly, their current battlefield was Ice Hell, where the dark energy force was sparse. In contrast, the frost elemental power was rich. As one diminished and the other flourished, it wasn't long before the bone-eroding wizard was battered and in pain. He gritted his teeth. From his mind, a flying needle-shaped wizard tool flew out. Lifebound soul artifact Viper's Kiss. The flying needle moved at an astonishing speed, its target not being the dragon ants but the constantly harassing Levi on the side. He aimed to deal with this nuisance first, then safely drive back the dragon ants and thereby make his escape. The flying needle entered the wind spirit shelter and then slowed down. This treasure could withstand a strike from a 6th-ring senior wizard. Even though the bone-eroding wizard was using his soul artifact, he could not breach the defense. His face changed drastically. Damn it, this rare treasure is so powerful. Who exactly is this person? Could this secret realm be the territory of a top-level organization? He hastily willed the flying needle to recall, and it entered the void, maneuvering across the battlefield, looking for an opportunity. He concentrated his spiritual force intensely, raising his hand in a gesture. Talent magic arrow poison frog burst. The clouds of dark energy compressed, and the sky began raining down thousands of poisonous droplets, each one containing an arrow poison frog. Wizards below the 5th circle who touched it would die upon contact, and even a 5th circle wizard could not linger long. Such arrow poison frogs, in their thousands, would make even a primordial soul retreat. Explode. The poisonous entities exploded altogether, and the 8 heavenly dragon prison shook violently, clearly at its limit. If not for the dragon ants' restraint, this array would have been broken long ago. But now, with both the dragon ants and ice hell complementing each other, the array managed to hold on. Within the array, endless poisonous fog swept through the 8 hells. Luckily, seeing the dire situation, Levi had the entire battle group withdraw, avoiding any unnecessary casualties. In the poisonous fog, the divine light of Nick shone brightly, its defensive field pushing away the corrosive gases while the forces of earth, fire, wind, and water converged into a flame flow. A white streak tore through the poisonous fog, striking the heavily wounded poison god wizard form, adding yet another wound. The bone-eroding wizard, now surrounded, was shocked. Has the wizard civilization's development of alchemical creatures progressed this far? To think they could wound my wizard form. Little did he know that the god Nick, having been modified by Herman, had absorbed advanced technology from the mechanical school and even possessed a special spiritual creature that could manipulate elemental power. Even if LeMay were alive, he would have been astoundingly shocked at his strength. As the attacks of the dragon ants grew fiercer, the bone-eroding wizard tried several times to escape through the void, but the dragon ants countered each attempt. Its antennae could emit a strong energy fluctuation, powerfully disrupting the surrounding void energy. Moreover, Levi's 8 heavenly dragon prison could also interfere with void travel. The bone-eroding wizard cursed his carelessness. Numerous innate spells were used to no avail. The dragon ants, with their immense strength, simply crushed them with their bodies. Tit for tat, their frost spell-like abilities, enhanced by ice hell, possessed immense power, leaving the bone-eroding wizard increasingly unable to defend himself. The moment was ripe. Levi roared loudly. Chaos-forbidden ruins. Around the illusion of the Thunder Emperor, within a 3-mile radius, the forces of earth, fire, wind, and water merged back into the primal chaotic power, overwhelming the already pressured bone-eroding wizard to the point of agony. He shockingly discovered that the dark energy forces he could mobilize were diminishing, meaning that the power of his wizard form and innate spells were also weakening. I must break through now. Otherwise, if I keep delaying, death is inevitable. The bone-eroding wizard used a secret technique, recklessly burning his spiritual force, which granted him a temporary boost in strength. The flying needle wizard artifact shone brilliantly, emitting a poisonous light, shooting towards the heaven crystal dragon ants. With its strong penetrating power, even the dragon ants dared not directly intercept it, as being poisoned was no laughing matter. It manipulated the ice to create ice walls for defense while dodging with its body. Relentless, the flying needle wizard artifact intensified its attacks. Seizing this moment, the bone-eroding wizard sneered as he charged towards Levi, who was at the weakest point in the encirclement. Nyx God rapidly provided protection. The bone-eroding wizard, seeing this, coldly said, "Tear him apart, Poison God." The Poison God wizard form and the bone-eroding wizard separated, grappling like giants. The Poison God pinned Nyx God down right on the ice surface and started slamming into him. Around Nyx God, chaotic power formed shields, turning from offense to defense. The accompanying special spiritual creature gathered the fire elemental power, scorching the Poison God. The bone-eroding wizard, with a vicious look in his eyes, gazed at Levi. This burning of his spiritual force, without a century to recover, would further shorten his already limited lifespan, adding to his misfortune and eliminating any hope for a breakthrough. His bitterness and resentment were unimaginable. Bodies of the bone-eroding wizard continuously emitted poisonous substances, which, linked with the forces of earth and heaven, shaped into a demonic hand covering a square mile around. Talent Magic Poison Demon Seal Technique. Chapter 1580. Levi didn't dodge, his wind spirit shelter could still withstand a hit from a level 6 upper level. Now situated within the Emperor's essence, the music fungus played a transcendent rendition of the Ring of Pacific theme music. It made him feel as though he was in the cockpit of a dangerous wanderer. Bass, electric piano, and electric guitar along with other transcendent sound waves containing a heavy metal sensation, formed music notes visible to the naked eye, three-dimensionally surrounding the battlefield in a dance of demons. The rhythmic and melodic drumbeat infused the heaven crystal dragon ant with an inexplicable strength, boiling its blue blood. Its body erupted with a 10,000-foot blue light, sweeping away the flying needles lurking in the shadows like a violent storm. Simultaneously, a streak of cold light flashed, and the harassing flying needles were suddenly cleaved in two. The bone-eroding wizard grunted, spewing out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, what kind of witchcraft is this?" Now that the arrow was on the bowstring, there was no turning back. He couldn't worry about his soul artifact being shattered. His demonic hand pressed down toward Levi. The Thunder Emperor put away the Emperor's sword, took one step forward, leaped into the air, and with both hands wielded the 8 desolate halberd weighing 180,000 pounds, drawing in the moon's aura that filled the sky into the Emperor's body. Thunder Half-Moon, slash! With this slash, Levi felt the unyielding spirit of the Badger barbarian king who fought against heaven and earth, and a sense of heroism naturally arose within him. This slash was a strike that fused the essence of various transcendent systems of wizards, knights, and barbarian tribes. Earth, fire, wind, and water twined around the halberd, reshaping into the chaotic power unique to Levi. A chaos sword energy beam about 100 jong wide and several miles long, like an arc of a half-moon, illuminated heaven and earth. As the battlefield music's drumbeat and rhythm climaxed, the sword chi clashed with the demonic hand. Thunderous booms. The black and white lights attracted each other, entangled, and the explosive shockwaves from both energies completely tore apart the already strained 8 heavenly dragon prison, shattering the ice hell and revealing the gloomy dark night outside. The sword chi vanished, and the shattered demonic hand continued pressing toward the Emperor. A white chaos barrier suddenly formed, struggling to resist the Emperor's attack until it shattered. Under the remaining shockwaves, the Emperor's figure exploded, turning into a sky full of golden light. "Is he dead now?" The bone-eroding wizard gasped for air, his heart shaken, unable to imagine that he was only dealing with a rank 5 enemy. The damage to his natal soul artifact significantly impaired his spiritual force. The enormous dragon ant charged at him again. He cracked the void, just about to flee. Accompanying the music's ultimate climax, a black divine palace floating in ash, shockingly descended. Stars adorned the night sky, lightning illuminated the core of heaven, and the Thunder Emperor's phantom wielded the halberd, smashing through the divine palace. The star aura and moon aura were both drawn into it. Nirvana rebirth. Levi was already prepared for the second strike, and this one would only be stronger than before. Traceless star stepping, thunder half moon, both slash. The bone-eroding wizard pointed a finger, and the innate spell's poisonous substance surged again. The shattered poison god witch image, after disassembling Nick, likewise rushed to the rescue. The heaven crystal dragon ant clamped onto the poison god like a wild dog, thrashing it left and right, completely disintegrating the wizard forms. The chaos sword energy and the heaven crystal dragon ant's attack sandwiched the bone-eroding wizard from front and back. Boom! Earth, fire, wind, and water exploded chaotically, lightning, ice, and frost flew together. Various anomalies descended. The defensive field of the bone-eroding wizard shattered without a chance, his body exploded, and his primordial soul fled. The Emperor threw a golden divine palace, enveloping the primordial soul. In his panic, the bone-eroding wizard threatened. If you kill me, you declare war against the Black Dragon Empire, and the consequences of offending a Black Dragon wizard, have you thought it through? Levi sneered. Pretender to the throne. A blue light from the dragon ant swept over, and the bone-eroding wizard's primordial soul also disintegrated in extreme unwillingness. Inside the primordial soul, the spell power, the spiritual force dissipated, and the witch-fall relics with traces of truth, hidden in this world. Leon silently netted that soul, stealthily dragging it away. It had already devoured several level 6 souls and was now quite experienced. Levi looked at the traces of truth dissipating in the world. Not bad, these opportunities and creations in the future shall rightly belong to the ancient Saint Plane. On the other end of the ancient Saint Plane, the Feather King and others were a bit puzzled. It seemed like there was singing just now. What's happening outside? I don't know, but I just feel my blood boiling, and I want to rush out and fight. I don't know why, but I feel like I could tear apart a primordial soul with my bare hands. Once Levi was sure there were no other enemies, he looked at the similarly disintegrated Nick and said with a wry smile. To have held up for a while against the primordial soul wizard form, that's pretty good. With the resources he had now, fixing Nick was only a matter of time. He indeed needed to test Nick's power in actual combat. Now it seemed that after the Tower Master's modifications, Nick indeed stood out as an extraordinary being capable of controlling chaotic power, just like himself. Of course, the most decisive factor in this battle was still the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant. However, Levi's role was no longer as insignificant as before. He had indeed caused considerable damage to the enemy. Today's battle, where I teamed up with the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant to slay a primordial soul, should be without fault. Although the cave wizard is an easy target, this was still a genuine primordial soul. Moreover, the cave wizard is just the drain of the wizard profession. In the multidimensional plane, there are weaker sixth circles than cave wizards, it's not like there aren't any. Killing a primordial soul himself, Levi was terrifically excited. He might have accomplished a feat unprecedented in history. And this cave wizard, in the afterlife, could take pride in achieving the unique accomplishment of being slain by a rank 5. Chapter 1581. Levi finished cleaning up the spoils of war and spent some days personally repairing the 8 heavenly dragon prison array before he returned to the Emperor's palace. Forsaken land of the god. In a giant cave. This place is the garrison of the 17th Legion of the Black Dragon Empire. Something terrible has happened, the commander's soul token has shattered. What? The commander is a 6th circle wizard, and he hasn't initiated a primordial soul war recently. How could he possibly have perished? I'm not sure, I don't even know when the commander left. Soon, the news of the bone-eroding wizard's demise reached the ears of Daman Taiwo, the 4th general of the Black Dragon Empire. This man is an ocean school wizard, also known as the Water Dragon General, one of the 4 7th circle wizards under the Black Dragon Wizard, with unfathomably deep strength. The bone-eroding wizard was his man, and he was now puzzled. What was bone-eroding up to? To be killed by someone, who could have done it? The bone-eroding wizard had not reported discovering the secret realm, so he naturally did not know about bone-eroding's private excursion to explore the realm. Now is a critical time for the Empire to need people. Losing a 6th circle wizard, the master of Black Dragon will surely be furious. This really causes trouble for me all day long. As expected, before long, a projection emerged next to him from a wizard's tool. A wizard adorned in a black dragon robe, with a fierce black dragon pattern on his forehead and no eyes or nostrils, his appearance akin to Voldemort, arrived. The Master of Black Dragon said indifferently. Next, you are responsible for investigating the cause of this commander's death, bring me a result. The Water Dragon General respectfully responded. Your subordinate will surely find out everything clear as day. The projection dissipated, and the Water Dragon General put away the wizard's tool, his face gloomy. Investigate my ass. With the current chaotic situation outside, he, with the esteem of the seventh circle, dared not lightly enter the fray. He decided to just go through the motions, to avoid blame from the Black Dragon Wizard. Several days later. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Leon, fully satiated, lay on his back on the ground, patting his belly. After devouring a few level 6 souls, its carapace became even more lustrous. Levi had once experimented, and even an attack at the peak of the 5th circle couldn't hurt Leon. Although he didn't use Leon for combat, the little creature indeed possessed the strength of a peak level 5. Its progress far surpassed that of other transcendent creatures Levi nurtured. By the small stone pond. Behind Levi, a level 5 shadow emerged, vaguely showing the face of a cave wizard. This was Levi's first level 5 shadow, which he had tried out, and its power was quite impressive. Its realm was only at the early stage of level 5, but in actual combat, it was even more troublesome than a 5th circle senior wizard. A shadow transformed by a primordial soul wizard was naturally no trivial matter. In Levi's hand, he also held a pitch-black ring, which also had some restrictions, but it was far inferior to the romantic ring. Moreover, now that his array skills had reached 5th circle perfection, it didn't take long before he decrypted it. After encountering the romantic ring, this person's spoils didn't surprise Levi too much. They were all standard and ordinary. 20 million etherstone, quite paltry. No 6th circle magical artifact. As for medicines, they were also ancient technology medicines that modern wizards frowned upon. The materials, however, included some nice ones, especially some types of meteorite iron elemental metal. This person had quite a lot. There was even a piece of level 6 fire element metal, named Flame God Iron Ore. This item can be used to reforge the Crimson Dragon Slash. Levi had previously obtained a level 6 Blood Demon Crystal from the Blood Banquet Dharma King and hadn't yet reforged the cloak. Now, it seemed he could do both together. Divine weapons have spirits, and the task of reforging divine weapons couldn't be delegated to the Holy Infant, it had to be done personally by Levi. Finally, it was some knowledge, after extracting the essence and discarding the dross, all of which Levi stored in his knowledge library. Levi was holding a volume titled 10,000 Poison Divine Book. This book detailed the methods for making over 100 types of transcendent poisons, including some that could affect a primordial soul wizard at level 6. However, most methods required combination with the 10,000 poison meditation method and specific spells practiced by this person. Regardless, for Levi, this was a treasure trove of valuable knowledge. As a pharmacist, he naturally had some understanding of refining poisons. Lastly, the most precious item from this primordial soul wizard was the now shattered flying needle soul artifact. This wizard tool, named Viper's Kiss, belonged to the needle category with extreme penetrating power. Fully activated, even the double-thick armor of a heaven crystal dragon ant would not dare resist. If it were just pierced by the flying needle, it wouldn't be too serious, but this flying needle, crafted by the bone-eroding wizard with countless efforts, combining hundreds of types of transcendent deadly poisons, a puncture from it was akin to the bite of a venomous snake. Not only the body but even the primordial soul would be corroded. This was also why the bone-eroding wizard was so troublesome. Levi examined it carefully with the wizard's hand. The surface of the flying needle was coated with deadly poison, quickly corroding the wizard's hand. Levi withdrew the spell and said, "Although it's broken, it can be repaired, which isn't too big of a problem. Once I reach the 6th circle, I can refine it again and use it as an ordinary 6th circle magical artifact." He temporarily put away the flying needle. After purifying this wizard tool, he could also absorb its innate primordial soul power, which should increase his spiritual force considerably, saving him years of arduous cultivation, and achieving 2 goals with one action. Half a year later. After purifying the flying needle and refining the remaining soul power within, Levi gained over 30 points of spiritual force in one go, equivalent to refining a sky-grade oddity, saving 5 years of arduous cultivation. Chapter 1582 As a result, Levi's spiritual force had reached 1,560 points, leaving only 140 points from 1,700. For Levi, that amounted to just over 20 years of cultivation. At this rate, he expected to reach perfection around the age of 300. That cave wizard has been dead for half a year now, and so far, nothing has happened. It seems like we've safely passed through this wave. Once Mana and Martha awaken, even if a six-ring senior, or even a perfected cave wizard were to come, they should not be feared, he said. In the entire Black Dragon Empire, what Levi truly dreaded were just the 4 generals and the Lord of the Empire. But these high UPS were unlikely to make a move easily, otherwise the Wizard Council would surely act. Following this, Levi confidently went into closed cultivation. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1265, Month of Vitality. That year, Levi had already reached the ripe old age of 275. At the 165th Round Table meeting, Levi learned that the Dark Moon Knight had successfully advanced to level 4, becoming the 3rd strongest of the middle generation after the Flower Knight. The bloodline Dharma idol of the Dark Moon Knight, named Heavenly Dog Eating the Moon, significantly amplified his speed attributes when it was used. But the most powerful aspect was that this Dharma idol enabled the Dark Moon Knight to traverse the shadow dimensions. Similar to Levi's Scarlet Dragon Dharma idol, except that the Scarlet Dark Dimension was exclusive to Levi. The bloodline divine weapon of the Dark Moon Knight was the Dark Moon Ring, a disc-shaped assassination weapon. His path had always been that of a shadow assassin-like figure. After establishing Heavenly Dog Eating the Moon, combined with the bloodline divine weapon and talent brand, his assassination capabilities were not inferior to those wizards from the Shadow School of Thought. Levi found that the configuration of the 18 Twilight Cavalry was quite well-rounded and complete. The Flower Knight, Group Physical Defense, the Goddess Knight, Group Healing, the Golden Lion Knight and Thousand Illusion Knight, Group Control, the Ash Knight, Group Reduction, the Black Knight, Group Attack Enhancement. Adding assassins and soldiers to the mix, such a classic adventure lineup, when united, was formidable on the battlefield, capable of facing 10 enemies alone. Besides, Thousand Illusions and the Steel Dragon Knight were not far from level 4 either. He estimated that they would be able to break through one after another within the next decade or so. Among the older generation, the Ash Knight and Divine Light Knight were either in the late stages of level 4 or at the peak. They, like the Blood Knight, were stuck at the threshold of advancing to rank 5. This was a challenge, not something that just advancement potions could resolve. The jump from level 4 to level 5 required high quality of vitality, will, and other attributes. The reason Levi had no such bottlenecks was due to his proficiency panel and his profound accumulation. However, these knights did not have a proficiency panel. For them, breaking through to level 5 would probably require some experiences, enlightenment, or accumulation. This was something that couldn't just be remedied by resources alone. For this, Levi thought of a good solution. His Nightmare Dragon breathing technique was about to reach level 5. Soon, he should be able to bring more people into the Nightmare world for training, perhaps even all 18 of them without any issue. That way, not only could they practice real combat with nightmare creatures but they also wouldn't face any life-threatening dangers. The Nightmare world was also about time to be properly utilized. Once Levi truly became a level 6 Nightmare Lord, perhaps he could bring all members of the Dusk Holy Temple and even those from the ancient Saint Plane into it for training. This could also conveniently harvest nightmare crystals to feed back into the growth of his territory, a win-win situation. Apart from the 18 Twilight Cavalry, during these years of Levi's seclusion, other organizations had also made notable progress. The resources he had brought back were being gradually transformed into the nourishment for the robust growth of his powers. The second world's first dragon tournament was also successfully held. The Black Lotus Beast remained the undisputed champion, with the blood-sucking Demon Dragon and Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon claiming the second and third places, respectively. It looked like, for the short term, this trio's dominant position was hard to disrupt. Nevertheless, the Black Lotus Beast had recently started to busy itself with advancing to level 6, claiming that after participating in the third dragon tournament and winning a triple crown, it would take a long seclusion, giving opportunities to the younger generation as well. In these 3 years, Levi was busy with reforging his own divine weapon. He had discovered a new use for the level 6 rare treasure Flame Gathering Pot obtained from the Black Moon earlier. That was to enhance the power of flames, used for smelting ores and forging divine weapons. Relying on this treasure, he had reforged the Scarlet Cloak and Crimson Dragon Slash with level 6 materials in 3 years, both now possessing greatly enhanced power, sufficient for his use up to the 6th level Night Realm. His maximum spirit had also successfully condensed into 35 paths. It had to be said, the difficulty was indeed climbing continuously as he progressed. Luckily, Levi now had fewer responsibilities than before, so could barely maintain the standard of condensing one path every 2 years. 6 months later, Levi's Nightmare Dragon breathing technique also reached its maximum. He immediately took the prepared potion and started blood refinement in seclusion. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1266. Month of Grass. The south of the Midland Continent. Demon Object Mountain Range. Dawn Tower, an organization led by witches that had rapidly risen over the past century at the border area. Was led by Tower Master Elsa, a third circle witch with prowess in both body refinement and spell casting, quite extraordinary. Over the years, Dawn Tower had weathered many storms but stood firm. In the Demon Object Mountain Range, its reputation gradually grew, and innumerable mortals or occasional wild wizard apprentices who set foot on the path of a wizard came here to seek apprenticeship and learn. Chapter 1583. At this moment, the Dawn Tower's protective arrays were all activated, a clear sign that enemies were approaching. A group of dark wizards were besieging this place. Having escaped from a prison in the central part of the continent, they came across the Demon Object Mountain Range and discovered the Dawn Tower. Without a second word, they began their assault. In their eyes, it was merely a third circle wizard organization that they could take down in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until the Dawn Tower activated a fifth circle expert protective array that they realized their oversight. Now, they were trapped by the array, in a dilemma with no way forward or back. Suddenly, another fifth circle dark wizard transformed into a ray of light and flew in from the distance. The dark wizards trapped in the array were overjoyed. Lord Blackrock Wizard has arrived, we are saved. Lord Blackrock. The Blackrock Wizard said indifferently. What a bunch of trash. He was a 5-ring body refining wizard with considerable strength. 100 years ago, he even joined the Hydra organization and cultivated the extremely fast-progressing 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique. The Black Knight, wielding the war hammer, burst a third circle dark wizard's head, his face grave as he looked into the distance. Gentlemen, there's another fifth circle wizard. Elsa, get ready to unleash the corpse demons and the tyrant. Elsa, like a streak of aurora, claimed the life of an enemy every time her Evernight spear slashed through the sky. Roger that. Emperor Mew transformed into a golden ferocious ape, holding a black iron rod weighing thousands of pounds. Forged from rank 5 earth elemental metal, the rod could shatter the defensive field of fourth circle wizards with a single swing. Emperor Mew knew he wasn't good at naming, which is why the commander named this divine weapon the Ruyi Divine Stick. And then Mew discovered that the commander wasn't all-powerful either, at least when it came to naming things, he was no better than the commander. As the northern giant ape wielded the divine stick, each swing forced the dark wizards to retreat hastily. Another side. The Ash Knight's every move sent ash flying through the air. Dark wizards engulfed in ash were in agony, finding no relief even from drinking healing medicine, a real quandary. When the ash greatsword fell, a third circle wizard was killed instantly. The other members were well trained and formed a combat array, remaining unflappable in the face of danger. If it were not for the intervention of the Black Rock Wizard, these dark wizards would have all perished here today. Runes on the Black Rock Wizard's body flickered as layers of rock spread out, forming armor. Like a giant, he tore open a gap in the array and charged in. Emperor Mew clashed forcefully with his rod and was immediately sent flying. The Black Rock Wizard sneered. Moths to a flame. Seeing this, the Black Knight roared in his bull magic form, shaking the ground with his hooves, as the knights fought with renewed ferocity as if infused with vigor. The Ash Knight rushed over to join him in a fierce battle against a fifth circle opponent. The Black Rock Wizard was somewhat intrigued by their body tempering techniques and scoffed. It seems your organization has some historical depth after all. Not as simple as it appears on the surface. With rock fists capable of contending against 3 at once, he held his ground without falling behind. Just then, along with the sound of something tearing through the air, 3 figures came hurtling towards them, screeching. One was covered in crimson spines and exuded a fifth circle aura, wrapped in death energy, unmistakably a corpse demon. Another corpse demon was enveloped in poison fire, covered in black fur. The last was a fifth circle alchemical creature, its shoulder cannons fired upon Black Rock Wizard. Boom! The fierce attacks forced BlackRock to retreat. He didn't panic and laughed. So we have 2 level 5 corpse demon kings and a 5th circle alchemical creature, haha, looks like they are mine now. The blood-armored corpse demon drew the blood feather bow, a blood all appeared, blocking BlackRock Wizard's movements from afar. The blood artifacts she wielded had been reforged with the corpses of rank 5 members of the blood clan by the Holy Infant, making them much more powerful than before. The flame breath from the poison fire corpse demon eroded BlackRock's outer shell. Before long, the BlackRock Wizard found himself besieged by the 3 puppet creatures and falling into a disadvantage. Enough, looks like I must get serious today. The BlackRock Wizard's stony body suddenly sprouted 4 snake heads, and behind him, the vague silhouette of a 9-headed snake emerged, black demonic aura ravaging the array. Seeing this, the faces of the Black Knight and others darkened. The Hydra Organization. They had heard of this organization. There had been those who dared to tempt its members to cultivate their techniques, but upon discovery, the Black Knight and his group had immediately intervened to stop it. If someone violated the decree and secretly cultivated, they were to be executed on the spot. The commander had said that this technique was likely related to the abyss and may have been a big shot from there. Fishing in the wizard world with a widespread net, it belonged to the forbidden techniques and members were strictly forbidden from practicing it. For now, the Hydra organization's main activities were confined to the periphery, but Sauron's Divine Tower had taken notice of this situation and initiated an investigation. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they could eradicate them root and branch. The BlackRock Wizard, who had exploded with power, swung his fists wildly, propelling 3 puppet creatures away. He extended a crimson tongue, cackling like a demon. You force me to use my true trump card, and you will all die. Boom! He moved with extreme speed, appearing in front of the Black Knight in an instant. At the critical moment, the blood-armored corpse demon turned into a streak of blood, wielding the Moonlight Greatsword and fending off his attack. However, it was quite clear that these 3 puppets were no match for the demonized BlackRock Wizard in the short term. At this rate, even if they managed to slay him, the knights would suffer some losses. While they were entangled in combat, a loud roar came from afar. An arm stretched out, spanning a distance of miles, and coiled around the BlackRock Wizard. With a bang, the BlackRock Wizard was pulled back with a bewildered expression, as if slung by a catapult. Boom! He felt his hard rock body smash against an even tougher steel body, his body's surface riddled with cracks. A broad chest blocked his path. The white-haired old man in front of him huffed angrily, his rage surging sky-high. Audacious demon, meet your demise. With a karate chop, he sent the once haughty BlackRock Wizard plummeting down to the earth, creating a deep pit upon impact. Gandalf brandished the purple crystal wand in his hand, rolled up his sleeves, and swung the wand in a full moon arc. Boom! The rush of the wand cut a deep trench in the earth. The black rock was sent flying like a baseball, struck fiercely. Gandalf once again extended his arm and dragged him back. The black rock struggled to resist, constantly attacking Gandalf. All attacks were blocked by the purple scale armor covering Gandalf's body, leaving him frustrated. A top-grade wizard tool. How come this meddling old man is decked out in treasures? Isn't that taking advantage of an honest person? Before long, amidst screams of agony, the Black Rock Wizard met his end, his life and path extinguished. In the shadow dimension, the shadow demon swallowed, feeling a chill down his spine. So it was that meddlesome Gandalf. Well, this isn't something I can handle, better let Lord Victor deal with it personally. A compass-shaped wizard tool on Gandalf was glowing brilliantly, its pointer aimed at the shadow demon in the shadow dimension. Suddenly, the shadow demon felt his hair stand on end, a sense of crisis overwhelming him. So we have a little guy hiding here, hey. The purple crystal wand emitted a dazzling light, its domain expanding and forcing the shadow demon out into the open. Seeing this, the shadow demon steeled himself for a decisive battle with Gandalf. Shadow blades emerged from the shadows, all flying towards Gandalf. Gandalf waved his wand and deflected the attacks. Simultaneously, a bright bronze mirror appeared, radiating brilliant golden light. The shadow demon's face filled with horror. How many more top-grade wizard tools does this old man have? Behind Gandalf, 1,000 arms appeared, resembling a 1,000-armed bodhisattva, thundering violently. The terrifying fist wind formed a wall of palm prints, crushing the shadow demon to pieces. The shadow demon retreated to the shadow dimension but found that no matter what, he couldn't shake off Gandalf. The old man sat calmly atop the compass-shaped wizard tool, casually using the mirror to reflect on himself. In the end, the indignant shadow demon, its demonic aura inflated, transformed into a shadow giant over 100 meters tall. The shadow claws reached for Gondaf, but Gondaf's purple scale armor flashed, blocking the strike. The purple crystal wand, heavy as Mount Hua splitting force, split the shadow giant in two. The shadow demon, divided, tried to flee, but was dragged in front of Gondaf by arms that had split off from him. In sheer resentment, the shadow demon perished. After dividing the shadow demon's materials, Gondaf took out a peak level 5 crystal core and mused. Interesting, now I won't be short on shadow demon crystal cores anymore. Chapter 1584. Midland. Demon Object Mountain Range. Dawn Tower. Gandalf pocketed the crystal core and looked towards the battle at the Dawn Tower. Without fifth circle battle prowess, those dark wizards were quickly annihilated by the knights in cooperation with the corpse demons and the tyrant, leaving none alive. He had his own informants planted in Dawn Tower, on the one hand to oversee everyone's work and on the other to conveniently provide protection from the shadows. His own range of activity was mainly in the south. Now that the business here is settled, I'll continue drinking with the cave elves. This time I must win over the heart of the cave elf queen and take down this elf tribe. The cave elves are a branch of the elf race, at the very bottom of the elf discrimination chain. In Midland Continent, they have it pretty rough compared to the green elves in the forest, the blue elves from across the sea, or the dark elves and blood elves from the dark territory. However, like the dwarves, the cave elf clan is likely to produce weapon-making talent, which Gandalf finds quite interesting. After the battle, the Black Knights, Blood Knights, and others hurried over only to find that the helpful and detestation of evil dark wizard hunter, Gandalf, had already vanished from the place. The Black Knight exclaimed. Worthy of being Lord Gandalf indeed. The Goddess Knight said with a wry smile. Now in the southern region, every dark wizard who hears the name Gandalf acts as if they've seen a ghost. A few days later. The land of the cave elves. Gandalf, having been treated with great hospitality, left with satisfaction. At the entrance to the cave stood a cave elf queen with pale skin. Her name was Shakira, petite yet with well-developed chest muscles and a balanced physique, she exuded a healthy and wild beauty. The queen laughed heartily and waved a hand. Lord Gandalf, do visit us whenever you can. Gandalf, slightly inebriated, replied. I will. The elf queen pursed her lips, moved in spirit. So handsome, such a strong old man. Much better than those sickly-looking young wizards. Unlike the original hermit, Gandalf followed the socialite route. He unreservedly flaunted the charm of a high-quality elderly male human, and in the southern region, he had countless female fans. You should know that many women like the type of handsome old man that Gandalf is. Suddenly, Gandalf's communication device rang. He looked at it, and it was from Huffman's half-elf clan. Seeing the message, he revealed a knowing smile. It's done. Magic Secret Realm. In the thick fog, the Crow Feather Demon King, Victor, opened his eyes, and with the magic air rolling in the secret realm, he said fiercely. Gandalf. It has to be him, I hate these nosy rangers. But now that my strength has just recovered to level 6, I cannot leave this secret realm. For now, I will let you jump around for a while. Following that, the Hydra organization received new orders. Temporarily leave the southern region and stay away from Gandalf's range of activity, waiting for our leader to personally deal with Gandalf. Victor knew that with Gandalf's strength, unless he took action himself, the other members of the organization would just be throwing their lives away for nothing. The Hydra organization was too new and needed time to develop. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1266. Month of Flowing Fire. Ancient Saint Plain Entrance. A new visitor arrives. This person also had white hair and an elder's appearance, a body-refining wizard, indeed. Salmon Wizard. His current strength had actually regressed compared to before. Clearly, he had paid a significant price to completely withdraw from the Ocean Abyss Alliance organization. If not for being acquainted with a powerful primordial soul wizard, his cost might have been even greater. But all of this was worth it. Leaving such a top wizard organization, he felt a sense of relief. He missed the atmosphere of his old days at Great Tower. So he contacted Herman, Herman contacted Levi, and after going through the formalities, Herman personally admitted him into the Tower of Dawn organization. Salmon had only heard that he was joining a Fifth Circle wizard organization. Yet he never expected that the array outside the organization's base would be so terrifyingly formidable. Especially the alchemy creation at the center of the array, which resembled gods, put a lot of pressure on him. Even a fifth circle perfection wizard of the Ocean Abyss Alliance couldn't compare. Salmon exclaimed. Remarkable, Sir Levi truly has incredible means, I am truly impressed. Herman said. Master, this is just the tip of the iceberg. This organization will bring you many surprises. Tower of Dawn. Once a family of Grey Tower from the founding ancestor to the juniors, it's rare to see them gathered all at once. After Salmon's arrival, the Holy Infant appointed him as the head of the body refinement system to scout for those with body refining talent and to make use of the body tempering techniques previously collected by Levi. Moreover, Levi's ambition didn't stop there, he intended to create a batch of elites who were proficient in both body refining and spell casting. 1 month later, a group of guests from the Midland continent arrived, delighting the Holy Infant beyond measure. With Gandalf's intentional and unintentional guidance, Tiffman led the Halfling clan to migrate to the ancient Saint Plain. Like humans, only those halflings born with element affinity could embark on the journey of being a wizard. However, even non-wizard halflings often possessed knowledge of medicinal herbs and pharmacy equivalent to that of an apprentice wizard, making them top-tier masters of medicine in the mundane world. The ancient Saint Plain would offer shelter and safety to this clan, all they needed to do was to freely proliferate and work a job in the Tower of Dawn. Chapter 1585. If a mortal rookie is found to possess wizarding talent, they will also be recruited as an apprentice by the Tower of Dawn and specifically trained in the skills of a pharmacist. It's worth mentioning that Huffman also resigned from his teaching position at the Starfire Wizard Academy. After formally thanking Wizard Garcia for his kindness, he joined the Tower of Dawn to take care of his clan. Regarding this matter, Garcia did not trouble Huffman like the top wizard organizations would often do. Over the years, Huffman had cultivated many talents for the Starfire Wizard Academy, which he was well aware of. The Wizard Academy was initially founded to hope for a more free mutual aid organization for nomadic wizards. After joining the Tower of Dawn, Huffman learned that the master of the ancient Saint Plain was Levi. And the Master Fire Dragon, a world-renowned top talent, was also a friend of Levi and served under him. He was so shocked that he didn't know how to describe it. He thought it was quite an achievement for Levi to have ascended to the fifth circle. Little did he know, Levi had silently built such a vast force, also gathering a large number of talents. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. A dense mist enveloped the area, within which a gigantic black egg shimmered with a dreamy gloss, as if one more glance could trap someone in it, unable to extricate themselves. As the eggshell cracked, Levi sat within, his gaze sweeping across the greater world like a kaleidoscope. Nightmare Dragon Breathing Technique, Rank 5. From now on, all members are Rank 5, neatly aligned. He felt the changes brought about by Rank 5, first was the ability of the Nightmare Divine Palace to project outward. A black Divine Palace descended, enveloping Levi. At this moment, Levi's soul felt a strong sense of safety. The function of the Divine Palace is similar to the Nightmare Helmet, it can resist mental attacks and has stronger defense. With this, I now have 3 means of defending against mental attacks, the Divine Ring Tower, the Nightmare Helmet, and the Nightmare Divine Palace. With these 3 combined, even the primordial soul of a 6th circle wizard would find it difficult to possess me. Although Levi had not yet encountered a situation of soul possession, he couldn't be too careful. The means of mental defense are quite rare for any wizard, most ordinary wizards simply rely on strong spiritual force to resist, since wizards inherently cultivate spiritual force. Among wizards of the same realm, there are very few who use mental attacks, as everyone's spiritual force is roughly the same, the slight damage inflicted is less effective than a simple fireball technique. And if a higher realm wizard were to oppress someone of a lower realm, there would be even less need for mental attacks. Thus, in the wizard world, only some cautious wizards would particularly cultivate such spells and apply protection. Levi doesn't need to specifically cultivate it, having the Nightmare Dragon and the Divine Ring Tower is sufficient. He stowed away the Nightmare Divine Palace and materialized a suit of blood source armor covered with a surreal, multicolored black scale. The helmet of the armor was like a little nightmare black dragon, with iconic shattered wings stretching out from behind. The power of the nightmare swept across, causing invisible waves. Those with weaker strength would be dragged by Levi into deep nightmares, unable to awake. But the function of the real armor was not just that. Levi's outer black scales suddenly opened up. Like opening the channels of a beehive, numerous small creatures with black dragon heads emerged from it. The bodies of these creatures differed, yet all had heads of black dragons. These were nightmare creatures Levi had summoned from the nightmare world, who also served as his subjects. Among these figures, several special ones appeared. The faceless infant dragon, the 9 infant, the butcher, red cloak, and sledgehammer, the elite leaders, emerged one by one. The voice of a little girl came from the faceless infant dragon. Lord Nightmare Black Dragon? Where are we? Levi said. This is another world. You have been summoned by me, but only temporarily. Once the time is up, you will return to the nightmare world. This excited the creatures like the 9 infant. Nightmare creatures possess strong aggression, almost akin to the abyss, and they like invading other planes. At this moment, they were eager to start. Levi said. Without my permission, do not touch a blade of grass here. As a lord, these subjects absolutely obeyed his orders. Before long, these nightmare creatures receded like the tide, returning to the nightmare world. Levi said. This skill can be called nightmare summoning. Once my nightmare domain has developed, I will have a powerful nightmare battle group. The greatest advantage of the nightmare battle group is its almost endless numbers. The nightmare mother trees are constantly birthing new nightmare creatures, allowing for relentless reinforcement. Of course, the nightmare black dragon territory is still rather weak. After all, he as a lord is only at rank 5. The territory of the nightmare black dragon is located on the periphery of the nightmare world, similar to the Blackwater Valley during Levi's mortal days. The advantage is that no other nightmare lords covet his territory. The disadvantage is that the production and quality of nightmare creatures are not as good as those from richer territories. After Levi reaches level 6, he will need to consider gradually expanding his territory. In the nightmare world, true powerhouses abound. Even after reaching level 6, one must not be too conspicuous and should proceed cautiously. Apart from the Divine Palace and the Blood Source armor, Levi's previous special effect Nightmare Lord also underwent changes. After advancing to rank 5, the power of the Nightmare Dragon within him was sufficient to pull more people into the Nightmare world, and they could stay there longer. Moreover, he no longer needed to remain in the Nightmare world all the time like before. Chapter 1586. All that was needed was the application of the tracking mark, and, with Levi's permission, these people could enter the Black Dragon territory at any time. To return, they would commit suicide. Next, we can let the 18 Twilight Cavalry enter for their training, he said. Levi opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Nightmare Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 17, 1/800,000, Special Effect, Nightmare Perception, Level 9, Danger Perception, Nightmare Lord, Heavenly Wind Heart, Bloodline Dharma Idol, Nightmare Fog, Blood Source Armor, Nightmare Dragon Armor, Exclusive Weapon, the Nightmare Helmet, Rank 5. Now, all of Levi's breathing techniques had reached rank 5. His bloodline divine weapons had also been cultivated by him to their maximum at rank 5. To progress further would require a higher level of cultivation realm. After finishing up matters here, Levi returned to the ancient Saint Plain. In an open space, the wizards of the Tower of Dawn were holding a grand banquet for the halfling who had just moved in. This too was initiated by Levi, through such team-building activities, to foster harmonious relations among the organization's members and also enhance the halflings' goodwill towards them. Upon seeing Levi, Huffman hurriedly came over to express his gratitude. Levi, the luckiest thing in my life is that I met you. Although it sounds cheesy, it's indeed my heartfelt thought. Levi laughed and said. Ha ha ha, without your earlier assistance, there wouldn't be a me today. Don't worry about it, just focus on living and cultivating here peacefully, educating the next generation. I'll help you advance to the 5th circle, and all these halflings will have good outcomes as well. Huffman, with tears streaming down his face, was deeply moved. Recalling every detail of Riptide City seemed like it was just in front of his eyes. And now, his most worrisome issue about his tribe had received a perfect solution, giving him a sense of completeness in life. Next, he would focus on advancing to the 5th circle. After Huffman left, Salman also took the opportunity to come over and thank Levi. Levi responded politely to everyone, and the feast did not end until the early morning. Half a year later. In the year 1267 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of beginning, the 167th Round Table meeting was officially convened. This time, Levi had called over the 4 official members of the organization from the Midland continent in advance. The Flower Knight was also invited by him to the ancient Saint Plain. The 18 Twilight Cavalry were all there for the offline meeting. Such an opportunity was rare in history. At this meeting, the Black Knight reported to Levi about the encounter with the Dark Wizard at the branch earlier and also did not forget to thank the anonymous do-gooder, Gonduf. Levi had already learned about this matter through Gonduf. He spoke. The big issue we're currently facing in our organization is the lack of 5th level combat power. In terms of resources, we are not lacking, what's missing now is tempering and training. Therefore, I plan to start with the 18 Twilight Cavalry and provide all-around improvement to everyone's practical combat skills through battles and other means, to help you grow faster. The Blood Knight said. This is indeed the case. For a long time, our knights have been too well protected by the ancient Dragon Empire and the arrays, lacking real life and death training. Emperor Mu excitedly said. Commander, which organization are we going to battle next? Levi shook his head and replied. Not at all. I want to take you all on an expedition to cultivate in another world, to pioneer new lands. The Black Knight was taken aback. Another world? Without the strength of a primordial soul, or following the wizard expeditionary army, how can we go to another world? The Flower Knight realized what Levi intended to do and smiled knowingly. That's great, we can all act together, she said cheerfully. Levi said. The other world I want to take you is the Nightmare World. An extremely powerful realm. Just the tip of the iceberg that it has shown is enough to shock you. The Thousand Illusion Knight looked puzzled. Nightmare World? It sounds terrifying. Does it have anything to do with the School of Dreams? Her own phantom beast breathing technique was related to dreams, so the mention of Nightmare World intrigued her. Levi nodded and explained. I can create a freely moving duplication for everyone in the Nightmare World. Once you find a suitable place to sleep, you will enter it with your consciousness. Within, you can search for resources, hunt monsters, refine your combat techniques, do anything. What's most important is that with me here, if you are unfortunate enough to die in the Nightmare World, you'll just lose a duplication. Upon waking, your consciousness will automatically return to the real world. The Flower Knight has already experienced this. He looked towards the Flower Knight. The Flower Knight said with a smile. That's right. The materials and resources we collect in the Nightmare World can be brought back to the real world through the commander. This means you can experience battles that are infinitely close to life and death without the worry of actually dying. Upon hearing this, the members were obviously incredulous. But with the commander and the level 6 expert, the Flower Knight, saying so, it certainly couldn't be fake. After such a long time together, the 18 Twilight Cavalry had already established a foundation of feelings and trust with Levi. Emperor Mu was the first to speak. Commander, hurry and take me to see it, my blood of battle is already burning. Levi said. After the meeting, I will apply the corresponding tracking marks. Afterward, you simply need to communicate with me telepathically. Once I give permission, you will be able to enter the Nightmare World. All agreed readily, some even eager to start. Chapter 1587. They sensed that the era belonging to the Twilight Knights was about to arrive. The meeting proceeded as usual. The Steel Dragon Knight stood up and said solemnly. Commander, I have also advanced to level 4. Levi nodded approvingly. Good. Andrew had always been the person he had the most hope for. On one hand, Andrew was a child of the earth element and possessed excellent knightly talent, as well as a knack for research, making him a rare all-around talent. On the other hand, Levi also suspected that this life's Andrew was the reincarnation of a servant from the secondary blood clan in his previous life. Therefore, he had some personal interest in Andrew. Andrew introduced his Dharma idol. Originally, he had cultivated the excellent Great Iron Dragon breathing technique, which was relatively unremarkable. However, with sufficient resources, he had evolved it into the current Steel Dragon breathing technique. The Steel Dragon breathing technique could match the perfect grade breathing techniques of other members. The Iron Castle born from it was also very powerful. When deployed, a mighty steel dragon would form a fortress in front of Andrew. It could protect him and, like the Flower Knight, protect his teammates. The other members highly praised this Dharma idol. So, among the middle generation, only the Thousand Illusion Knight had not yet advanced to level 4. As it is well known, the perception-type breathing technique is the most difficult to cultivate. Yet her progress was not slow, she just lacked a suitable opportunity, and naturally, she would advance when the time came. In the old generation, members like the Blood Knight and the Ash Knight were still stuck at the peak of level 4. Clearly, breaking through to level 5 was not easy. Perhaps the forthcoming venture into the Nightmare World would provide a great opportunity. The new generation of 6 knights were still consolidating their 3rd level realm. They were far behind their predecessors and could not catch up in the short term. The Fire Dragon Knight, a freak of nature, might say otherwise. After receiving special care from Levi, he had already become the sole giant among the 18 riders. Every meeting, he towered over his teammates like a crane among chickens, giving his colleagues a sense of oppression. The combat technique cultivated by the Fire Dragon Knight was also a knightly version of the War King catalog, a method of fighting with large, swinging moves, perfectly suited for a powerhouse like him. After the meeting ended, once everyone was ready, Levi applied the Nightmare Dragon mark to each of them. On the eve of entering the Nightmare World, the Flower Knight, her hair tied in a ponytail and dressed in sleek dragon armor, carrying a large sword, came to the Extreme Path Palace and asked, "Commander, what did you want to see me about?" Levi smiled and said, "The upcoming journey into the Nightmare World will require your extra care." The Flower Knight responded, "No problem. I've always been interested in the Nightmare World. It's just that you, Commander, have been too busy to take me with you. Now that I can enter freely, I will definitely spend a lot of time there." Levi replied awkwardly, "I couldn't help it, my power was too weak before to take people in for extended periods. But now it's different." Now, at the Black Dragon territory, a steady supply of nightmare crystals was being produced. As long as the nightmare avatar was well crafted, it would not cost Levi much, and it would be sufficient for the 18 riders to train there. Moreover, these knights would not always be immersing themselves in it. It was meant as a place for cultivation aside from their regular duties. After a moment of silence, seeing that Levi had nothing more to say, the Flower Knight ventured, "So, you're all done on your end?" Levi answered, "Yes, I'm done. Thanks for your help during this period. I have too much to handle and hope to reach level 6 soon, which leaves me no time to split my focus." The Flower Knight smiled sweetly and sighed, "All right, I understand. Since there's no more business, I'll be off then." Watching the Flower Knight disappear, Levi's face carried a puzzled expression. What else could there be? The Nightmare World. The Black Dragon territory. Packs of nightmare creatures, like ants, organized clearly, built their own homes. The nightmare mother trees were like queens, responsible for production. The nightmare creatures gathered crystals from the wilderness and piled them around the main tree, nourishing it. In the Black Dragon territory of today, those early pioneers had already advanced to level 5. And a group of level 4 core forces had also emerged. The lower-level nightmare creatures were countless. This was the strength of the Nightmare World. This was why Levi thought that this world was on par with the Abyss and the Astral World. Even the current wizard world could not compare. From the perspective of the wizard civilization across the Pan Plane, they were already reproducing quickly, but compared to the Nightmare World, it was minor. If one day, these creatures massively invaded the wizard world, Levi didn't know if the Wizard Council without Sauron could withstand them. So, he needed to build a strong foundation here in advance and leave a fallback route. Should the wizard world ever fall, he might as well mingle in the nightmare world as a lord. That day, a nightmare black dragon, its wingspan reaching 100 meters, descended from the sky onto the main tree. The black dragon transformed into a black armored swordsman resembling Levi. Soon after, figures began to appear one by one at the altar below, the 18 Twilight Riders, all arriving. Levi said, "This is the Black Dragon territory, my domain in the nightmare world. From now on, every time you appear, it will be here. Do not attack the creatures within this territory, they are my subjects. The resources you collect can be stored within the territory, I will take them back and distribute the spoils according to everyone's contributions." Chapter 1588. He came today mainly to systematically introduce the knights to the nightmare world. After that, he rarely came here. Stretching his arms, the Flower Knight said contentedly, "There are lots of good things in here. Next, I'll lead everyone to tame the nightmare world. Let the busy commander take care of his things." Hearing this, Levi laughed and said, "I will also come up from time to tame it with everyone." Apart from Flower Knight, the 3 female knights with their sensitive minds, keenly smelled something out of the ordinary. Elsa said, "Commander, you also have to come and check on things often. Who knows, you might encounter something good here. Denise caught on and smiled. That's right. Commander, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Cultivation is important, but since we are human, living happily is the most important thing. The Thousand Illusion Knight, with his mask and proud peaks, asked carefully. Commander, why don't I let you relax in my void illusion realm? And experience the ultimate pleasure of the human realm? Levi replied seriously. Stop joking around. With the current state of affairs, wanting to live is not easy. Cultivation is the most important thing, and we must never slack off at any time. The three female knights fell silent. No wonder the commander's strength had increased so rapidly, he was indeed working too hard. Helplessly, the flower knight smiled and said. Don't argue with him about this. It's useless. After all, he's a leader and thinks differently from us. At this time, the male knights had already let loose in the Black Dragon territory, starting to experiment with their abilities. Levi looked at these people with satisfaction. They were like beta gamers who had just entered the novice village, brimming with curiosity about everything. Nightmare World, your fourth calamity has arrived. In the chaotic wilderness, the knights soon witnessed the might of the Nightmare World. A centipede monster, 100 meters long and covered in human hands, hundreds of them suddenly burst forth. Its strength, shockingly, was that of a fifth circle ordinary nightmare creature. Levi and the Flower Knight exchanged a smile, tacitly choosing not to make a move. The knights knew this was their trial. The Blood Knight's expression was solemn, he knew he wouldn't die. But the sense of mortal danger brought by the monster was real. The Black Knight said. Everyone, now is the time to test our teamwork. Charge! The bull demon magic form stomped the earth, roaring in rage. Watch me devour the heavens and the earth. The golden lion Dharma opened its gaping maw and swallowed the centipede. Eat my stick! Taking advantage of the brief entrapment, the Dharma idol of Emperor Mu's berserk ape, grasping the Ruyi divine stick, mustered all its strength and smashed it down, breaking a section of the centipede's body. The usually reticent Dark Moon Knight vanished into the shadow, the sharp ring blade flew out, striking sparks against the centipede's armor. Level 4 knights, each displaying their wizardry, suppressed the centipede for a time. Although the level 3 knights could hardly deal damage, they also took the chance to experience the feel of combat with a rank 5. It wasn't long before the centipede thrashed its tail, tearing through the golden lion Dharma. It spat out a black poisonous breath. Stay away from the poisonous fog. The Blood Knight's form billowed, bringing gales that blew the poisonous fog away. However, several level 3 knights had already been corroded by the fog, quickly dissolving into pools of blood. The Snow Dragon Knight and the Pheasant Knight awoke in their respective halls, marveling at the commander's miraculous methods. As expected of the Nightmare World, it's like a dream. Waking up still feels so real. In the Nightmare World, the battle continued. After roughly figuring out the centipede's attack patterns, the knights instantly devised a combination attack strategy. Denise became a healer, her 5-colored divine light sweeping across the battlefield, healing her comrades' wounds and restoring their vigor. The Aurora Knight and the Dark Moon Knight, relying on agility, continually drew the centipede's fire. Finally, after paying the price of half their number fallen, the centipede collapsed with a thunderous crash. Emperor Mu panted heavily. This is the battle I wanted. So thrilling. The Blood Knight said. Nightmare creatures are too strong. We are new here and not yet proficient. How about this, each month, we set aside a few specific days to practice team cooperation techniques in the Nightmare World. The Black Knight said. Having the Nightmare World as our training ground, our combat abilities will shoot up dramatically. The other knights readily agreed. The group rested for a while until those knights who had returned to the city hurried back. Ha ha ha, I'm back. The moment of death felt so real, and even after waking up, I doubted whether I had gone to the underworld. Realizing they had immortal bodies, the knights' resolve strengthened. Suddenly, a piercing screech came from the sky. Dare to kill my minions, pay with your life. A strange being descended, exuding the aura of a peak level 5, and its head, astonishingly, resembled an electric saw. The faceless infant dragon complained. Master! This is the electric saw head, the one who injured me before. In the chaotic wilderness, various wandering nightmare creatures often appeared. They had no territories, but their strength was formidable. Just as Flower Knight was about to take action, Levi stopped her and said. Let me do it. For such a foe, there's no need to trouble you. Flower Knight's eyes flashed, and she smiled. Go ahead. The electric saw head roared, its saw teeth spinning furiously, its power immense. Die. The saw head descended, cutting through the earth, unstoppable. The next moment, the invincible saw was caught by a single hand. Chapter 1589. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks flew everywhere. The shockwave swept across several miles, instantly killing the weak nightmare creatures. Levi, holding the electric saw head, smiled and said. This electric saw is not bad, a little modification and it becomes a divine weapon. His golden snake breathing technique had already entered the late stage realm. His defense strength had increased significantly compared to when he first stepped into the rank of a level 5 knight. Plus the defense attribute enhancements brought about by other breathing techniques. Catching an attack from a peak level 5 with his bare hands was a trivial matter. This scene made the Blood Knight, who originally wanted to remind the commander to be careful, sigh internally. Really, does the commander's strength still need my concern? The Flower Knight clapped and said. As expected of the commander. The other knights also shouted one after another. The commander is invincible. Levi's hand chop fell, breaking the electric saw in response. The creature, in pain, without a head, quickly ran off, not even wanting its head back, as it could grow it back later. Hey, it's still not dead. Levi quickly stepped in front of the fleeing creature and captured it once more. Seeing this, the creature promptly knelt on the ground with practiced ease. Oh Lord, spare my life, I didn't recognize Mount Tai. That centipede can be killed, it doesn't matter. Levi asked. Do you have a lord? The creature replied, its voice trembling. I don't have one anymore, my lord is dead. I am willing to join under your command and serve you like a dog or horse. Joking aside, if his pride and joy, the electric saw head, could be broken off by this man's bare hands, then this person's strength must be close to a lord if not one already. After thinking for a moment, Levi said. Swear an oath of loyalty to me as your lord, and you can live. The creature with the electric saw head quickly took the oath, and Levi saw on the panel that there was one more person listed under subjects, indicating success. He returned the electric saw to the creature, who then put its head back on. Thank you, Lord. After this little diversion, the knights continued their training. Meanwhile, Levi returned to the real world, busy with his cultivation. Time flies in cultivation. Before one knew it, 3 years had passed. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1270, month of northern wind. Levi was now 280 years old. Over these past years, Gandalf's duplicate had made great progress. The old man had practiced the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique to the 4th layer. His pharmacy in the Midland continent had also successfully opened for business, located in a wizard city in the south, named Gandalf Pharmacy. Riding on Gandalf's reputation, there was no lack of orders. However, considering the Holy Infant clone was extremely busy, Gandalf's supplies were limited. At the opening of the pharmacy, like the Fire Dragon hut, there were some setbacks. Even someone as kind as Gandalf had people trying to cause him trouble. In the end, they were all persuaded with reason by Gandalf. Furthermore, because Gandalf had helped the Sorin Holy Tower capture dark wizards multiple times, he made acquaintance with many official organizations and was even personally received by a primordial soul wizard. Relying on these connections, such difficulties were trivial. Thanks to the income from both the Fire Dragon shop and Gandalf Pharmacy, plus the bounty and rewards Gandalf collected from hunting dark wizards over the years, Levi's reserve of ether stones had returned to 250 million. Unfortunately, Pandora's Root and Mind Flayer Brain, these two treasures had not been on the market recently. Even with money in hand, Levi could only wait. Helpless, he could do nothing but continue to wait. The Holy Infant clone kept on crafting talismans as its main business, occasionally making weapons and medicines to support the family. Carrying the responsibilities for both the original and Gandalf, it was truly touching. Levi already had several hundred level 5 divine talismans as trump cards, just waiting for the right moment to test their power. Of Levi's 3 alter ego plans, only Lord Victor's mask had not been put to use yet. He only had 2 clones, and using Lord Victor's mask now would certainly impede the original's cultivation, so there was no rush on this matter. Now, Levi's spiritual force had reached 1,608 points, inching ever closer to perfection. A total of 37 strands of maximum essence had been condensed. On the path of nights, the progress of the golden snake breathing technique had surpassed 3/4. Around the age of 300, he should be able to attain perfection in spiritual force and also reach the limits of the golden snake. Levi had initially just wanted the golden snake to advance. However, after obtaining the bloodline crystal of the black water dragon turtle, he now aspired to gamble on evolution, so he paid extra attention to any news regarding bloodline crystals. Summing it up, Levi found that money still wasn't enough when it came to the primordial soul. That day. Nightmare World. Levi was practicing the 6th layer of the Warlord Catalog. The 8 desolate halberd swung, annihilating one low-level nightmare creature after another with its frenzied attacks. The Flower Knight, this formidable figure, had already begun exploring the deep wilderness. With her strength, the few old, weak, and sickly neighbors around Levi were probably no match for Flower Knight. It was just that Levi had no intention of initiating war for the time being, all would wait until he reached level 6. Elsewhere. The enchanting dance of the Thousand Illusion Knight twirled through the sky, with the phantom shadow of a white phantasm beast, resembling 9 tails, emerging behind her. After 3 years of much effort, the Thousand Illusion Knight also successfully reached level 4. The middle generation was now fully made up of level 4 knights. The Dharma idol of the Thousand Illusion Knight was named the 9-tailed illusion beast. The capabilities of this phantom beast were extraordinary. It could unleash powerful illusions as well as create illusionary duplicates to confuse the enemy. With her current strength, she could create 4 duplicates, each one level weaker than herself. Each duplicate was a perfect copy of her, capable of creating true chaos. These illusionary duplicates could wield the most basic combat techniques but were unable to utilize talents and Dharma idol's abilities intrinsic to her bloodline. After manifesting her Dharma idol, the Thousand Illusion Knight's capabilities soared from what was once deemed the weakest version. She was no longer just a minor support relying on illusions. On the battlefield, 1 true and 4 false, 5,000 illusion knights stood impressively, their breastplates prominently poised, forming a dazzling sight. The young male knights of the new generation couldn't help but stare in awe. While the knights trained, Levi returned to the real world. His countenance was excited, clearly signaling that something significant had occurred. Within the fairyland, the ancient banyan tree radiated a dense green light. After more than 30 years, Martha had successfully refined and absorbed the IC pearl. At that moment, the joyous figure of the blonde girl materialized, her outline growing more solid, indicating that Martha's projection power had strengthened. Martha was in high spirits. She happily jumped onto Levi's shoulder and said, "The Pandora's root has also been refined. I am now advanced to the mid-stage of level 6, and the area of the ancient banyan fairyland has also expanded to double its previous size. Also, near Little Cold Mountain, a new entrance to a secret realm has appeared, linking to the IC plane. It will be Martha's dojo for the future. Her life has been saved, and her strength has been slightly enhanced." Levi held the girl's slender waist with his large hands, setting her on the ground and happily said, "That's wonderful, our fairyland is becoming more perfect." With a blush, Martha said, "I'm sorry, I'm used to sitting on the tree and didn't notice that I climbed onto your shoulder again." Levi laughed heartily. "It's all right. I'll take a stroll in the IC secret realm. Oh, I have 8 golden leaves here, you take them to refine them. They should help stabilize your cultivation." Martha's blush still lingered as she smiled and said, "Thank you very much." Watching Levi depart, Martha hopped and skipped back to the ancient banyan tree, mumbling something to herself. Little Cold Mountain. After decades of cultivation, the Ice Phoenix was now close to becoming a 5th circle senior, and her strength had noticeably improved. Seeing Levi, she said respectfully, "Lord, do you have any orders?" Levi said, "No, just continue your cultivation." In the cold pond, the 7-day soul revival grass had already reached the 5-leaf stage. By the time Levi's primordial soul was ready, reaching 7 leaves shouldn't be an issue. Levi felt that as the ancient banyan fairyland expanded, the range of Little Cold Mountain further increased, and the element density chi also improved slightly. The heaven crystal dragon ants hibernated and cultivated in the caves of the snowfield, while white snake hormone coiled around an ice mountain, breathing in the cold air. On the sea, a circular gate hovered above the surface, and by the gate, Martha, carrying a longsword, expressed her gratitude. "I thank Sir Levi." Levi smiled and replied, It's good that you've succeeded. From now on, you are the master of this secret realm. Now, with all 3 level 6 protectors of the fairyland awakened, Levi had many more things he could do. Chapter 1590. Fairyland. Little Cold Mountain. Martha leaned against the door of light, smiling as she asked. Commander, would you like to visit the secret realm? Levi nodded. He was also curious about what this newly formed secret realm would look like. Martha gestured for him to proceed, and after a flash of light, the two disappeared from the spot. I see secret realm. 2 figures emerged. A wave of cold air swept over them. Levi muttered. The frost elemental power here is not bad, slightly superior to Little Cold Mountain. Martha said. The ice sea plane might be small, but it's a plane inclined towards the frost element. The advantage is that it's suitable for the cultivation of the frost race, like our ice crystal clan, for example. The downside is it's too specialized, which makes it difficult to give birth to a more rounded civilization. Comparatively, Mana's fairyland is somewhat better, being a complete world. A world must indeed develop earth, fire, wind, and water in parallel. Levi agreed with this. Nora was such, and therefore it had given birth to a wizard civilization with such diverse sects. By comparison, the ice sea plane was like the first 4 layers of the dark ancient tower. Each layer was an incomplete world. After expansion, ancient Banyan fairyland should have moved past its embryonic form stage and become a true miniature plane. At present, the fairyland, just in terms of area, is about a quarter the size of the ancient Saint Plain, which also places it in the mid-tier among the small plains. Although the ancient Saint Plain is also a small plain, it belongs to the upper tier among the small plains due to the nurturing it has undergone over countless years. Without a plain sovereign, the ancient Saint Plain may need tens of thousands of years to slowly grow into a medium plain. However, with the approaching intersection of plains, the ancient Saint Plain will essentially become a part of Nora, so discussing this is meaningless. The intersection of plains cannot be stopped, and Mana can't refine the ancient Saint Plain to become part of it either. While flying, Martha introduced. The Ice Sea Secret Realm consists of 90% extremely cold ocean and 10% snowfield land that is suitable for the growth of cold-based medicinal herbs and creatures. Sir Levi, if you need anything, feel free to develop it here. Otherwise, it's just Isa and me, which feels rather lonely. Levi said. Life will return here in the future. With Levi's current energy, the degree to which he could develop the ancient Saint Plain was still far from sufficient. If such fertile land is not utilized, it would truly be a waste. He asked. Martha, can you connect the entrance to the Ice Sea Secret Realm with my ancient Saint Plain? This way, I can arrange for some people to come here and clear the land. Martha said. That should be possible. However, as for the specifics of how to do it, we'll need to ask Mana. As the sovereign of the main plane, she has the final say. Levi returned to the ancient Banyan fairyland. Under the tree, Mana was refining a golden leaf while swinging on a swing. Her golden hair was caressed by the breeze, flowing smoothly, while her feet swung back and forth restlessly. Upon seeing Levi, Mana asked. Do you need something? Levi repeated his idea. He didn't want to expose the ancient Banyan fairyland for the time being, but he could let the organizations of the ancient Saint Plain go to the Ice Sea Secret Realm to clear the land. After all, with Martha holding the secret realm, they wouldn't be able to pass through the secret realm to reach the ancient Banyan fairyland. In this way, the Ice Sea Secret Realm could be used as a secret realm of the ancient Saint Plain. After hearing this, Mana pondered and said. In theory, there's no problem, but to actively open such a long-term stable space connecting passage requires starfall remains, which are quite precious. With your current realm, it's difficult to obtain them. Levi asked. Starfall remains? Please tell me more. Mana explained. Starfall remains, also known as meteorite relics, are generally formed when any plane, whether small or large, dies and experiences something similar to a wizard's wizard fall phenomenon, creating starfall. After the starfall, most of the material within the plane will be devoured by the Land of Darkness, becoming part of it. The Land of Darkness will use these materials to nurture new planes into existence. However, some core materials containing the essence of the plane's space might, by chance, become remnants floating in the Land of Darkness. These are the starfall remains. Starfall remains contain the essence of an entire world, and even the lowest grade is a priceless treasure. They are extremely suitable for refining the rarest Space Series wizard tools or treasures. Beings above level 6 covet them greatly. If you want to establish a space passage, a small piece will suffice, but I suspect that you won't be able to buy any in the current wizard world. Such good items, no one would sell them. Upon hearing this, Levi had an epiphany. He hadn't realized such marvelous things existed, truly an eye-opener. Levi thought to himself. There's no rush to develop the ice sea plane, after all, the plane is right here and no one can take it away. For now, it's enough to simply scatter some medicinal herb seeds and let them grow naturally. When leaving Fairyland, Isa came running over and handed Levi a book. Sir Levi, this is the sword skill inheritance my mother wanted to give to you. Levi smiled and said. Convey my thanks to Martha for me, her thoughtfulness is much appreciated. He looked at the book, titled Cold Ice Breath. It appeared to have a barbarian king level standard. However, it wasn't the barbarian tribes that created this sword skill, but other alien races. As combat skills tend to converge to similar principles, Levi simply took the essence of the technique and discarded the dross. Chapter 1591. Several days later. On Levi's proficiency panel, a new sword skill emerged. Levi. Cold Ice Breath, Level 1, 1/1000, Special Effect, Ice Sword Domain, Level 1. Ice Sword Domain, creates a ring-shaped domain of ice crystal particles around the user. Within this domain, enemy attack speeds are significantly reduced and slowed, and enemies are continuously struck by ice crystal particles. Levi's eyes sparkled. This sword skill is even more powerful than I imagined. It can even form a sword domain. He immediately tested the sword skill on the training ground. Levi held his shark-tooth-shaped sword and spun around like a whirlwind, unleashing the ice sword chi. The sword chi released countless ice crystal particles, forming a spiral of blue particles that enveloped Levi. Eventually, it transformed into a star ring domain about 100 meters in diameter. The alchemical creatures used for sparring entered the domain and moved incredibly slowly, appearing like slow motion to Levi. Countless ice crystal particles scoured their surfaces, quickly encrusting their steel body with a layer of frost, making a sanding noise before completely freezing over and shattering. Not bad. Just at the first level, it already has such power. This sword skill is certainly sufficient to be cultivated up to the 7th floor. According to the sword skill manual, this cold ice breath could be mastered by a rank 5 expert with exceptional talent and sufficient time up to the 6th level. However, the 7th level required a level 6 expert to execute it. By then, the ice sword domain would advance to become Frost Sword Realm. A single strike, and the Sword Realm emerges. The enemy would be trapped in a frost barrier made up of ice crystal particles. Even a primordial soul wizard would be momentarily confined. This is a control-type sword skill, but its damage is also formidable. It perfectly complements my innate spell, Ice Dragon Prison. Having acquired a powerful new combat technique, Levi was even more formidable. For days to come, he continued his relentless training. Half a year later. This cold ice breath had been cultivated by him to the 3rd level, increasing the range of the ice sword domain slightly. 3 years later. This sword skill had been practiced to the 5th level. At this point, the power of the ice sword domain could finally be exercised somewhat. On the training ground, Levi spun with his sword, emitting a beautiful spiral of frost particles, like a scene from Fairyland. Centering on him, a considerable range was enveloped by the ice sword domain. Swordsman Jerry, Isa, and others who sparred against him felt as if their bodies, even their souls, were being frozen. In this extreme cold, their movements grew increasingly stiff, their consciousness and thoughts dulled, and they could only rely on muscle memory to utilize their combat techniques. As Levi initiated Ice Dragon Prison, under the dual suppression of the 2 domains, Jerry and others had numerous flaws in their movements as seen by Levi, akin to slow motion. He casually strolled among their attacks and swiftly knocked them back. We are too weak. Isa said with a bitter smile. Indeed. Jerry felt somewhat disheartened. Lord had suppressed most of his power, and still, together, they were no match for him. Levi said with a smile. With diligent practice, you too can achieve what I have. He sheathed his sword, returning to the ancient Saint Plane. The 5 levels of the ice sword domain were now sufficient for use. Next, like with other combat techniques, he would gradually refine it to the peak realm below level 6. It was now the year 1273 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of the furnace. Dragon King Li was 283 years old. More than 40 years had passed since the ancient tower had closed. Levi couldn't help feeling sentimental. Cultivation truly made one lose the concept of time. Especially now with his long lifespan, each closed-door session started at 2 to 3 years at a minimum, consuming resources extravagantly. Less than 60 years remain until the next opening of the ancient tower. By then, my night techniques should have advanced to level 6. After entering, I can resolve some previous issues. Nightmare World. Black Dragon Territory. Nightmare Main Tree. Levi descended from the sky, shedding his dragon body and transformed into a black knight. Upon seeing Levi, Electric Sawhead scurried over excitedly. Lord, you're back. I've recruited another level 5 wanderer today. Behind Electric Sawhead was Triangle Head, wearing a metal cage and armor, holding a huge axe, appearing immensely strong. This is Giant Axe Quinn. His strength is on par with mine. We both hail from the same territory. After our lord fell, we scattered. Considering you needed help, I brought him here. Quinn doesn't talk much, Lord, please don't mind that. Since Electric Sawhead arrived in the territory, the Black Dragon territory had become lively. He was practically a born chatterbox. Levi examined Triangle Head and solemnly said, I dislike coercion. Electric Sawhead joined my territory voluntarily. Would you like to join my Black Dragon territory? As he spoke, a formidable aura of the nightmare Black Dragon emanated from him. Recalling how his own head had been slapped off, Electric Sawhead quickly added, yes, yes, yes. This place is excellent, filled with talented individuals. I truly joined willingly. Triangle Head remained silent but nodded, planting his axe into the ground and kneeling on one knee as a sign of submission. Levi smiled. Electric Sawhead, take Quinn and find him a dwelling. Electric Sawhead, pulling Triangle Head along, quickly left and selected the tallest Nightmare Mother Tree as Triangle Head's home. Chapter 1592. These formidable nightmare creatures like to cultivate under the Nightmare Mother Trees, where the power of nightmare was even denser. Thus, Triangle Head, after receiving an invitation from Electric Sawhead, hesitated for a moment but still came. Knowing Electric Sawhead, he was sure that the place would be excellent. It was certainly better than wandering in the wilderness on his own. After settling in, Triangle Head quickly started his job, leading a team to patrol the territory. Levi looked on with a pleased expression. Not bad, now there are 7 rank 5 leaders. Moreover, the strength of Electric Sawhead and Triangle Head was both at the peak of level 5. These two were nightmare monsters that frightened children in many parts of the multidimensional plane. For these people, their power of fear was akin to many people's power of faith towards gods, however fear signified a negative form of faith. As long as their terrifying legends continued to exist as urban myths in the multidimensional plane, they would continue to grow robustly, and advancing to level 6 was not impossible. The same principle applied to leaders like Red Cloak and Butcher. Levi did not recruit just anyone, he only chose those with potential. In the wilderness. These past 2 days had been the knight's intensive training days, and at this moment, a group was battling a flesh giant that stood 100 meters tall. The giant's muscles were exposed, steaming, its body surface was pitted, and filled with red insects, looking extremely disgusting. Levi couldn't help but remark. This giant's strength has reached the mid-stage of level 5. Now, however, it's being suppressed by the knights, indicating that everyone has made significant progress. Achieving all this was closely related to the frontmost Blood Knight. He held a long sword, surrounded by an unending storm. Countless grey feathers came flying, forging a cyan blue set of blood source armor around his body. After 6 or 7 years of trials, the Blood Knight had successfully advanced to level 5. His blood source armor, named Cyan Blue Feather Armor, could unleash terrifying level 5 wind blade attacks, equivalent to spell abilities. With his loud shout, a series of wind sword feathers pierced the flesh giant completely through. With a wave of his hand, a cyan blue divine palace suddenly descended. Around the divine palace, hundreds of diverse bird phantoms spiraled upwards, stirring up a storm. Countless currents formed chains emerging from the divine palace, binding the flesh giant. This was known as the Mya Divine Palace, also called the 10,000 Eagles Temple Blood Knight's signature skill. Mya, the king of the sky and the god of birds, with the divine palace's appearance, spectacularly displayed the anomaly of thousands of eagles gathering. Seizing this opportunity, The other knights swarmed forth, all sorts of dharma idols and divine weapons were hurled at the flesh giant. After a tough and bitter fight, the flesh giant fell to the ground. Of course, a small fraction of the knights then returned to the city. Such uncommunicable nightmare creatures were directly slain, having no value to be tamed. Not all were as sensible as 9 Infant and Electric Saw Head. Not bad. Levi clapped his hands. The growth of the knights was visibly evident. The Blood Knight remarked. After level 5, it indeed opens a new world for us knights. The Blood Source armor and Divine Palace greatly enhance our defensive and attack powers, and even grant incredible magic abilities, so very useful indeed. The other knights cast envious glances. Thousand Illusion Knights said. You forgot another important feature. After putting on the Blood Source armor, it really looks cool. The Blood Knight was stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. The knights were engulfed in a joyful atmosphere. Black Knight said. This nightmare world holds numerous resources and materials never found in the wizard world. But it's too vast, even after so many years, we have only reclaimed a small area. Fortunately, we possess immortal bodies, or 100 lives would not suffice. Levi said. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the nightmare world. Once you advance to level 5 or even level 6, I will take you to explore a broader world. The knights were immensely hopeful. Tower of Dawn. This year marked the 40th year since the organization was established. Among the first batch of new members, many had advanced to First Circle Wizard, since the organization had high criteria for recruitment, selecting only promising seeds. Among the newcomers, Aya was far ahead, having advanced to the Third Circle. This orphan that Levi brought from the ancient tower was now over 70 years old, her quirky nature imbued with a more composed air. Aya's exceptional talent, coupled with her lovely face and beautiful figure, made her the object of countless admirers within the academy. Even a child of the elements openly expressed his affection for Aya, but she rejected all such advances mercilessly. Aya claimed she wanted to focus on cultivation and not be distracted by relationships. However, Marlene noticed that the little girl's gazes toward Master Fire Dragon were somewhat off. After a heart-to-heart talk with Aya, wise grandmother Marlene learned the object of Aya's admiration was indeed Ace. One day, Marlene casually mentioned this to Ace while busy with various things, making the holy infant laugh and cry, saying, "This." Levi was also at a loss. The holy infant had always treated Aya as his little sister, yet here she was, having a crush on his duplicate. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have given the holy infant such a handsome appearance. If he'd kept his original 3-foot child form, how could any woman possibly fancy him? Now, Levi could feel that apart from some girls boldly expressing their feelings of love within the organization. Chapter 1593. The only ones who sensed something about the holy infant in the dark were Mia and Aya. This appearance of mine is good, little girls simply ignore me. Attracting, instead, a bunch of muscly men from the knights. Levi said in self-mockery. He continued his cultivation, leaving it to Mia to pay attention to any developments at the auction. Now, his maximum soul had reached 39 strands, one more, and he would be halfway there. During this period, he had been constantly reviewing materials, searching for ways to speed up the condensation of his soul. Otherwise, at the current rate, he feared it might take him until the age of 400 to reach the primordial soul. The pace was already not slow, but it still felt somewhat frustrating. After all, 100 Flowers reached primordial soul at 300 years old, he, as a commander, couldn't lag too far behind. 2 years later. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1275, month of beginning. Levi, now 285 years old, was ever closer to the limit with the golden snake breathing technique. However, another bloodline crystal that met the conditions was still without a trace. But Levi had already mentally prepared for this. If he could gather 2 types of bloodline crystals before the limit, then he would evolve, if not, he would simply advance. Now, with the essence of the immortal Banyan Dragon bloodline already in hand, finding another level 6 essence wouldn't be difficult. Bloodline essence was a renewable resource, while bloodline crystals were one-off, their rarity was incomparable. Unknowingly, the world's first dragon tournament, held once every 10 years, had already been held 3 times. The Black Lotus Beast had won 3 consecutive championships without dispute. The runner-up was the blood-sucking demon dragon, but the 3rd place in the dragon selection had changed. The faceless infant dragon, briefly summoned by Levi, participated in the competition and utterly defeated the Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon. Its every bodily function and flame flow left the Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon with a psychological shadow. That day, Levi condensed his 40th maximum soul strand, he sighed with relief, was calling the task laborious. With a thought, figures floated on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 1640/1700. Spell power, 164,000. Within 10 years, my spiritual force will reach perfection. Levi muttered to himself. In the distance, the mountain-like black lotus beast slowly approached. Its aura had greatly strengthened compared to when Levi had first taken it in. It had already reached the peak of level 5, after cultivating in ancient Banyan fairyland for so long, it was just a step away from level 6. But that one step was like a heavenly chasm. To cross it, even for sub-dragons, involved enduring some necessary hardships. But compared to most wizards, sub-dragons were already fortunate. After all, they only needed to grow step by step to become stronger. This tribulation of advancing to level 6 was one of the few setbacks they faced. The Black Lotus Beast said, "Lord Dragon King, I am going to seclude myself in Flame Mountain. I'm not sure how long it will take, possibly 3 to 5 years, or even up to 10 years, so I might not be able to serve you during this period." Levi thought. It seems the blood drawn from the Black Lotus Beast over these years would be enough for his cultivation for 10 years. No worries, your advancement to level 6 is what matters. If you need any help, just let me know. The Black Lotus Beast expressed its gratitude. Thank you for understanding. The giant beast's figure went away, it reached Flame Mountain and stared at the threatening black scale giant egg. Such a potent bloodline, it must certainly belong to the pure-blooded dragon clan. Once the little one is born, our dragon palace will become even stronger. The Black Lotus Beast chose an active volcano, leaped into the magma with its over 100-meter tall body, and formed a giant egg surrounded by flames and magma. Level 6, here I come. The Black Lotus Beast thought boldly, recalling the days in the ancient tower when Simon and others oppressed it. If it had the strength of level 6 back then, who could have suppressed it? The strongest sub-dragon in history began its ascent. A year later. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1276, month of winter. Flame Mountain. The volcano where the Black Lotus Beast had secluded itself had now become an extinct volcano. Levi stood above, looking down. The Black Lotus Beast's advancement has sucked a land of underground fire dry, justifying its status as the strongest sub-dragon. It looks like it will still take some time. He was eager to see how a sub-dragon would ascend to level 6. Imperial Palace. As Levi continued his cultivation, he suddenly sensed something unusual coming from his storage ring. His expression shifted as he took out a palm-sized dragon scale token. The token trembled endlessly, its surface pattern of a door emitting a deep black luster, and a small black hole formed in front of Levi in the void. From the black hole, a decayed scent wafted through, as if a graveyard lay on the other side. This token. Levi couldn't help but recall. 40 years ago, he seemed to have obtained this object from a 5th circle wizard in an immersed ancient castle, and had never figured out how to use it, eventually forgetting it in a corner. Unexpectedly, the token had undergone such a transformation today. It looks like it might be an admission ticket to a secret realm or shadow realm. Levi had a feeling that with just a thought, he could step into this unknown place. I know nothing about this place, should I enter? He couldn't help but hesitate. Clearly, this vortex existed only for a limited time, miss this chance, and there would be no other. But entering it, his danger perception subtly reacted, indicating that this place definitely held risks above level 6. Just level 6 was not a concern, after all, he had 3 level 6 combat powers, and he himself could be considered half a level 6. But if there were level 6 peak or even level 7 beings, that would be troublesome. His thoughts spun rapidly. Chapter 1594. Levi finally summoned the busy Holy Infant. With a single thought, the Holy Infant turned into a beam of light and surged into his body. The Holy Infant was his duplication, ready to unite with him at any time to enter the unknown territory, and this was not a problem. After entering, let the Holy Infant explore first, while I find a safe place to wait. If there are too many powerful foes, I'll patiently await my return. If not, with my 3 6th level combat strengths, I'll start a massacre, he said. After careful consideration, Levi turned into a ray of light with a thought, and surged into the black hole. Meanwhile, at a certain location in the endless sea, in a profound sea trench, there was an ancient underwater city with traces of mottled years, majestic and spectacular. This was the base of the immersed ancient castle, a top-level dark wizard organization. Within the tower, a wizard clad in a sharkskin robe, his skin dark and gilded like the sea clans, gazed at the black hole before him. He was the renowned Black Shark Devourer. 500 years of waiting, and the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm has finally opened. I wonder what opportunities await me in this grand realm. Ha ha ha. Also, that guy who tried to snatch my token should be here too. Let's see what you've got, Black Shark, he declared confidently. He stepped into it, the moment he had long awaited. At the same time, in the immersed ancient castle, many figures, just like the Black Shark, disappeared from their base. Witch's family. Dressing room. The mature and charming Madame Triss shed her white lab coat uniform and slipped into a hip skirt she hadn't worn in a long time. She wrapped her black stockings from her slender, fair calves all the way up to the hidden depths, smooth and delicate, then put on long black boots, and draped a luxurious coat of sixth-ring magical artifact level over everything. After getting ready, Triss looked at herself dressed youthfully and beautifully, put on an elegant bell-shaped hat, and couldn't help but vanity praise, although this old gal is 800 years old, my beauty can still knock them dead. Madame Triss needed one more 7-circle primordial soul main ingredient to ascend to the 7-circle, the demon dragon grass. It was likely to be found in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. Her long legs stepped into the vortex, as she muttered to herself, I hope some of Levi's good luck will rub off on me. Sleeping Dragon Realm. An odd space. Mighty red giant dragons, like mountain ranges, stood proudly under the sky dome. This was a level 9 expert, a mature lava dragon, Sir Leod's. Below, there were 3 familiar figures. A white-robed, kind-eyed rust dragon wizard. The flamboyantly dressed, bold and sexy figure of the red dragon queen Alexandra, daughter of Leodis. And the nervously faced, distinctively dressed blue-robed blue dragon lady, Elsie. It had been more than 40 years since the ancient tower had closed. Alexandra and Elsie had already reached 5th circle perfection, with spiritual forces exceeding 1000 points. If it weren't for the treatment of the 9th talent remaining unfinished, they would be ready to prepare for the advancement of their primordial souls. The voice of Leodis boomed like thunder, the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm is the final resting place of a dear friend who was seduced by the abyss and became a demon dragon. After his fall, his demonic aura spread, turning this place into a human world demon realm. Be careful when you explore it, and be sure not to be tainted by the abyss. Mandrose, you are now at 6th rank cultivation. As this grand mysterious realm opens, other 6th circle wizards are sure to enter. Alexandra and Elsie, I'm counting on you to look after them. The Rust Dragon Wizard assured, Elder, rest assured, I will ensure the lady's safety. Alexandra spoke, Father, don't worry, Elsie and I together can take care of ourselves in the mysterious realm. Leod's laughed, then I wish you a smooth journey. The giant dragon watched the 3 dragon descendants step into their respective black holes, feeling emotional inside. Advance to a primordial soul soon, Alexandra. Father won't be able to protect you for much longer. Realm of Life. A wizard tower built from dragon bones. In mid-air, a bulky figure held a great sword that shimmered with the luster of a golden legend, practicing his swordsmanship. He was 6-armed Gedwin, a 6th circle wizard from the Bloodline Transformation School. His treasure, recently acquired at an auction, was the Flash Greatsword. Good. This treasure indeed has considerable power. It carries with it a light element 6-circle spell Holy Light Shining that, when cast, can blind opponents for miles around, making it difficult to detect. Moreover, the sword has a potent burning effect on abyss demons and other dark creatures, he pondered. Gedwin had entered the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm once before, 500 years ago. At that time, he was merely at 5th circle perfection, and he dared not delve too deep. Yet, he was fortunate enough to obtain a recently deceased 6th level sub-dragon species corpse, which could be considered extremely lucky. With this corpse, he successfully completed his transformation and entered the realm of a 6th circle wizard. Dragon Ruins mysterious realm is a true human world demon prison. Without proper preparations to enter, one is bound to be devoured by the demons, demon dragons, and powerful dragon abominations within. Therefore, he began preparing for this journey before the mysterious realm opened. The auction of the Flash Greatsword was the most critical part of his preparations. The Flash Greatsword. This rare treasure was forged by a rare light element 6th circle wizard 10,000 years ago. The light element belongs to a very special sect, as ancient as the traditional schools. However, it was gradually replaced by the burning faction during its development, resulting in very few practitioners today, and has become an elementary school of little influence. Compared to the burning faction, the light element appears somewhat lackluster. Chapter 1595. The bright faction's power lay in its ability to fight dark creatures such as demons, devils, the Blood Clan, the undead, and the like, providing significant attribute suppression and increased damage. Where the light shines, darkness shall disappear. However, when confronting other wizards or alien races, its effectiveness was quite ordinary. As a result, only a few general flash techniques and light healing techniques were widely circulated. In contrast, the burning faction was versatile enough to deal with anything. It was said, "Let the flames purify everything." There was nothing that a fireball technique couldn't solve. If there was, then just use several more. However, during certain special periods, such as the Abyss Blood Battle, the wizard tools, spells, and treasures of the bright faction would be remembered once again. After all, specialization matters, and when facing dark creatures alone, the light element had a slight edge. Gedwin had such confidence because of this flash greatsword. He stepped into the vortex, laughing confidently. Heaven does not let down those who are prepared. The opportunity always goes to those who are ready. The chances in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm should belong to me. Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. Very few knew about it, and even fewer possessed the key to it. Yet over the long years, many had obtained the key to this place by chance. Now, they were gathered in a dark place, about to clash with the intense sparks of destiny. Dragon Ruins. This place was shrouded in fog all year round, and the mist was mixed with dense demonic aura. If one was unprepared and stayed too long, it could easily affect one's resolve and even spell casting. In the void, a black vortex appeared, spitting out a figure. Levi landed on the ground, his danger perception sensed that everything was normal. He spread his spiritual force, frowning deeply. The density of the demonic aura here far exceeds that of the hundred-eyed demon territory. It's highly likely that an extremely powerful demon fell here, and it couldn't be resolved by the plane's ecological cycle, thus accumulating here year after year. Levi was almost certain that this place was a shadow realm he had never heard of before. Shadow realms, he hadn't encountered many. The last time he explored one was more than 200 years ago, during his days as an apprentice wizard in the Grey Mist realm. But that was a small shadow realm, not highly dangerous. This place was likely a large shadow realm, which would certainly have level 6 beings or above. Levi's sense of danger stemmed from this fact. Shadow realms and secret realms were just different terms for places in Nora's secondary plane, essentially the same. Secret realms had generally been fully explored, less dangerous, and were mostly owned, while shadow realms were the opposite. The area of a large shadow realm could be even larger than an ancient saint plane. Levi released the Holy Infant and said, "Go and explore this place for me." The Holy Infant nodded. "Then I'll be off." He turned into a streak of fiery red light and disappeared into the fog. Levi, unfamiliar with the territory, didn't dare to move recklessly. His hermit rune flickered, and he dived 1,000 feet underground. After setting up a hidden array, he murmured, "May the Lover's rune protect us, and I hope the Holy Infant finds everything going smoothly." In the fog, the Holy Infant moved cautiously, always on guard. Without a map and knowing nothing, progress was slow. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind assaulted him, and the Holy Infant frowned. A giant flame hand reached into the mist and grabbed a snake over 10 meters long. Second-level demon. As the snake turned to ash, the Holy Infant continued on his way. "If only I had a guide who knew the area well, I wouldn't have to be so passive." All at once, noises from a battle reached him from afar. This put the Holy Infant on alert. Sure enough, others are here besides me. The Holy Infant was a perfection-level wizard, and with a body filled with top-grade wizard tools and rare treasures, he had a fighting chance even against level 6 beings. Moreover, the battle fluctuations didn't seem like those of a level 6. Upon this thought, the Holy Infant whispered an incantation, and a creature the size of a mosquito appeared in his palm. In crucial times, Herman's flying mosquito no one comes in handy. This was a hyper-realistic, miniature, scouting life form created by Herman using the advanced knowledge from the mechanical school. Made entirely of a weak sensing alloy, not just fifth circle wizards, but even primordial souls would have difficulty detecting it without paying careful attention. It could scout up to 1,000 li, approximately 500 kilometers, at its farthest. Despite its small size, the cost of making it was extremely high, comparable to a top-grade wizard tool. Moreover, it took time to build, so even Herman didn't have many on hand. The flying mosquito number 1 hid in the mist, indistinguishable from an ordinary insect, and quickly reached the battlefield, transmitting all the information along the way directly into the Holy Infant's mind. Finally, the Holy Infant saw who was fighting. How could it be her? In the image, a blue-robed witch controlled frost, equally matched with a black-robed wizard. The wizard laughed. So it's the little lass from the Dragon Descendant School. I knew that when the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm opened, you wouldn't miss it. The blue-robed witch was Elsie, and she replied coldly. Looking at your ugly appearance, you must be a Sea Clan mixed blood from the immersed ancient castle. The black-robed wizard's face turned furious. Why bring appearance into a good fight? Today you'll see just how formidable I am, he he he. He lustfully eyed Elsie's shapely figure combined with her beautiful, icy countenance, which only increased a man's desire to conquer. Abyssal Snake Strike. Black water-like spells stirred the fog, forming a 100-meter-long black demonic snake. Elsie's secret ice sword in her hand fired rays of cold light that froze everything in its path. Fandar, I'm here to help you. A voice rang out, and another black-robed wizard emerged from the mist. Chapter 1596. He raised his hand, and a black shark spell struck Elsie. Elsie's defensive field flickered, withstood it for a moment, only to be shattered. Ice armor appeared in front of her chest, barely blocking the black shark's attack. It felt as if her chest was hit by a sledgehammer, and the next instant, she was sent flying backward. Ha ha ha, Sanchez, you arrived just in time. Join me in capturing this little witch from the Dragon Descendant School. After we bind her magic, we can enjoy her slowly. With a pale face, Elsie flicked her finger, and a bead of ice blue shot out. Both men in black robes changed their expressions and hurriedly dodged. Boom! A terrible explosion froze the fog within the vicinity. After the shockwave passed, Elsie's figure had already disappeared. Chase her, she has my black shark tracking mark on her. She won't get away. Shouldn't we meet up with Lord Black Shark first? What's the rush? Let's enjoy the pleasure before that. True, tisk tisk tisk, the taste of a dragon descendant witch is indeed delightful. In the distance, the Holy Infant sat cross-legged. In front of him, the red infant sword emitted a scorching aura, drying up the surrounding mist, and the elemental power of the fire element surged into it from within the vicinity. In today's wizard world, there were not a few who mastered the flying secret sword cult. Therefore, the Holy Infant was confident to wield the red infant sword and slay with sword control. It seems that the Dragon Descendant Priory and the immersed ancient castle are quite familiar with this place. Lady Elsie is indeed a good guide. The red infant sword trembled intensely, and the phantom of a crimson-scaled python with bared fangs and claws emerged out of the void. The Holy Infant's expression remained calm as he flicked his finger on the sword's body. Go, kill those two men. With a whistle, the red infant sword transformed into a flaming beam, instantly piercing through several miles of fog, creating a blistering corridor of fire. Ahead. Thanks to the strength of a dragon descendant's body, Elsie was not seriously harmed. But the two dark wizards behind her were closely following her. These two were elite members of the immersed ancient castle, not something a mere fifth circle perfection could compare to. Alexandra will be here soon. When she arrives, these two thugs are as good as dead. She was engulfed in murderous intent, waiting for the right moment. Little girl, stop running. The more you run, the more excited we brothers get. Exactly. The Dark Wizard brothers began their pursuit, their crimson tongues flicking out, gills opening and closing, drool flowing everywhere. Unperturbed, Elsie continued to flee. Suddenly, a streak of red light flickered in front of her, and before Elsie could see clearly what it was, the red glow flew past her at a distance, the high-speed airflow stirring around her, almost drawing her into the draft. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two blasts. The Dark Wizard brothers incredulously looked at their own chests. Flying secret sword cult. Who is it? Apparently, the might of the Holy Infant's secret sword was not enough to kill the two Dark Wizards instantly. The red infant sword revealed itself and continued to attack the two brothers. Around the brothers, black sharks orbited, desperately keeping up their defense. The blue dragon lady stopped in her tracks, shocked by what she saw. Flying secret sword. Is that Victor? No, if it were him, these two would have been killed instantly just now. Moreover, Victor wields the purple secret sword, not red. Victor was, after all, the extraordinary figure who could instantly kill a peak level 5 wizard in the ancient tower. After 5 or 6 decades, Victor has most likely ascended to the realm of the primordial soul. No matter who it was, Elsie took this opportunity to beat the fallen dogs. On the other side, the holy infant smiled slightly. In fact, he could have killed those two instantly, but after thinking it over, he decided against it, to avoid being suspected of being Victor. I won't play with you anymore, he said. He began to chant an incantation. Red Python. Transform into a dragon. On the battlefield, the red infant sword poured forth an endless stream of fire elemental power. It shook its body and transformed into a 200-meter-long python covered with crimson scales and lumpy horns on its head. Elemental power rushed into it madly, with the lumps on the great python developing into dragon's horns and dragon claws emerging from its belly, while its neck bristled with hair. The crimson dragon looked down with indifferent eyes, regally observing the ants below. At that moment, it seemed to have regained a hint of its former majesty. Level 6. No, it's just an artifact spirit, they realized. Boom. The red python breathed out endless wildfires, turning several miles around into a scorched earth hell. Elsie retreated frantically, looking at all of this in shock. Who is this? Such terrifying power! As the fire faded away, only 2 piles of ash remained, scattering in the wind. When did it happen? But from the mist, an extremely handsome, ethereal red-haired wizard emerged. He stood with his hands behind his back, the red infant sword at his feet formed stairs of flame reaching down to the ground. Master Fire Dragon revealed his signature smile and said, "It's been a long time since the ancient tower." Lady Elsie. Chapter 1597. Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm. In the midst of the fog, Master Fire Dragon radiated a dazzling glow, illuminating the surroundings. Elsie's eyes were filled with shock as she gazed upon this familiar figure. Inside the ancient tower, she hadn't felt it, since she was in the midst of it all and unaware of many things Master Fire Dragon did. It wasn't until she came to the wizard world and saw those projections, saw Master Fire Dragon single-handedly annihilating a group of 5th Circle Perfection wizards, that she realized this modest and handsome wizard was so powerful. Not only did he have talent in weapon making, but his strength was extraordinary as well. When Master was with her and her sister, the power he displayed was just the tip of the iceberg. Some, on the surface, are weapon craftsmen of the White Robe Wizard Association. Behind the scenes, however, they rank first on the ancient tower's leaderboard. He stands shoulder to shoulder with super-popular wizards like Lord Victor and Gondef. And Master was so willful that he didn't even claim his reward, which shocked the wizard world for a time. Now, he appeared before her once again, saving her in such a magnificent manner. The elegance of that sword strike just now was deeply engraved in her mind, likely unforgettable even after 100 years. In the end, all the excitement in Elsie's heart turned into a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Master, long time no see," she said. Holy Infant put away the red infant sword and picked up a storage ring from the ground, saying, "You pick one." Elsie shook her head and replied, "I didn't contribute much to this fight, it was all due to Master's efforts." "I won't take it." Holy Infant quickly responded. "Then I won't be polite." 2 storage rings from 5th Circle Perfection wizards in hand. This action was already a profit. As Elsie's emotions calmed, her chest heaved slightly, and she asked, "Master, you also know about this Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm?" Holy Infant replied, "This place is the Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm? What is the Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm?" Elsie looked baffled. "Master, how did you get this mysterious realm key?" Holy Infant answered, "I got it from a dark wizard." Elsie said, "Then it's very likely from the people of Immersed Ancient Castle. It seems Master knows nothing about this place." Holy Infant smiled and said, "Indeed, if Lady Elsie is willing to enlighten me a bit, that would be most appreciated." Elsie nodded and replied, "No problem, but let's meet up with Alexandra and Rust Sr. first." With the opening of the Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm, likely no fewer than 10 primordial soul wizards have come to the secret realm. Without primordial soul strength, it's very dangerous. Upon hearing this, Holy Infant thought that indeed, this mysterious realm was not simple, and his original caution was justified. After some time, in the mist, a bright figure with fiery red hair hurriedly approached. Elsie, where are the people from immersed ancient castle? Alexandra looked around but saw no one. Elsie said with a smile. Master Fire Dragon has already dealt with them. The anxious Alexandra then noticed another red-haired figure in the fog. Her face went from astonishment to excitement, running over to give Master a customary hug, and laughed. Master, long time no see, I've missed you. Her cheerful and informal nature meant nothing untoward by this gesture. Elsie was evidently used to it. Holy Infant, caught off guard by this sudden warmth, smiled gently and said. Indeed, it's been many years. Both of you ladies still look beautiful and have improved in strength, which is a joy to behold. Alexandra joked. Master, you sure have a sweet tongue, I'm almost embarrassed. However, you really made it hard on us, pretending to be so strong yet mingling among us ordinary folk. Are you experiencing the life of a mortal rookie wizard? Holy Infant helplessly said. I don't know how the Congress decided on the rankings. There are many in the ancient tower who are stronger than me. I'm hardly deserving of that first place. I'm just a weapon maker, I don't know much about fighting, relying only on the might of my wizard tools. Alexandra replied with a pout. Don't be modest, Master. Wizard tools are also a part of one's strength. Holy Infant laughed it off and changed the subject. Where is Rust Sr.? Elsie said. Rust Sr. will be here shortly. Let's wait for him here. Master, you should join us onwards, the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm is quite dangerous. Holy Infant, with gratitude, said. Thanks to both of you ladies, then I will gladly join the light. Alexandra added. Master, you saved Elsie, and we can't repay such a huge favor enough, there's no need for courtesy. The three of us forged a relationship in the ancient tower. Elsie was even saying she wanted to explore mysterious realms again with you. If we three go together, we're sure to return in triumph. Elsie gave Alexandra a light punch, reproachfully saying. Don't make stuff up, I never said that. Alexandra hugged her and giggled. Elsie then seriously asked. Master, did you also join the Flying Secret Sword cult? Holy Infant replied. Yes, the school founded by Lord Victor is indeed extraordinary. I've only recently mastered it. I can confront enemies from 10 miles away, and its power is quite impressive, though still far from Lord Victor's level. Hearing this, Alexandra showed a look of envy and said. Master, I want to learn the secret sword. Could you find some time to guide us sisters? We are willing to pay. Elsie's face also showed a look of yearning. Both their 9th talents had chosen the flying secret sword flow. But having studied for nearly 100 years, they had not truly mastered it yet. In comparison, it highlighted the genius and uniqueness of the master. Holy Infant pondered for a moment and said. Chapter 1598. Actually, flying secret sword flow isn't as difficult as you all imagine, you just need to. Next, Levi probably explained some key points and tricks. After Holy Infant finished, he asked with a smile. Did the two of you understand? Alexandra shrugged her shoulders and said with a bitter smile. Not at all. Elsie seemed to have had an epiphany, nodding repeatedly. Alexandra asked doubtfully. You understand? Elsie replied. I kind of get it. But not quite. Holy Infant said. No matter, we'll talk more after we get out of here. While waiting for Rust Dragon Wizard, Alexandra updated Holy Infant on the general situation of this place. Edge of the Shadow Realm. 1,000 feet underground. Behind Levi, 2 distorted shadows emerged. These were the 2 people Holy Infant had just killed, each with the strength of the peak of level 4. The good news was that enemies Holy Infant killed could also be converted into Levi's shadows. It seemed that Holy Infant also had some control over the Shadow Dragon group. Levi murmured. The Dragon Ruins mysterious realm actually holds the burial ground of a level 9 dragon abomination, no wonder the demonic aura is so dense here, it's a demigod level dragon abomination. The so-called dragon abominations are from the dragon clan. Only, for various reasons, they joined the abyssal plane and became contaminated by demonic aura, turning into the brutal, bloodthirsty, mad dragons of demonic aura. Another easily confused concept is that of demon dragons, also known as dragon-descendant demons. They are the offspring of a mix between dragons and demons, close to the dragon-descendant wizard. Therefore, in this mysterious realm, there are 4 fearsome creatures. The first is demonic creatures, the lowest level, simply things tainted by demonic aura. The snake Holy Infant hunted earlier was such a creature. The second is demons. Inside that dragon abomination's body, there were many abyss worms. Abyss worms are the initial form of all demons. Over the long years, this mysterious realm has evolved countless kinds of demons. The third is dragon-descendant demons, also monstrous beings brought by the dragon abomination, propagated generation after generation. And lastly, the dragon abominations themselves. Only those that can be called dragon abominations are at least sub-dragons of level 6 or higher. They are also the most dangerous creatures in this mysterious realm. Of course, danger also comes with opportunities. In the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, there are many rare medicinal herbs, dragon clan, demon material, as well as wizard relics and treasures from those who had explored the place and fallen here before. Alexandra and Elsie entered this place to find materials to refine the breakthrough potion, preparing to ascend to primordial soul. This made Levi's heart also burn with excitement. His advancement to level 6 with the golden snake breathing technique was still lacking 1 bloodline crystal. Perhaps he could find a solution here. Additionally, this place was filled with various herbs related to the dragon clan, which he could collect more of to transplant to the ancient Saint Plane. After all, besides the main ingredient like the bloodline crystal, the potion also required numerous supplementary ingredients. From the current situation, it seems that there are very few, if any, level 7 experts with the opening of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm this time. With my strength and a bit of caution, I should be able to protect myself. Once Holy Infant gathers more intelligence, I can start making my move. Elsewhere, Holy Infant and the others finally met Rust Dragon Wizard. This senior had stepped into the realm of primordial soul nearly 100 years ago, and his strength and mastery were not only solid but even more profound. Rust Dragon Wizard said, "Master Fire Dragon, good to see you well. When can you break through to primordial soul? I'm still waiting to ask you to weapon refine for me, ha ha ha." Master Fire Dragon helplessly replied, "Master, I wish I could, but the barrier to primordial soul is truly difficult. Maybe I'll break through after these 2 ladies. It's hard to say." Rust Dragon Wizard said, "You're being modest, Master. I still remember when we first met in the ancient tower, you were a 5th circle senior. Now, after more than a century, you've achieved 5th circle perfection and mastered the powerful flying secret sword flow technique. Your talent is indeed high. After you reach primordial soul, you must definitely visit our wizard association. I will introduce you to a few dragon descendant soul witches, how about that?" Holy Infant was overwhelmed but still managed to reply politely with a laugh. "Ha ha ha, I am busy all day long, I'm afraid I won't have the luxury of enjoying such blessings." The protagonist's 007 blessings weren't even fully enjoyed, let alone others. Several money-burning establishments were waiting for him to earn money to support. To improve all this, he would need to reach primordial soul sooner. That way, life might become a bit easier. And with that, Holy Infant formed a small team with the 3 dragon descendant wizards to explore the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. With Rust Dragon Wizard, a senior looking after them, what lay ahead would undoubtedly become smoother. Meanwhile, the 4 agreed that the upcoming gains would be distributed based on contribution. If Master Fire Dragon had special needs, he could make them known, and they would be prioritized to return the favor for saving Elsie. To be honest, this is also my first time in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, but according to the introduction by other seniors from the Priory, the treasures here are not on the surface but inside various sized catacombs buried under the demon land at the center of the Shadow Realm. The catacombs are as small as castles or as large as a small secret realm. The demonic aura inside is extremely dense, often nurturing many demonic creatures and demons. All the catacombs are interconnected by a complex network of passages that are more intricate than a maze. Remember, you can only leave the Shadow Realm using the token from when we arrived, before it closes. So we must remember the way we came, make good markers, otherwise, we'll have to force our way through the demon land of the Shadow Realm. Chapter 1599. It is said that this may awaken a powerful presence sleeping within the demon land. At that time, even a primordial soul wizard would face death 9 times out of 10. Besides, these catacombs contain a special mysterious power, so that even the spiritual perception of a primordial soul wizard would struggle to scrutinize the situation within. Therefore, if one has spells such as divination or foreknowledge, exploration would be somewhat easier. But the sect of foreknowledge is unfathomable and extremely complex. Most primordial soul wizards are also unable to delve into it. Upon hearing this, Holy Infant responded with a solemn face. Does this not mean that before we enter the catacombs, we do not know what kind of monsters are inside? The Rust Dragon Wizard said. Indeed, it could be that the catacombs contain a very ordinary demonic creature, or perhaps a terrifying dragon abomination lies dormant, or an evil spirit formed by the erosion of a demonic aura in ancient ruins. With luck, there might only be the medicinal herbs and other treasures we need in the catacombs. Of course, what we need to be most wary of are the people from the immersed ancient castle. Due to special reasons, they possess quite a number of mysterious realm keys, so there might be several primordial soul wizards who have entered. Holy Infant pondered inwardly. Isn't this just like opening a blind box? This shadow realm is more interesting than I imagined. The group flew toward the front, searching for a rift entrance to explore the catacombs. On the edge of the shadow realm, Levi opened his eyes. Heaven helps me, I didn't expect that the structure of this dragon ruins mysterious realm would be like this. The underground demon cave can block conventional perception, but my danger perception should not be hindered. In this way, by utilizing danger perception and coordinating with the special spiritual creature Jinn, I can seek advantages and avoid harm, shunning potential dangers in the catacombs and finding places teeming with opportunities. Coupled with my current 60% luck boost, this trip to the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm will surely be full of rewards. Alas, I mustn't get too complacent, obtaining a suitable bloodline crystal would suffice. Levi immediately left his hiding spot, the hermit rune flickering as he disappeared into the mist. Elsewhere, the place where Holy Infant had slain those two black wizards from the immersed ancient castle. A fearsome black shark devourer emerged from the shadows. Two fools, not joining up with me and getting themselves killed by someone, it looks like they were killed by a wizard from the burning faction. Moreover, there seems to be a long flame flow particle path in the void, indicating mastery of the flying secret sword cult. The deeper one goes into the devil's dens within the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, the greater the chance of encountering terrifying demonic creatures, similar to the creatures of the abyssal plane. Since the opening of the Shadow Realm, some efficient explorers have already begun delving into the devil's dens. Along a winding, secluded, blood-red corridor, Triss looked ahead with sparkling eyes as she slowly flew forward. As she passed, black wisps that looked like strands of a woman's hair and emitted the scent of mature charm rose silently from the walls. Up ahead, a faint light appeared. There was a semi-transparent crystal membrane covering the area, like a doorway. This was the entrance to the Devil's Den. Triss smiled and said, "The first Devil's Den, I wonder what surprises await." She reached out with her jade hand, and a blue wizard's hand gently tore through the crystal membrane. Triss entered the Devil's Den, spreading out her spiritual perception. This Devil's Den was not large, with a range of about 5 miles. Blood-red worms were bubbling on the ground. These were abyss worms, rumored to be able to evolve into various demons, but requiring long years. In the corner of the Devil's Den, a black plant grew in silence. Ha ha ha, demon scale grass, though not demon dragon grass, it's still one of the ingredients I need for pharmacy. Sure enough, Levi's luck is reliable, in the future, I must learn to tap into it more. After harvesting the herbs, Triss randomly picked a pathway in the catacombs and continued her journey. On the other side, Levi had finally found an entrance rift. Only by passing through the rift could one connect to the catacombs, otherwise, it would be a mere waste of effort, with the chance of disturbing something terrifying. Not long after, having made a mark, he arrived at an entrance to a catacombs, with no reaction from his danger perception. Looking at the crystal membrane before him, it seemed to still have vitality. This place is a burial ground for a level 9 demon dragon. These catacombs and channels feel as if they were within the body of the dragon abomination. It's just unclear why they would be so immense, which leads me to think it may have been refined by some lord of the wizard world. This reminded Levi of the dark ancient tower, which transformed a deity-like ancient serpent into 10 worlds. He slit an opening with his long sword and stepped inside, the wound slowly healed. Levi's spiritual perception sensed that this catacombs was about 5 miles in radius. It was comparatively large for a shallow area. In the mist, several demons, towering 10 feet tall with goat horns and bodies aflame, attacked him, they appeared to be level 4 standard. Fire Antelope Demons. With the sweep of Levi's longsword, the demons fell dead, their demonic aura escaping. Besides that, there were only some low-level demonic creatures, hardly worth mentioning. Levi collected some useful materials and carefully searched the corners of the catacombs. Inside a dilapidated castle, he found the lair of the Fire Antelope Demons. It was empty, with nothing but the carcasses of other demons and demonic creatures. For the chaotic demons of this Dragon Ruins Shadow Realm cut off from the world, these demons and creatures could only resort to cannibalism. To these demons of disorder, this was business as usual. In the end, Levi did not find any special medicinal herbs, which disappointed him. The only thing of interest to him was a crudely made staff emanating demonic aura found on one of the Fire Antelope Demons. Chapter 1600. Magic Tools, likely of level 3 standard. The powerful abyssal plane naturally has its own weapon-making system. However, demons generally possess strong bodies or talents, and it is rare to see them using magic tools. If we could collect some magic tools for research, that would be good. And we could also equip the mind flayers and succubi with them. Within the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, those who entered began to slowly explore the catacombs, delving deeper. But since there were few key holders, the probability of encountering others was not high as of now. On the Holy Infant's side, he formed a team with Alexandra and others, though they hadn't made any major finds yet, they had collected some herbs. And because they explored early, he went deeper than his main body. The responsibility of the Rust Dragon Wizard this time was mainly to protect Alexandra under the orders of the Lava Dragon. Therefore, he had not taken action unless they encountered a level 6 existence. The three youngsters combined could now sweep through the shallow layers of the catacombs. Time flew by. A day passed. Triss had come to the middle layers of the catacombs, within a devil's den that spanned 100 miles. Gazing at the black dragon abomination skeleton on the ground that stretched for hundreds of meters, she muttered to herself. Where a dragon abomination falls, the chances of demon dragon grass being born are higher. Her spiritual force swept forth, keenly perceiving. Indeed, several miles ahead, under the skull of the black dragon bones, was a small black herb. Next to the herb was a figure. The figure was burly, with the appearance of a burly man, dragon wings sprouting from his back. It was six-armed Gedwin. Seeing Triss approaching, his expression changed. Sixth circle perfection. Without hesitation, he raised the flash greatsword, and a sweep of dazzling holy light enveloped the scene. Within the whole catacombs, demonic aura, dragon bones, and demonic creatures all began to dissolve. At the same time, both vision and other senses were obscured by this intense light. Triss didn't hesitate, her black silk scarf flew up, transforming into a black river radiating an anomaly, which encircled her while rolling toward the burly man. The burly man's wailing spirits arose, his wings flapped creating a tempest, opposing the scarf. With a loud bang, he was sent flying. But he was not alarmed, rather elated, his figure shot straight into a fissure nearby. Woman, you didn't expect this, did you? This is my escape route. He was naturally no match for Triss, but relying on his familiarity with the terrain of the catacombs and the flash greatsword, he managed to escape successfully. Triss's scarf extended continuously but ultimately couldn't catch the burly man. She frowned, the scarf returning to rest on her fair shoulders. Her figure flickered, appearing at the mouth of the fissure only to see that on the other side, there were no less than 7 or 8 exits. To avoid my pursuit, you didn't even mark your way. Never mind, there should be more than one demon dragon grass here. Triss, in her cultivation journey, had always stood out for her laissez-faire attitude. On the other side, the burly man, having obtained the demon dragon grass, was in high spirits. I'm glad I was prepared and familiar with this place, otherwise that woman would have left me there. Now, his back was all cold sweat, that had been too close. Such was the charm of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, one never knew what might happen next. The next day, Holy Infant and his companions delved deeper, reaching a medium-sized catacomb. This catacomb spanned hundreds of miles, filled entirely with magma. The fiery atmosphere made Elsie feel somewhat uncomfortable. Rust Dragon Wizard's expression was solemn. Be careful, this place gives me a bad feeling. Holy Infant and the others immediately became alert. Could there be a level 6 existence here? From within the magma suddenly emerged a group of creatures resembling fiery bats, their semi-transparent bodies radiating the power of the fire element. Fire elemental spirits. A thought struck Holy Infant. Among these fire elemental spirits, there was no lack of level 5 existences. However, compared to the phoenix, these fire elements were filled with brutal and chaotic demonic aura, clearly having become demonic creatures. Alexandra said. Prepare for battle. In an instant, Elsie's secret ice sword spewed forth frost spells, barraging violently, causing many fire elements to fall. Holy Infant, on the other hand, struck down with fire dragon tribulation. Although he lacked attribute advantage, his realm's overwhelming pressure allowed for the annihilation of a level 5 fire element with each strike. Seeing Master Fire Dragon slaughtering fire elements faster than herself, Elsie had become numb. Her strength still lagged at least a full 5th circle perfection behind that of the Master. Why is there such a vast gap between people? Before long, all the demonic transformed fire elements in the magma were slain. Holy Infant flew above the magma, retrieving one by one the crystal cores infused with demonic aura, totaling 9. Holy Infant laughed. How about 3 for each of us? Alexandra smiled. I don't need mine. Master, you take them. I don't know how to refine weapons, and besides, getting rid of the demonic aura would be troublesome. Elsie also smiled. I don't want it either, thanks to your rescue. Holy Infant laughed heartily. Then, I won't be squeamish. Thank you both. He planned to process these crystal cores for his loyal companion Phoenix. Phoenix had been hard at work for centuries, still stuck at the 5th circle without progress for 100 years. These crystal cores could make a nice compensation. Among them were level 5 and even peak level 5 cores. If Phoenix refined all of them, advancing to the mid-stage of level 5 would be easy, and breaking into the late stage was also possible. As Holy Infant turned to leave, suddenly, a mighty force burst from the deep of the lava sea. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.